Moving towards a chair. We have some seats left available over here. There are some up next to the walls as well. We want to try to accommodate everybody as best we can. Mr. City Manager, before we call ourselves to order, was going to ask if you have everything you need for today, sir. Okay. Miss City Secretary, are you good over there? All right. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity to call us to order. Welcome you to your business meeting here today. I know we have a packed house. They all came to hear Pastor Bob Attaway give a sermon here and a prayer at least. So if you guys would, please rise for the invocation and stay standing for the pledges.
Thanks for inviting me to come, Les. And I am very honored to be here, and I'm not going to preach at all, so don't worry. Little clap. But I did read one verse at the very end of Psalm 78. It's talking about David, a leader of the people. And it says two qualities that I think are tremendous and that I'm going to pray for you all. Said David led with integrity of heart and skilled hands. Integrity of heart and skilled hands. Integrity is so important in our culture. So I'm gonna pray that for you all and pray and thank God for your skill. So let's pray. Father, I thank you so much for this time, this day, this council, for Cole being our mayor. Lord, I ask that you would fill them with integrity, that they would lead with integrity of heart, God, that they wouldn't give in and detour from that, but that they would be strong with integrity of heart, God, and that they would use their skills, the skills that you've given them, the wisdom that you've given them to lead us. We thank you for them, and I pray this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bob. If you guys join me in the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, guys. Please be seated. I know a few of you are wondering if I could remember it because it didn't come up on the board that quick, but I've memorized that one. Today we have one proclamation. We have Councilman Prescott who's going to read the National American Indian Heritage Month. Council, if you guys will meet us downstairs here, and then whoever is here to receive that, if you would go ahead and come forward.
Welcome, everyone. National American Indian Heritage Month. Whereas the history and culture of our great nation have been significantly influenced by American Indians and indigenous peoples, and whereas the contributions of American Indians have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of America today, and whereas the customs and traditions are respected and celebrated as part of a rich legacy throughout the United States, and whereas Native American Awareness Week began in 1976 and recognition was expanded by Congress and approved by President George Bush in August 1990, designating the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month. And whereas in honor of National American Indian Heritage Month, community celebrations as well as numerous cultural, artistical, educational, and historical activities have been planned. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council members of the city of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2025 as National American Indian Heritage Month in Amarillo, and join with our citizens to recognize the contributions made to our community by our American Indian community members. Given this under our hands and seal of office this 28th day of October, 2025.
I don't speak in front of crowds, but I want to thank the council and the mayor for doing this proclamation. I think our Native Indians are very well underrated. They did a lot to make our country whole. They fought in the American Revolutionary War, and they're here and they're part of our community, and we need to give them the recognition they deserve. Thank y'all all for taking care of this and making it a national proclamation month. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for letting us do that. Thank you, ladies, for letting us recognize and proclaim that with you here today. Item number 6 is announcements. Mr. City Manager, do you have any announcements today? Okay. Moving right along, we'll move into item number 7 of public comment. Before we invite our first speaker up, we greatly appreciate everyone that attends and is willing to speak. Once again, we have a complete full house. We will ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. That's respectful of not only the council, but also everyone else's time. So at the 3-minute mark, we'll ask you to stop speaking and just wrap up your comments. Let the next speaker come forward. We're also going to do a few other things. This is your opportunity to address your council, and so we're here listening to you. It shows a great deal of respect when you face us. It does actually show a little disrespect, I think, when you turn around and face the audience. And so I would ask that you would address your comments to the council. We're your elected representatives. We're here working for you. And so staff is listening. We will coordinate time with the staff outside of council for you. But if you guys would keep your comments directed this way. And then if you're bringing anything, please take it over here to either our officer or our city secretary, and she'll hand out anything that you'd like us to have. Ms. City Secretary, if you'll read us in.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we are glad you're here to share them. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items or topics related to city policy. During public comment today, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council. At the end of 2.5 minutes, a warning beep will sound to alert that you have 30 seconds left to wrap up your thoughts. When you come to the microphone, please state your name and whether or not you live within the Amarillo city limits. If addressing council on an agenda item, please state your position so that it may be reflected properly in the minutes. If you're speaking to an item not on today's agenda, the Texas Open Meetings Act limits how elected officials may respond. Council may respond with statements of fact. They may ask the topic be added to a future agenda, or they may refer the matter to the city manager, who can have staff step out and visit with you regarding your topic. We will be utilizing 2 podiums for public comment. When you are called as next to speak, please make your way to the unused podium to wait your turn. Once all registered speakers have addressed City Council, the mayor may at his discretion call for speakers that did not sign up. At that time, anyone wishing to speak should form a single line in the middle aisle and take the next available podium as one becomes available. As a reminder, you are here today to address the Amarillo City Council, not the audience. As such, please ensure you focus all comments to your elected officials. Again, thank you for being here today to share your thoughts with the City Council. At this time, I will invite Vito Petrozelli, who is speaking on Fermi, while Vito is giving his comments, we will invite Ron Butterfield to make your way to the open podium.
Good afternoon. I'm Vito Petrozelli, proud Amarillo resident. I've spent the better part of the last decade working in artificial intelligence, so what you're about to hear isn't speculation, it's observation. And the question isn't whether or not agentic and generative AI will change the fabric of our world, it's when, and it's already happening. Actors, animators, factory workers, customer support representatives, and analysts are already finding themselves out of work from the supposed wonders of automation. No industry will remain untouched. Albania recently appointed an artificial intelligence model as a government minister, proving that even the most heretofore hallowed and revered roles in our human society are on the chopping block of technological progress. AI computing has been pitched before this council as the highest margin business on planet Earth, and its proponents at Fermi liken it to agricultural enterprise, specifically corn. Take a few more corn pivots, they say, and Amarillo could be producing the highest margin, most valuable good on the planet today. Well, there are two major issues with Fermi's value prop, and neither have to do with water. That's a whole other issue. First, the highest margin business on planet Earth. Margin, a fundamental expression of selling price versus cost of goods. Extrapolate this one, if you will, into our lives, the lives of our children and grandchildren, as they inherit the wonders of God's creation that we call the golden spread. Let's start with the cost of goods, the impact on our local society. AI's proliferation will mean fewer jobs in the aggregate, both in Amarillo and elsewhere. The handful of human jobs created at the proposed Fermi Data Center campus will be outsourced to a transient population of non-local specialized student laborers. So with cost of goods representing a substantial subtraction of our existing economy, what does the selling price offer in order to balance out the marginal profit equation? It's sadly poetic that the Fermi folks continue to choose corn as their metaphorical selling point. Ask a rancher in the Panhandle what AI is, you'll get indifference, confusion, shrugs. But ask them what a corn glut is, and they'll provide you with one of the most succinct treatments on supply-side economics that you've ever heard. I guarantee it. More corn means more competition, means lower prices, means lower profit, and storage issues. Hyperscale data center production is set to triple by 2030. No matter how large Fermi aims to be, they won't capture full market share, and they'll chase diminishing returns with increased competition over time. So now we're left with an equation that won't balance itself. Just add water. 11 pivots becomes 20, 40, and so on as Fermi chases dwindling profits. And we've sacrificed our natural gifts, our identity, our slice of heaven on earth for speculation. I implore you, council, to do the difficult thing and say no to Fermi, regardless of the grandiose and often bellicose rhetoric they've thrown at you. They like to talk about an arms race. Think about what happened last time we were in an arms race with someone in Asia. It doesn't end well. Let's not leave the next generation to wonder why we squandered something that you can't put a price tag on. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ford, you'll be up next.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Ron Butterfield, and I teach Earth System Science. One topic that my students and I focus on is the Ogallala Aquifer and its role as Amarillo's main water source. In class, we explore how Amarillo's existence is completely dependent on a viable aquifer, as is the agricultural economy of the Panhandle. One of the big problems with the Fermi project is the amount of water that is used for power generation, because the steam has to be cooled down after it's spun the turbines to make electricity. Fermi America wants to build 4 Westinghouse AP1000 modular nuclear reactors. To date, there are only 6 of these reactors built and running in the world. 4 are in China and 2 are in the U.S., in Georgia. Everybody else has built these either on the seacoast or on rivers, sources of water that should outlast the 60-year lifespan of these reactors. Now, we may see 4 of these reactors built in one of the most arid regions of Texas. We have real-world numbers from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission about Georgia reactors. Just one of these reactors uses 12 to 14 million gallons per day of water. This means that operating 4 of these nuclear reactors will conservatively require 50 million gallons per day based on actual experience with the identical type of reactor. Fermi says that they will use a more water-efficient dry cooling system, but that has never been successfully done with the AP1000 reactors. Don't forget that 50 million gallons per day is only the water use of the nuclear reactors. The gas turbines and the AI data center will also need water. In its stock prospectus, Fermi said, quote, "The availability of adequate water supplies is essential to the operations and expansions of Project Matador. Prolonged droughts, changes in precipitation patterns, increased competition for water resources, or the implementation of a more stringent regulatory regime regarding water rights and water usage could limit our ability to obtain sufficient water for Project Matador." These are Fermi's own words. Did you catch that? Drought, climate change, and the competition for water resources could limit Fermi's grand plans. These things are pretty much guaranteed in the panhandle of Texas. As citizens of Amarillo, we should be very skeptical that Fermi can pull this off. And if they do, we should be prepared for much greater drainage of the aquifer than we are being told at present. Even if Fermi takes a maximum of 10 million gallons per day of water contemplated by the MOU with the city, that will not be enough to meet the thirsty needs of Fermi's project. So Fermi will be returning to ask for more and more. Overall, it appears that Fermi America gets the profits and we get parched.
Thank you, sir.
After Mr. Ford, Colin Furr will be up.
My name is Mike Ford. I hereby invoke the full protections of the TCPA. In war, truth is the first casualty, Aeschylus. Mayor, council members, truth has been the first casualty in Amarillo's war against transparency. I return to this chamber today seeking answers and accountability for an undeniable chain of unlawful acts that began the moment the mayor learned of Fermi's proposal on May 19th of this year. Within hours, he tasked the city manager, who in turn tasked the city staff to begin engaging with Fermi's representatives, all without any vote or authorization from this council. Then on June 26th, the mayor caused a letter of intent to be issued in the city's name, an unsigned document transmitted beyond his lawful authority and presented to the world as if it reflected the will of this council. It did not. From May 19th to today, 161 days, the city staff have devoted months of time and public resources to this project without knowledge or consent of a majority of this council. That is not a misunderstanding. That is a violation of the city charter. Mr. Mayor, don't council member Tips, Reed, and Simpson deserve the courtesy and the legal right to participate in a lawful process before the city commits itself to a $1 trillion nuclear venture? The Texas Supreme Court could not have been more clear. In Acker versus Texas Water Commission, a case about water rights, the court wrote in regard to the Open Meetings Act, our citizens are entitled to more than a result. They are entitled not only to know what government decides, but to observe how and why every decision is reached. How fitting and how tragic that this very council now violates that principle over the same resource, our groundwater. While this city's leadership has operated in secrecy, Fermi's material falsehoods have gone entirely unrebutted, misstating reactor facts, distorting our farmers' water use, and calling Safe Insane a design to expose panhandle extreme weather events. Yet the public and the experts who correct these errors are confined to 3 minutes, a civic tragedy that silences truth when it's needed the most. When I exposed the letter of intent falsehoods to this council and to the SEC, I received a cease and desist letter 5 days from Fermi's lawyers stating, and I quote, "Once a lawsuit is initiated, Fermi intends to pursue its claims aggressively, including discovery into others that have supported or republished your falsehood. Once started, there will be no settlement or off-ramp in the litigation, only a pathway to trial because Fermi fully intends to vindicate its reputation and hold you liable for false statements. I categorically reject the claims of falsehood. The truth is an absolute defense in law and in life, and it remains essential to restoring the public confidence and trust in this process. The mayor, the city manager, and city attorney have taken what was not theirs, the authority of the people and of this council, and only this council can restore it by repudiating their unlawful acts. Amarillo deserves government conducted in the open, where truth is not the first casualty, but the first obligation of public service."
Thank you, sir.
After Mr. Furr, Mr. Skank will be up.
Hi, my name's Colin. If you can't tell, I'm very nervous. I'm here today as an animal welfare advocate and a concerned citizen of Amarillo to speak about the proposed lease of the Amarillo Zoo to the Wild West Rehabilitation Center of Amarillo. A couple weeks ago, I was able to attend the boo at the zoo. Knowing how small the zoo is, I was amazed to see hundreds of families lined up to enjoy this annual event. What impressed me the most was was not the crowd, but the people who made it possible. Every zookeeper I met was knowledgeable, passionate, and eager to share details about every animal in their care. Their dedication went far beyond routine care, and it was clear that they've built a deep, trusting connection with those animals. One example was Rue, a two-toed sloth the keepers said requires constant monitoring and specialized care. Their devotion inspired me to research the species myself, and I realized how much skill and consistency an animal like Rue requires. And I have an article here written by Dr. Mark Kramer, just to give an example. The ideal environmental temperature for an animal like Rue is 82 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. That's very marginal. Their temperature will vary with their surroundings, of course, but the main reason is that sloths are poor body temperature regulators. Heat stress and hypothermia in disease may be precipitated by sudden changes in environmental temperature. So there's many animals like this that are in their care. They're very knowledgeable, but the main thing I want to hit on is that they each knew everything by heart, which is very important. Wildlife Rehabilitation, a fully volunteered organization, states that their core value is to coexist peacefully with wildlife and rehabilitate them so they can release them back into the wild. I have a deep respect for rehabilitation work, but such releases of zoo animals are strictly regulated under Endangered Species Act and Animal Welfare Act, and for good reason. Many animals zoo animals in human care cannot safely or ethically be released into the wild. So my question to the council is this: under this lease agreement, what does the future of these zoo animals look like, and for the skilled, dedicated staff who care for them every day? I stand here as an advocate for Amarillo Zoo, its animals, and the people who devote their time and passion to them. If the council still sees the value of this partnership with the lease agreement, I urge you to consider a compromise, one that allows the zoo and its staff to continue their vital work and give the Rehabilitation Center its own appropriate space to fulfill its mission. Thank you for your time and for your dedication to the city's wildlife and their caretakers.
Thank you, sir.
Tony Foster will be up next.
James Skank in the city. Is this thing on? Okay. As you've heard me say before, all good government starts at the local level, so does all bad government. We're trying to steer some good government and bad government and deal with it. We all know water's important, no doubt about it. The first settlers said, where are we going to get water? They suck in windmills in the ground, and looky here, we got water. We're surviving. Details on this Fermi matter shows that we can handle what they're wanting right now. In the future, we'll deal with that, but we're dealing with now. And plus, the agreement that I've looked over is going to do nothing but help the region and our city with different things like the infrastructure costs and needs that we have going on as we talk about every meeting. We're dealing with an AI boom, and I sort of relate it to the oil and gas boom, the gold rush. Things are happening right now. You can't turn on the TV and watch any business news channel and they're not talking about AI and how we're going that direction. I'm still trying to figure out how an LP plays with a little needle going down in there. Where's that band? With Claude and Pampa already developing their AI centers, the race is on even here in town, in the region. You know, we sort of all call this Panhandle area our town. And it's already happening here and around the U.S. We must keep up. It's hard for me to read notes. I usually talk off of them. Here's our opportunity to help ourselves and others, because this will be a magnet for the other counties also to come in. As with all things, this is a developing story. So in the years to come. Let's keep it developing, because that's what we're in the job of doing, is keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Up next, we'll have Ashlyn Major.
Hello, I'm Tony Foster, a mental health advocate, and I live in Amarillo, Texas. And I didn't have time, the last time we did this, to go over the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure for criminal diversion of people with mental illness and substance abuse issues. It's Article 1623, and it states, each law enforcement agency shall make a good faith effort to divert a person suffering a mental health crisis or suffering from the effects of substance abuse to a proper treatment center in the agency's jurisdiction if there is an available and appropriate treatment center in the agency's jurisdiction to which the agency may divert the person, which we have one. It's called Reset by Texas Panhandle Centers. 2, it is reasonable to divert the person. 3, the offense that the person is accused of is a misdemeanor other than a misdemeanor involving violence. And 4, the mental health crisis or substance abuse issue is suspected to be the reason the person committed the alleged offense. Now, currently, the Reset Center is only open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., but advocates are trying to work on that. When I did a tour of Texas Panhandle Center's Reset program, it was empty. So my question is, are we following the law in this town? Because it is quite explicit that police officers need to make a good faith effort to divert. It's right there in black and white. It's the Texas Code of Criminal Procedures. So quickly, what are we talking about here? We're talking about ending this costly cycle of perpetual incarceration and showing some humanity towards our fellow citizens who are suffering with illness. We shouldn't be punishing our neighbors with fines, incarcerations, and debasing them with a lifetime of criminal records for having symptoms and illness. Where is the Christian charity and compassion in that? There's also some pragmatism and wisdom here, council members. Helping treat people with mental illness and substance abuse issues saves taxpayer money. It's been proven in multiple studies that dealing with those issues on the front end through treatment mechanisms reduces incarceration and the tax burden on our citizens. But we have to invest in these ideas, gentlemen. This means our police officers need to be using the diversion center, and there should be 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week CIT officer coverage. Mental illness doesn't magically disappear after 8 p.m. at night. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Up next will be Jason Green.
Hi, my name is Ashlyn Major. I'm speaking against 9C. I'm here again as a mother of 4 to implore you to not make this sell to Fermi. As you know, last year we had a campaign that every drop counts. I don't think that that problem has magically gone away. Obviously, money makes everything seem more possible, but at the end of the day, we can't function if we don't have water. We can't function if we're putting out millions of emissions of terrible gases and particles into our air. I would ask you to behave as the men that you portray yourselves to be, men of God. In the Bible, the wisest man is Solomon. He's asked God for discernment, and he was the wisest man because he asked God for something so much more valuable than anything else, the ability to lead. I'm asking you, as the men that you are, to use that value, to use the authority that you have to make this city everything that it could be, and not to be guided by money, financial gain, by the amount of jobs that we know won't really come. As of the abatement hearing yesterday, we know that they've only guaranteed 40 jobs per stage. So if they go through with all 10 stages, we'll only be given 400 jobs. I don't really see how 400 jobs could be worth clean air, clean water, the ability to use agriculture as we have for hundreds of years. I ask that you would lead with discernment on this. Thank you.
Up next will be Cody Hicks.
I'm Jason Green. I'm not a citizen of Amarillo. I'm a citizen of Carson County. Will be one of the closest neighbors of the Fermi project if it happens. I have a big history in the Texas Panhandle. My family does irrigated agriculture, even working at Pantex. And I remember that your predecessors helped put this water project together, this large amount of water in Roberts, Carson County, even in your own county, Potter County, not only for the preservation of the public that you have in the city you have now, but for the future. And personally, looking toward the future, I believe that this project in this area could be a great benefit to not only the Texas Panhandle, but also the United States and the free world. Thank you.
After Cody will be Jason Green.
Hi, my name's Cody Hicks. I am a sixth-generation Panhandle resident, and I love this region, as I know most of you do as well, or all of you. I am a research intern at the Center for the Study of the American West, and I have spent the last few years studying our region. My sense of place and love for the area has only grown as I've learned more about its history and embraced its culture and landscape. I love our community, and I love our beautiful landscape. It is my love for our home, our community, and our lives that has brought me here today to demand that our future not be traded for any sum of money. There is no infrastructure that could be built with this money that could ever reverse even a fraction of the damage that Fermi America AI Data Center will cause on our natural resources. We have seen the negative effects that AI data centers cause on the natural resources. They damage the landscape, hike energy prices, and drain their water supply. This decision does not just affect those who are here today or those who live in the Panhandle. It affects everyone who relies on the Ogallala aquifer. The Ogallala supports 8 states in the High Plains region: Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Texas, as you know. 82% of those who reside over the aquifer rely on it for drinking water, and the Ogallala aquifer provides a fourth of the total water supply for the agricultural production across the United States. I urge you to look past the dollar signs and listen to the voices who are here today begging you not to sell out our futures and our lives for this deal. As public servants, it is your job and responsibility to serve your constituents, and our future depends on this choice. This is a matter of life and death, and for us, for you, and for our future generations. The city of Amarillo should have no part in this environmental destruction. Stand up with us in the fight for our future and say no to Fermi. Thank you.
We'll have Alan Feingold next, and then Charles Little after Mr. Feingold.
Alan Feingold. I live in the city of Amarillo. You may remember from the last session of the council that I spoke against the participation of Amarillo in the Fermi project. The proposal that you have is to sell 2.5 million gallons per day to Fermi. That would be approximately 912 million or thereabouts gallons per year. In return, you are supposed to get $8 million per year. It does sound like this is a rather limited involvement, but there is a possibility that the involvement will become much greater in the future. The potential cap suggested in the article by the Globe News on October the 17th says that the cap will be set at 10 million gallons per day. My guess is once that project gets rolling, that cap will be continually increased. But I'm just going to deal with the proposal that's made so far. $8 million a year to supply 2.5 million gallons per day is a pretty good revenue for the city. However, Public Works Director Donnie Hooper was interviewed and said, according to the staff analysis, they confirmed that the 2x rate, the high rate that you're getting, would essentially be enough to cover the maintenance and operation costs. There is no suggestion that the city is going to make any profit on this, whatever. I wonder, therefore, what the gain is to the city to sell the water if you're not going to make anything on it, if all the money you get from this will be required for maintenance and operations of the infrastructure, which is going to be installed by the Fermi people. Moreover, there's $12 million they're going to install. Where are they going to install this? Is this going to be a set of wells drilled on the city's water land up there in Carson County? Moreover, if they do that, when will they deed the land over to the city, if ever? There is going to be an enormous amount of dispute if you don't resolve these questions about who actually has a right to do what on the land that is occupied by the city's water field over in Carson County. Thank you.
Up next will be Thomas Cole.
My name's Charles Little. I'm a citizen of Amarillo. Last time I was here was the day that all but one of you was sworn in this year. I addressed the council at that time on transparency. Well, it doesn't seem like we got that here because of what I've heard today over all of this Fermi America stuff. It's part of it. I also against selling the water to Fermi America. The amount of water they want is crazy. Wind and solar take no cooling. They should put in battery storage to make that last when the sun isn't shining and the wind ain't blowing, which around here we usually have sunny days and windy days. When we have a calm day, it's a rarity. A cloudy day, well, it usually clears off by noon. So as far as the nuclear capability, I don't think we need to introduce any more of that into the Panhandle area. We do have Pantex. I can understand that. That's been here for years, and we have dealt with that. But to put in 4 nuclear reactors that do not have a good track record, that Fermi has lied about the reliability, is just wrong. So I'm urging the council to use some of this transparency that you promised me on your when you took the oath of office to put this to the vote of the people of Amarillo, just like we did when you tried to shove the sanctuary city thing down our throats and violate people's rights. So I'm asking you to do that or kill this project today. Thank you.
Up next is Kendra Seawright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to be a part of the Freedom Experience. My name is Thomas Cole. I live in Amarillo. I am speaking in support of agenda item number 9B in reference to the zoo. First off, I was taught to stand up, speak up, shut up, and sit down. I was also taught we have choices. In reference to the zoo, choice number one would be do nothing, which in my opinion is unacceptable. Choice number two would be do away with the zoo, period. Get out of the zoo business. Again, totally unacceptable. Choice number three, listen to the presentation to come later, accept and move forward. I propose choice number three for the following reasons. First, it's an investment in humanity. For example, in tourists, regional visitors, and visitors from all over. As a Texas Plains Trail board member, I am well aware of the visitors in the Panhandle of Texas, all 26 counties. Second, it's an investment in exotic and wildlife animals. This is critically important for the animals due to loss of habitat, which affects our ecosystem. Third, it's an investment in our future, our community, for Amarillo to continue to grow. It provides more educational opportunities. Now let's see if I can land this plane. In my observation, and it's just an observation, the best choice is combining resources. It's a win-win deal. Thank you.
After Kendra will be Jeff Poindexter.
Hi, Council. I just wanted to take the time to talk about, obviously, Fermi. I went to the Carson County hearing yesterday about the abatement and did find that they agreed to it, saw how many jobs that they were going to require them to hold. I have seen in Google and Amazon's work when they are working through their abatement agreements that they kind of sneak around the edges of how they require a job to be permanent. So I just wanted to address that first and foremost of all of this is great for our economy. You know, we're really excited about this because we're talking about something the size of Borger that is going to potentially have 400 jobs, things like, groundskeeper and facility cleaner. So keeping that in mind, of course, I also really did not appreciate the time that I was here this last time listening to all of the conversations where we had people that were from the neighborhoods across the street talking about Fermi and their lack of transparency and all the concerns that they had about their lack of understanding that this was coming. And I got to stand right on that sidewall and watch as one of the neighbors said that she was concerned about air pollution and noise pollution and light pollution. And all of these things would be bothersome to anybody that had to live across from a facility like this. But then I watched our pitched good neighbors from Fermi laugh. And they smiled and they rolled their eyes and thought it was really hilarious to listen to this lady explain what she was about to experience. I'm not under any guise that billionaires really care about, small farms, small businesses, people that are older and about to move out. But I would just like to point out that I do recognize that we are all in that same position. We are all more likely to be bought out and bullied down for our property by a billionaire and stalked and found all of our, information, all of our privacy is at stake, of course, if someone doesn't like us, if someone doesn't agree with what we say. I just thought maybe everyone should just be aware that you're a lot closer to that than you are to becoming a billionaire. Thanks.
After Mr. Poindexter, we'll have Seth Williams.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. I want to apologize. I'm not going to be as distinct or with as kind of enthusiasm as some of the people are here, and I apologize for that. I get nervous talking in front of people, but even though I ran for different positions, I still get nervous. But I need to apologize for the questions I'm asking because I haven't found them out anywhere. I'm not for or against the Furman project. I need to find out more information. but I'm just going to be asking a few questions. I'm retired from the River Road Wastewater Treatment Plant. They call it a reclamation plant, which is just a better way of saying sewage plant. But we ran as much as 8 to 10 million gallons of water and treated it every day. And I'm just wondering if the water that Furman needs couldn't be reclaimed water. It's one of the things I'm asking. I'm sure Floyd can answer that question. And I don't know how much water goes through the Hollywood plant. I just know they have a lot of problems. So what my question is, can they use reclaimed water? And if they can, are there infrastructures in place to send the water there? And if there is, who's in charge of the right-of-way procurement and taking care of all the infrastructure? And I apologize for only doing 2 minutes. Thank you.
Apology accepted, sir. No, thank you. Mr. Williams.
I don't think mine's going to be too much longer either, but my name's Seth Williams, live here in Amarillo. My family has lived and worked here in Amarillo for over 71 years. We think what you're doing is fantastic. We know that you have no control over whether Fermi comes or doesn't come. And this is really just a deal of whether or not you're in business to sell water, like you mentioned at the last council meeting. And I agree that Amarillo is in the business of being open for business, and being open for business requires being able to sell water and sell resources, provide resources so that we can bring, whether it's Fermi or other projects or companies that come to Amarillo. This is something that is needed, and I believe it's a good proposition for the overall Amarillo area. So, thanks.
Up next, we'll have Robbie Carter. After Robbie, we'll have Ricky Cantu.
Guys, do y'all care if I go before Robbie?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you're good, Mr. Cantu.
Thank you for your time. Guys, our towing contract is coming up before the end of the year, and so I'm here to ask you guys to take a look at that contract. T. Miller's got the current contract. We think we can save some money and some time on this contract, and so we'd like for y'all to take a look at it. Is there any questions y'all have for me about the towing contract? I don't know how much y'all know about it. Do y'all have anything? We feel like the contract worked well from 2008 to 22. 14 years we rotated that contract amongst the towing companies in town. It worked well. Didn't have any problems. In 22, Chief felt like we had some problems. I didn't understand them because there was you could write somebody off, kick them off the rotation. None of that stuff was ever done, so I didn't understand where the problem laid with that contract. Anyway, so the other towing companies that don't get to participate on the city record rotation, we just don't get a piece of that pie, right? And we're all businessmen. We all pay taxes here, and we want a piece of the pie. So that's why we're here asking for your time and energy on this. I know it's not as big as the other stuff you'll have to fry, but it's important to us. We currently, T. Miller probably has around 20 tow trucks. When we were on rotation, we had the availability of 120 tow trucks. So winter storms, flooding, you could say you had a tow truck available at any time. At this point, I don't think you can say that when you have big storms. Also, the ETA that we have our emergency responders holding scenes went from 20 minutes to 30 minutes. And I think we can still reduce that down to about 15 minutes before a tow truck should show up,
We are for the tow truck drivers and tow truck operators are first responders. They should be able to get there pretty quickly. So thank you for your time, and if you guys could get with us so we could start a meeting about a towing contract, or if it's available. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Carter, and after Mr. Carter, we'll have DJ Stubbin.
I'm Robbie Carter. I'm the operations manager for Sierra Towing. I don't live in the city. I just operate a business out of it. I agree with everything he just said as far as the availability for tow trucks and getting the firemen and police officers off the side of the road quicker. I don't know. That's about all I got to say. I appreciate your time.
Up next, we'll have Megan House.
Mayor Stanley, City Council, and City staff, thank you all for serving us. And my name is DJ Steuben, and I'm a resident of the City of Amarillo. And I purchased Welcome Partner 4 decades ago, and I have over the years served with every mayor, I think, since Keith Adams. In one way or another. And I know that your job, that you make all this big money, what is it, $20 a week, something like that, not even gas money sometimes, but I know that you all work very, very hard. And I've worked with, I took Amarillo 101. It was a class that was made for citizens to go through and learn all the departments and all the things that go on in the city. So I know that you have to be educated. And one of the mayors that I served with and I love dearly, as a friend, as soon as I learned about Fermi, I started watching about it in the news. And whenever I saw that the former mayor was involved with it. I know that man, and I know that he is godly and that he researches everything. I know that the decisions you make, y'all don't just sit down and toss a coin, that there's a lot of discussions that go on, and it's on our behalf. And so I'm with Welcome Partner, and we would welcome Fermi, and we look forward to serving as best as we can as a result. Thank you all for what you do, and this is the first time I've been in this room that I haven't surprised somebody. Thank you.
Up next will be Jean Miller.
Hello, my name is Megan House. I'm a local resident of the Amarillo area. I'm against us selling to Vermeer and letting our AI basically run through thousands of pipelines and a nuclear reactor and then back to us. That's the reality of what it will be. We have drought warnings every year, fresh warnings every year. Do we really need to lose water to that? We serve 8 states with this aquifer, and when the aquifer runs dry, most aquifers turn into sinkholes. Most people don't realize that. If we lose all of our water, we are a gorge like the Grand Canyon. That's what that becomes. That's what we become. And it takes years for aquifers to replenish their water. We get 30 inches of water a year. 30 inches in our local area, no matter where we're at. Is that enough to sustain this entire world? Is it enough to stay in our everyday? I don't think so. We live in an arid area. Places where dugouts were built and dugouts basically caved in because people didn't have water and there was not enough water in our air to sustain their homes. I don't want to go back to that. My only question is, do you? Thank you for your time.
Up next will be Mark Johnson.
Mayor Stanley and City Councilman, thank you very much for allowing the opportunity for public input. Thank you for what you do. I don't have notes. I'm just going to speak to you eye to eye and from the heart. My name's Gene T. Miller. I'm a resident of Amarillo. I'm a certified wildlife biologist. I've been blessed to have this career for 47 years. I've been working here in our region with farmers and ranchers in this 56 county region of the Panhandle and South Plains for the last 36 years. I'm not a hydrologist, but I have done a lot of work with the Ogallala, restoration of playa wetlands, restoring hydrology of playa wetlands where our recharge comes from, as well as riparian restoration in the eastern Panhandle. So I know about stream flows, I know a little bit about water, not to be a hydrologist or claim that whatsoever. Our median long-term recharge here for the Ogallala in the immediate Amarillo environs, as y'all know, is about only 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch per year. This proposal for yielding up 2.5 million gallons a day for this project, thinking strategically, long term, not just transactionally, looking at the dollars right now or benefits that some people might see short term, but looking at it strategically, long term, gentlemen, it's just not sustainable. It's not sustainable. So I as a constructive counsel or constructive criticism offering to you, I would just hope that you would please consider not approving this. It is absolutely not sustainable. And what we're talking about long term is the diminution or the depletion of water for human use here in the Amarillo area, not even talking about agricultural and other uses. This is not to go against the President's putting America first policy in any way, but it's just trying to be practical and truthful about this. As the pastor said, thinking about it and operating with integrity. But I would just ask you to think long term, strategically about this. It's not sustainable. So I would implore you to not approve it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Up next will be Thomas Tuchek.
Mayor, City Council, thank you again for having me. I'm just glad to say I know I'm on the right side of the table when my dear friend DJ has spoken. I'm not speaking out of turn. I'm definitely in support of the Fermi project. I'm a citizen of Amarillo, but I want to speak to you from the perspective of a United States Air Force veteran. I've always believed that energy and resources are the real fuel behind our freedom. I used to think that buying foreign oil was our biggest weakness. Depending on others for something so vital never made sense. But once I learned how the petrodollar system kept America at the center of global finance, I realized that our true strength came from control of energy markets and trust in the United States dollar. That's why it hurts to see projects like Fermi's data center run into obstacles and the 1.5 billion CVMR rare earth refinery in Amarillo fall apart. The refinery was supposed to be the first of its kind in the United States, breaking China's monopoly on rare earth processing, materials needed for AI, defense tech, and clean energy. But despite the 2022 groundbreaking, construction never started, and now that deal's dead. Losing Fermi and CMVR isn't just about Amarillo. It's about America's hesitation while China keeps sprinting. They're building data centers and reactors and refineries faster than we can hold a city council vote. Every delay is another missed chance to prove that we can still build fast, clean, and smart the way we used to. We don't lose our superpower status because of debt alone. We lose it when execution, innovation, and national confidence erodes. Energy independence and technological dominance are the new battlefields, and right now the scoreboard doesn't look good. As someone who served to defend our country, I can tell you, the world still respects America's strength, but respect isn't permanent. It's earned, one project, one innovation, and one success at a time. I hope you do vote to support Fermi and getting the water. Thank you.
Up next is Al Patel.
I'm Thomas Tuchek. I am a resident of the Amarillo. I live in the city limits. I've just handed a petition that we've started since Friday with almost, I believe, 700 signatures of citizens that are concerned and not for this sale. So that's the first thing I wanted to lead with. The next thing I would like to lead with was about the last meeting, since we weren't able to ask questions necessarily after they were presenting and everything. The first thing I would like to do is apologize to Mr. Sizemore that we weren't able to be here. You know, he seemed annoyed, not annoyed, wrong word, disappointed that, you know, some of us that made comments weren't able to stay. Some of us have families that we need to take care of. Some of us have jobs that require us to be up at insane hours. I'm here on my day off, one day off a week, to come and talk to you guys. And then next, I would like to give some quotes from you guys to show where we're kind of frustrated. First one from Mr. Cole Stanley. I don't get an opportunity to have a discussion with you before Chancellor Mitchell gets to decide what he wants to do with his property. Next would be from Mr. Don Tips. There's not anything being done in secret. And I really want to believe that. I truly do. But then Mr. Sizemore came on and he said, "Thank you to our city staff who has worked diligently on this project for 5 or 6 months." If they've been working on it for 5 or 6 months and we didn't know about it and somehow you didn't know about it, that's concerning to me. Like, if our council members, Mr. Tips, you said it wasn't in secret. If you had no idea this was going on, how? That's something you should be involved in. I would like to commend Councilman Simpson for pushing to hold back on this for a moment until we get more information, until the public can get the information we're looking for to understand what's going on. Because as you can see, we're here every single meeting saying we don't want this. And I understand you're doing what you feel is best for the city. And you may feel like you're being strong-armed. I don't know how to say his last name, Toby, said he'll just go buy 11 cornfields. And I see, like, you're like, you know what? If that money's going to go anyway, that water's going to go, why not benefit our city? But this is a Pandora's box you're opening. 2.5 million gallons per day right now, and then it's going to be a 5.5 million down the road, eventually up to, 27.5 is just their estimate. That's just an estimate. We don't know if that's going to be the case or if it's going to be the 50 that was mentioned earlier. So that's all I want to say. And like they said when we started this, you know, lead with integrity, do what's right, and just think about your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. My name is Al Patel, and I reside in the city limits of Amarillo. I'm here to speak against 10F. I represent my community who own and operate 73% of the hotels. In the last 10 years, we've built more than 18 hotels with a value of $250 million, paid the permit fees, and received no incentives from the city. We are here because the developer wants a historic building to turn it into his dream, using our hot tax dollars and public tax dollars, okay? Are you able to see how this is unfair to all businesses who pay their fair share? Why are we even contemplating on whether you should enter into this agreement with this developer's track record? Has the embassy and courtyard downtown not taught the city anything? Let's tell the truth. This is not revitalization, it's privatization. A transfer of wealth from taxpayer to a private developer. And worse, is being justified as it will bring visitors and businesses to Amarillo. We were told the same rhetoric when the embassy was in the works. We need it, and it will help bring conventions. We'll have citywide sellouts. Has not happened. I stand here with a message that is crystal clear. Public funds are for public good, not private fortune. Listen to the ask that the developer is coming for. This developer is asking for excessive incentives, 100% city hotel tax rebate for 5 years, 50% more for 5 more years, 100% of the state hotel tax for 10 years. That's 15% total hot tax. 100% of the state sales tax on food and drinks for 10 years. A refund of his property taxes through the tiers. A 45% historical grant funding. And on top of that, he wants $900,000 for extra remodeling and $200,000 cap on permit fees and the taxpayer-funded feasibility study. In total, this deal will cost the economy over $20 million. This request is unreasonable. Amarillo must stand together and reject it. Our money should be invested elsewhere in the community. The outrageous price that he says of $400,000 per key is ridiculous. A $100 million project. For local developers, they will be able to build a branded hotel for $150,000 per key, which includes the lands and the permit fees. This developer's dreams, and we are paying for it. If we demo the building at $5 million cost and we build 226 units, this would cost $39 million. His ask is $61 million above what it should cost if we built new. Before we do anything, we need to have a town hall meeting, because the way this is set up needs to be reevaluated, or else we're going to open up Pandora's box with hoteliers wanting free tax money downtown. Developer said the other day that he is asking for that people don't know where Amarillo is. Why do people know where Amarillo is? Well, he's going to take $13 million of our tax money, that hot tax, that would be used for tourism. He is going to be taking that. His ask is ridiculous. Let's have a town hall meeting.
Mayor, that's everyone who signed up.
Thank you, Ms. City Secretary. I know we have a few people. We're going to change up a few things here today. This is engaging, supposed to be that way. So I hope when you look up here, you don't see just people looking down, not paying attention, not listening to you. We're engaged. We're listening. It's hard for you if you don't know what we're hearing. So let me give a few remarks, and then we'll re-engage with additional speakers. But here's what I am hearing. As a point of clarification, to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, no water sales from the city of Amarillo to any new industry. Perhaps coordinate a meeting to discuss water conservation, not water distribution. You realize we were elected to set policy and to assist in the running of the enterprise. It's a water billing enterprise. It's sewer and water enterprise. It's a business. And so we feel like we're doing a good job when you say do what, operate with integrity, do this for the community. You realize you're asking us to get out of the water sales business, if I'm hearing you correctly. If what I'm hearing you correctly is sustainability is the goal. We're looking for water conservation, not water distribution. And so if that is the case, I'm in the wrong business, you realize. And I'm measuring my words very carefully, knowing that you will quote these back to me. So I want to make sure you understand. I'm trying to hear you. Selective industry restriction, perhaps. Maybe sell water to Xcel. We do like power, I believe. I think we still want power generation and lights and heat in the winter, air conditioning in the summer. So Xcel okay, Fermi not okay, right? Or it's just the next deal. You're having a conversation with us over a very limited amount of water in what we sell. 2.5 million gallons a day, large amount of water, large amount. 8 million gallons a day sold to Xcel, larger amount of water. We have golf courses. We water those now. Should we not? We have yards. We have policies that we mandate that you put in sod, sprinkler, vegetation, because we want it to look good when you build new buildings. Do we want to have zero landscape policies where we restrict it? If you want to redirect us, then that is your right. That is why we're here to listen to you. If that's not the case, and we do have water supply, and this conversation has been portrayed in a way that's not accurate, meaning, yes, it's not sustainable here in the panhandle of Texas for the next 200 years to run farm, ranch, and agriculture, to grow corn crops, then help us do our job. Let us go get the experts and the people that are hired to do this at the Texas Water Development Board. Let us bring in the Panhandle Groundwater District. Let us coordinate the meeting so that then you can speak to the people that are involved in water conservation. We are involved in water distribution. And so I'm at a little bit of a loss with what I'm hearing. I understand what you're saying with AI. I understand what you're saying with concerns. And I'm not advocating for 300 data centers in the Panhandle. I'm not advocating for 300 corn crops growing to produce ethanol. I'm not advocating for 300 dairy farms. But I do drink milk, and I do like dairy farms, and I think that one of them is okay. I'm not against the Fermi project because I know one of them is okay. Like, I know that this amount of water here is well within what our percentage is that we're being told by our authorities. This is 1 acre foot. This is 1 unit that we measure. So I want to hear you. I want to re-engage. I'm going to allow council if you have any remarks, and then we're going to change it. I'm going to ask anybody on the front row. If you want to speak, you're going to line up in the center aisle. Everybody else will stay seated until we call the next row. Council, do you have any remarks before we move forward? Thank you for hearing me. Now let's continue in the engagement, hopefully, because it is a conversation that we are having. It is an investment in time. And so basically we need direction. Like, where do we go from here? Front row, anybody like to give comment here on my right side?
Mayor, I missed one. Can we ask Madison Boyle to come speak?
Okay. Ms. Madison Boyle, you are the last speaker, I believe. And then after that, we will call. Afternoon, ma'am.
Now I feel fancy and official. Hello, thank you for having me. Okay, hello. My name is Madison Boyle, and I'm here to speak against item 10B. I'm a citizen of Randall County, and I've lived in the Panhandle my whole life. I want to start by saying the last city council meeting on this matter felt like it was intentionally dragged out to an unreasonable hour, pushing away working people who took time out of their day to show up and be heard. I hope we can do better about this in the future. Fermi America stood before you and said that if the city doesn't sell them our water rights, they'll just buy 11 cornfields. Well, let them try. Who's going to sell their farms to them? And why are they threatening our agricultural industry like they're holding it hostage? That statement alone tells you what kind of neighbor they plan to be. Our farmers are the rest of the citizens who reside here are the foundation of generations of livelihoods in this region. You can't just replace them when the soil dries up or the wells run out. That's why our natural resources are so important and why we should be careful who we let access them. I have fears that this water won't be able to be repurposed because of the nuclear contamination, and I feel like it's just going to be evaporated into the air without actually going back to us. That's why it's dangerous. That's why it's going to drain us so fast. XL can be repurposed. Fermi can't. You are not just here to run the city like a business. You are here to protect your people. I understand that you have to do business, but it shouldn't be at the cost of your constituents' well-being. You've had experts stand up here and tell you that this is a dangerous game. Please don't ignore them. You've said that the city would sell water to Fermi America at twice the normal rate. If this deal is so safe, if it's really so beneficial, then why the need to double the price? What are you trying to offset? What risk are you quietly admitting exists? The truth is simple. Once our water is gone, it's gone. Corporations like Fermi America will move on, but we'll still be here to deal with the consequences. This center will bring nothing but destruction to the Panhandle, and I implore you to refuse this deal and to protect your constituents. I appreciate you for giving me the time to speak, and I appreciate you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madison. Thank you, citizens. At this time, anyone who has not spoken, Ms. Claudia Stravato, yes, oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Go ahead and make your way up, and if you'd go forward with your remark.
Before they speak, just I want to take you through a brief history lesson, not just of Amarillo, but of the United States. And we go back to 1867 and Seward's Folly and the purchase of Alaska. The sentiment of the public was it was a waste of money, $7.2 million of the treasuries. And we bought it. 29 years later, we discovered gold. 35 years later, we discovered oil. Ask yourself if that $7.2 million investment in Alaska was worth it. Down in Canyon, every summer we have a musical that portrays the sodbusters versus the cattlemen. And the arguments that they had, that either side, it wasn't good for either of them. And then the railroad cutting through. Where would we be in that westward expansion if it wasn't for the railroad? Think about the space program. At the time that it was debated, it was an extravagant expense from our national treasury. And where would we be today with our computers, our technology, if it wasn't for the space program? We are at a point in our history that is extremely important. Fermi plays a part in that because of where we are as a nation and also in the world. AI is here, and it isn't going anywhere. The railroad, what used to take 6 months to cross this country, cut it to 2 weeks. When we look at it at a national scale, our aim is Mars. And why? For those rare earth minerals that we try to get here are in abundance in Mars. We can't get to Mars right now because it's 8 months away to extract those resources. AI is going to help us determine what we have to do to build the spacecraft to create the speed that's going to get us there. So think about those things in history that were all considered extravagant expenses and folly, and where we would be today if those men didn't go forward and spend the money, spend the time, and the effort in getting those things done. Thank you.
Ms. Professor.
Yes, I'm speaking today specifically in regard to some very hateful and fear-mongering going on Facebook. It's just dreadful. It appears that opponents of Fermi are not really informed about the origin of the project and when our community knew about it. I have followed every story on the Amarillo Tribune and the Amarillo Globe News, and they've done an excellent job of covering this subject. I've also done research on my own about our water capacity and longevity and about the Trump administration's executive orders regarding this project. My conclusion is that this project was on the drawing board long before we ever heard about it. And its complexity and its highly technological nature makes it difficult for the average person to understand. Granted, our community was not consulted during the planning, but the project appears to be part of the federal government's security and advanced technology program. And I don't think that it's going anywhere either. It's not going away. While it's ironic that water is an issue in a high desert area, and it's a valid concern, if you look into it, you'll find that we're in an excellent shape and that our water has been carefully shepherded by employees, city employees, for many years, and we're in good shape. However, a serious water conservation program only makes sense and is needed. Finally, demonizing and attacking our city commissioners is fear-based and uninformed and highly dysfunctional. They have not been involved in a cabal to trick the city. In fact, they were poorly treated by Fermi by not being brought in on the planning early. Their task now is to take advantage of a unique and sensitive opportunity and to make sure that our city has the capacity to handle the population increase as it impacts our housing availability, transportation, education, and our healthcare facilities. And I want to encourage everybody to vote for the proposition that's going to be on the ballot next week for a huge amount of money to be devoted to the Texas Water Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I apologize. I missed my councilman to my left here.
That's all right. I just turned it on after Mr. Reed. I want to make four points of clarification. I saw nowhere in this city where we had any concern on producer-owned beef and 3 million gallons a day. 3 million gallons a day was approved for producer-owned beef. Zero concern on water consumption. Number two, 1.1 trillion gallons per year in 2023 without AI in the top 26 counties. If we are truly concerned about the impact to this part of the world, 1.1 trillion gallons, 1.1 trillion gallons in the top 26 counties is being used every year, 96% of that in the ag space. Number three, Fermi can buy the water. They have enough market cap and enough dollars that they can go buy water rights and install their own wells, and we have no recourse on that. The city would not generate any revenue if Fermi goes and buys their own wells and puts them in themselves. We lose an opportunity to increase infrastructure and improve our infrastructure at the wastewater treatment plants. And number four, the most important part, in the southern Ogallala, south of Lubbock, they're down to 30 feet of saturated thickness. Those individuals, the farmers that have lived on the land, they're selling that land. And where are they moving? They're moving to northern Kansas and Nebraska, where there's 600, 700, 800 feet of saturated thickness. So the very individuals that are living on this land and have been there for 4 to 5 generations have depleted the resources. Now they're moving on. Just let those soak in.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other remarks from council before we continue with public comment? Okay. Mr. Fisher, do I have anyone else on the front row that'd like to give public comment? No. Anyone on my right side, second row, if you line up in the middle. Yes, sir. If you'd line up in the middle, that'd be great. Mike Fisher, you're up.
Before my time starts, I'd like a statement of fact on the Interceptor project. Has it come online yet?
As a statement of fact, what is the schedule of bringing that online? It's under construction, sir.
Yeah, it's probably 97% complete.
It'll be online soon.
All right. Item 10D, the $20 million grant from the Texas Water Board. I'm against that. I think it has everything to do with the Interceptor. These guys just told us not too long ago it was days away almost from their description. I think it's being delayed on purpose so you can keep saying that the Hollywood plant is at 75% capacity so you can keep milking these grants. I've already filed fraud complaints against for this, and there's many of them to come. Item 10F, the proposed, I'd like to also address the water. You guys are going to vote 5-0, because you always do, just like the previous council. What in Ginger Nelson's going on here? 90% of the people are against this. Pretend you represent these guys. Don Tips, quit looking down at people and telling people they don't understand. I mean, I guess we're not as smart as you guys. And let this sink in. 90% of the people are against this. You guys vote 5-0. That's not representation. That's theater. Somebody pretend. Give us something. Two people vote no. Make us feel good about this. The deal with the hotel at item 10F. I've given you a packet. I'm about to give a an incentive laden with tax abatements, $100 million hotel to Mr. Todd Harmon, who has been in a lot of trouble. Did we do our due diligence? What's Mr. Freeman's connection to this guy? Because he shut him up when he was over there being confronted by Craig at the Tiers meeting. And Mr. Harmon, that packet that you have, he's been in a lot of trouble. He's had a recent lawsuit just 2 months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, for $70 million that he owes a bank, documents that he signed and a loan that he's not paying back. He's been convicted of theft by check. He's sued or been sued by his own family members. I'm not sure who's suing who. And there's other personal matters that I'm not going to bring up here because it's his private family, but it seems like he's not taking care of his own family. I'd like for you guys to really take this into consideration, and I'd really like for you to look into Mr. Freeman here. He's in the middle of all this. What's his agenda? Why would he stop Harmon from talking to somebody? Why do these guys get the table? When do I get the table? The CEO of Fermi gets to sit here almost. He was ready to put his legs up on his feet up on the table. When do I get to sit up here? When do we get to rebut a 2-hour presentation, a sales pitch? Come on, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Councilman.
Mr. Fisher. I may regret, but I'm going to engage with you. You might turn me into a clown on Facebook. But I've got a question. So your opposition to this hotel project. So you've given us this packet for the individual. Is there any other opposition? You said the incentives as well.
I own a software company. You know that. I have state contracts. I have government contracts. They vet me. I can't have a bankruptcy. I can't owe child support. I have to have good credit personally. I have to have good business credit. How on earth could this guy pass this? Are we vetting people? It's the law because you guys are required to be responsible. So I'm sorry, did I answer your question?
No, I mean, yes and no. What I've heard you lead an opposition, pretty good opposition. Like you've got a good following on social media, on your pages.
Yes.
So you lead an opposition, so I'm trying to understand your opposition. So I understand. But a lot of it is about the incentives and the things that are coming. Just a question, because I really want to understand.
Okay.
And I'm glad you brought up your software company. Because in 2008, you won the WT Enterprise challenge, correct?
Yes, $75,000.
$75,000. That's taxpayer dollars, yes? Because we decide what goes to that enterprise challenge, and we debated whether we were going to do it or not do it. We thought it was
Correct.
good. So you took a risk, right? You took a risk. You've been up here many times, and you've talked about you have very successful. I think you said $3 million is what it generates, each year now. You took $75,000, turned it into a very lucrative company. So great job, right? But I would guess, like you said, it was vetted. You competed for that money. They took a chance on you, and they said, You know what? This guy's going to have a business. He's going to keep it here, which you've brought, which we're grateful for. When I look at this, now, this set aside, we've got somebody that's willing to invest and take a project that, like Al said before, it's going to take about $5 million for us to tear it down. It's part of history. And the Tiers was set up for exactly this reason, just exactly like the WT Enterprise. There's a reason they do that, and it's to incentivize people that are willing to take a risk. So the Tiers also, this is an area of blight. We've got buildings that are dilapidated. We want somebody to come in, right? That's what we want. That's what the whole reason the Tiers is there. We want them to come in. Somebody's willing to take a risk. In looking at this 380 agreement and the other, this is metric based. It's like you get nothing unless you produce. And the economic impact that this has on the city is huge. Like, you talked about, and Al brought up this good point. CVB, we talked about, tourists, it's $1,900 a minute is what's spent here. So if we can incentivize that, and certainly an area, and help develop this, I know you're against downtown, that's what this is. So I don't understand your opposition
when you were a benefactor of taxpayer dollars and did a great job.
Okay, I'd like to start with addressing that.
Let me ask for a concise response, and then we need to keep moving.
Well, he went as
I
should be able to talk at least as long as he.
We
did.
want your response.
And I should be able to address each point in front of everybody because this is a big deal, and I have a lot of.
And I need to run a business meeting, and so what's your response, sir?
Why do you just cut people off? You're just like Ginger, man. You're Ginger 2.0.
Do you have a response, sir?
Let me respond.
I'm listening.
Okay. In regards to my company, I'd like to clear that up because I don't want people going off on my company either. With the Enterprise Challenge, to be even in the running for that, I think it's like 90% of your business must come from outside the area. So it must be, your product must be exported. So in other words, you're not going to help someone that might have a competitor in the city. So to get the enterprise money, they're not going to help you. They're not going to help choose the winners.
Okay.
With the hotel deal, we're choosing the winner. So here's what I ask that you do. It should be some sort of stepped deal. It shouldn't just be blanket money. And like Mr. Patel has talked about before, Deepak has, he says that their break-even point of the courtyard and the embassy is so much lower because of the tax abatements than the hotels that paid for everything. Come up with some sort of stepped way to make that break-even point is similar, because they can't compete with this when all these tax abatements are being given to them, and that's what I ask.
Okay. Let me ask if I can go ahead and move us forward here, because we are going to schedule town hall meeting for this particular topic. I believe it's trying to be set for Thursday, November 6th. So thank you for your response. Thank you,
Appreciate
Councilman.
it, Mike.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir, Mr. City Manager.
I'd just like to say that Andrew Freeman is an absolute man of integrity, a man of honor. He's a man of true public service, and I'm extremely proud to have him on my team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate the comment. Would you give us your name for the record, sir, before you speak?
Yes, sir. My name is Calvin Ruda. I'm here to speak mostly about the leasing of the zoo. Oh, yes, sir. Thank you. The leasing of the zoo to Wild West Wildlife Rescue and Rehabilitation Center. I've had the honor and privilege of serving alongside Stephanie Brady and a lot of the other folks who serve out at the center for the last about 8 to 9 months. And from everything that I've seen and everything I know about them, they have a deep passion and care for the proper care and the well-being of animals, regardless of the kind of animal that come into their care. And when I look at the zoo today, especially compared to when I was a very young child going and visiting it, I just think that a fresh breath of air and a new set of eyes on it in order to kind of change it up and try to make some real improvements, both for our community and for the animals that are being taken care of there, is exactly what's needed in order to revitalize that project. So that's really my main point here, is to simply speak about that and give the highest marks I possibly can to Stephanie and to the rest of the crew out there, Wild West, and I think that they'll do an absolutely incredible job when it comes to handling that. As a quick aside, before I do step down, I wanted to make a quick comment regarding FairMe and other things that have been discussed tonight. I can definitely tell that there's a lot of emotion, a lot of heat about this topic, but I don't think that a lot of the folks who've come up here and who've kind of had concerns about it are necessarily like ignorant Luddites who just do not like the technology or don't want to invest in new things. I think that there's a large mistrust for tech companies and AI companies and these other kinds of speculative businesses that have come into different communities and have shown that they're willing to be dishonest if it means that they can make a dollar. And so I don't necessarily think it's that people all of a sudden care about these topics, you know, even though they haven't cared about water previously, simply because this is a new thing they don't like. I think it's that there has not been a relationship and a trust built up within the community with these folks in order to trust FairMe or other kinds of groups to come in and do what they say and assist in the way that they're going to. So I would just ask that whenever these concerns are brought forward, that they're taken with the utmost kind of care and concern. Thank you very much.
We appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Afternoon, Ms. Hope. If you'll repeat your name for the record, please.
Yes, I'm Hope McCoy, and I live in Pleasant Valley, and I'm here in opposition of 10F, which I thought was off the agenda until, like you said, the town hall. But first, let me tell you about my past weekend. I got to go home to Kittiquay in Turkey, Texas, and I was really proud of how they have revamped the main streets with sidewalks and handrails, light poles like we have down here on our main downtown, and it was really cool to see. So seeing what Kittiquay and Turkey can do gives me hope that we can do something with Pleasant Valley's main road, which is River Road. And Mr. Simpson, I'm going to steal your words. You said before the Tiers 1 that downtown was an albatross around the city's neck, but because of success, you know, it's now making money here downtown. We already have 3 successful Tiers hotels downtown, so why does there need to be a 4th one, which would only be competition? I ask that y'all take the next step and make a 4th Tiers, look to the north, because with the coming of the President Donald J. Trump Advanced Energy and Intelligence Campus, I think the north side could use some revitalization and some new infrastructure, and a Tiers would be a great opportunity for that side of town. Do it from Hastings to Cherry and from Western to Echo. I started going to these Tiers meetings so I could educate myself. And at the last meeting, I heard that Mr. Harmon is asking for $900,000 for just landscaping. I can think of other aging parts of Amarillo that could use that $900,000. I know the Tiers Board hasn't decided anything, so like I said, I'm surprised to see it on the agenda today, even for the 380 Economic Development Program. So what happens to this 380 agreement if approved, but the Tiers Board denies Mr. Harmon's application like other applications that have been denied? I encourage you all to do your due diligence before agreeing to this. Huge deals that Mr. Harmon had, like back in 2019 when he was trying to redo the historic rural building at 219 South Polk that failed because of asbestos code violations to bring modern day safety compliance like a sprinkler system. The Herring Hotel is much bigger with even more asbestos in its 14 stories versus the rural's 110 feet high building. Upon researching the Herring Hotel history, I found that Robert and Letitia Goodrich also applied for the Herring, applied for Tiers, but they were told that the city told them not to do it. And also, Mayor Harpole said that Goodrich told Goodrich law firm that this didn't make sense because it would be in competition with publicly funded city-owned convenient hotels. It's simply not a prudent business practice for the city, and has also stated that the Herring Hotel was not in a good location. So I'll just ask y'all to reconsider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hope. Afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Tony Vincent. I attended the last meeting. I'm a little nervous, as you can tell, but I attended the last meeting, and I stayed from the beginning to the very end because I wanted to hear everybody. I was a little put off by Fermi, actually by Toby, when he was asked by, I'm not sure which one of you asked, but you asked, if we do not sell you water, will you continue with this project? And his answer was yes. So that throws y'all between a rock and a hard spot. That throws us between a rock and a hard spot. I'm a 5th generation Texas Panhandle farmer rancher. So I know about corn, I know about pivot irrigations, and I know about cattle. And I consider myself, I don't have a degree, but I've done it for 65 years. So I probably know more about it than a lot of people that do have degrees. The average irrigation pivot only works 3 to 4 months out of the year. So they're not getting 2.5 million gallons a day, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. My other point is they were saying that the pivots use 1,200 gallons. You know, we have 1,200 gallon a minute irrigation wells. We do not. I've talked to all my farmers up in the North Panhandle, and I've talked to Cremwa. I've got my numbers here. if a well produces 900 gallons a minute, then you're doing well. Most of them are between 300 and 600 gallons a minute. I watched how Toby behaved, and I feel like that he has pushed this thing down y'all's throats, and now it's coming back on the Amarillo population. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's my opinion on it. So I would just like to kind of pump the brakes a little bit, maybe take in the Amarillo, because when I'm also in real estate, so when we heard about this, we heard it was going to bring in all these jobs, and as of yesterday, I heard it was going to bring in approximately 400 jobs, and that's not full-time jobs, that's construction and the way it goes. So I would just like to ask y'all, and I do think that y'all are in a rock and hard place, and selling water is not necessarily a bad thing. Not that I like it, but I think you have to take care of the city as well as the population.
Thank you, Ms. Benson.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Kim Benson, Amarillo, Texas. I'm here to talk about 10F. I did email each of you this week and ask you to take 10 off of this agenda. To do your due diligence, check out Todd Harmon. A lot of us are upset that we're doing business with a developer that may not be who we need to do business with. I appreciate, Mr. Reed, you responded back to me immediately and said that you would visit with Mr. Path, and so I do appreciate that. Mr. Simpson, you said thank you for your thoughts. Mr. Tips, you did send back. I do appreciate the compliment that you gave me that I'm extremely intelligent. I don't hear that quite often enough, especially from my husband. But what bothers me is that you said the metrics, and you just mentioned to Mr. Fisher about that. So my intelligence started doing research, a deep dive, and I've been coming to these council meetings for quite a while, and there's a couple of things that caught my attention. I found a council meeting December 14th, 2021. Cole, you may remember that meeting because you were on place one. Mr. Harmon came to this council, or that council at that time, for another incentive, and it was with Amarillo LTEC. That business is no longer here in Amarillo. I drove by that address this morning, 1540 Research Drive. It is now Texas Hospitality Hospital. He still owns the property, so I'm assuming he still receives those incentives. So I hope that y'all have been checking on that metrics to make sure that he's met those metrics to still keep getting those incentives. You know, Hope mentioned, that's where I've been coming into these meetings long enough to watch that gentleman come many times with Mayor Harpool at that time, asking to help revitalize that hotel. Turned down over and over. So, Mr. Tips, if it is a good deal, why didn't we do it then? I mean, cost is way more now than it was then, you know, but, you know, I know what's in that packet that Mr. Fisher gave you. I will admit I helped him put it together. That's that teacher in me. Organize, but look at that. I don't think this is somebody we need to do business with. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Misty, you, and then Miss Cassie. Misty, you're up, and then we'll do Miss Cassie.
Hello, my name is Misty. First of all, I'd like to apologize to Fermi for calling them billionaire bullies yesterday. I understand they are not bullies, just businesses trying to make billions. It is my understanding that Fermi is going to get the water whether you negotiate or not. Mr. Mayor, you always ask us to come up with solutions and not just complain. So, I have come up with some solutions. There are two solutions that I would like to ask you to renegotiate. We have a $1 billion pipeline that needs to be run to a water source of 200 years worth of water. So I would ask that you add that to this negotiation, which you may not be able to. I understand that. But I'm going to request that anyways. Another thing that is wrong with this facility is the noise. And because it is next to a nuclear power plant, and these bombs can be affected by noise, I would ask that in your negotiations that you request that they put noise canceling walls within their facility to keep that from causing any disruption from next door to where it blows up our town. That's just something I would like for y'all to do if you could do that. If you can't, I understand, and I appreciate your time. Thank you for hearing what I had to say.
Thank you, Ms. Vigil. Ms. Cassie Green.
Long time no see. Okay, my name's Cassie. I'm an Amarillo resident, and I am a little razzed a little bit, and I just want to clarify that when I laughed at that you guys are the cabal of Amarillo, it's because that's kind of crazy and absurd, and I'm sorry whoever said that about you guys. But even though sometimes I find myself disagreeing with the decisions you make, that doesn't call for anything as the such. Okay, so I wanted to talk about my main concern with Fermi, which was the water. But after hearing you, Mr. Cole-Stanley, talk, I think that we're wanting to redirect it to not so much the sale of water, but more so like the conservation of water. And so on that, I'll discuss what Mr. Gene Miller said. So I consider him a professional. And he said that this was not sustainable. So if we could explore some of his thoughts, some of his findings, maybe have Fermi ask him like why he feels that it's not sustainable. But my math is not mathing, and I've done the numbers over and over. Why are we giving them 2.5 million gallons per day when, number one, they say that they have recycling capabilities? So I just don't see, the math is not mathing, why they need that much water from us. And then my other concern was I did attend the meeting in Panhandle, and there was a woman who lives across the street from Pantex, and she said that she was afraid because of having a nuclear power plant next to a nuclear bomb facility where you could throw a rock and hit the building next to it is very unsafe. And I feel the same after hearing her speak. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have anyone here on my left side, second row, that would like to offer public comment? Sir, did you speak earlier, or did you did? Okay, I'm sorry. We're limited to one opportunity. Thank you, though. I appreciate you. Third row, right-hand side, anyone offering public comment? Left-hand side, third row, public comment. Fourth row, right-hand side, public comment. If you guys want to go ahead and line up. Mr. Benson, if you want to jump in, you're fine.
My name is Ramesh Patel. I live in Amarillo. Sorry. My name is Ramesh Patel. I live in Amarillo. My English is not too good, but I wrote it down the notes, and my son can translate it for you. Is it okay?
Yeah, I'll let you have a translator, no problem.
Okay. As he said, he does reside in the city of Amarillo. He's Ramesh Patel. He's been living in Amarillo Boulevard, and his question really relates to Route 66 celebration. Coming in 2026, we'll be at 100 years. What is the plan for Route 66, and what kind of historical stuff are we doing for Amarillo Boulevard? As it's also historic. It's been neglected. There's been no money spent there, but a lot of those properties have also been renovated. They didn't ask for any tax rebates. They didn't get anything. They have not got any hot tax rebates, nothing like that. So, you know, these are areas of town that have been neglected. So he really wants to know what's the plan for Route 66 and Amarillo Boulevard.
Well,
26.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
In 26.
2026, yes, so 100-year birthday of Route 66. Lots of good plans. I'm going to direct you to Ms. Cashin Smith to give you a full update on everything.
But most of the city are working on a Route 66, 6th Street.
Right, I understand. I don't have
They're doing the lighting and everything. Why do you not bring anything on Amarillo Boulevard?
I appreciate it. I don't have the totality of all the plans. Let me get those to you, though. Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Benson, if you want to come forward.
Here I am again. All right, guys, I'm here to discuss item 10F. I'm going to refer this item as an OPM deal. For those of you that don't understand what OPM means, it stands for other people's money. I'm sorry to call Todd out, but there's a lot of proven business deals that don't look good that you've been involved with. For anyone that doesn't believe me, look up the facts. So what I'm saying to the council is stop the free tax giveaways so when you vote on 10F, the citizens are going to see who really does have good morals. Remember one thing, the citizens of Amarillo are paying attention to what is going on, now more than ever. Now is the time for the free taxes to stop. If this is such a great deal, then each one of you should be able to co-sign on this deal and be held accountable. I'm asking for this council to do what is morally and ethically right. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. We're on the left-hand side, 1, 2, 3, fourth row coming across. Anybody want to offer public comment? We're going to jump back over to the fifth row, right-hand side. Do I have anyone that would like to offer a comment? And coming across to my left, anyone on the back row? Do I have anyone else? Oh, Mr. Feingold, you've already spoken. We're going to limit it to one time. Yes, sir. I'm going to go ahead and hold to the rule here at this late hour already. Thank you. Do I have anyone else here in the standing room that would like to offer public comment? Okay. Yes, sir. If you'll come forward right after, tell me your name. Is it Nathan Smith? Is that correct? Right after Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon. I'm actually not here to discuss Fermi. Last month was Food Insecurity Awareness Month. And on November 1st, if the Charlie Foxtrot in Washington doesn't change, there's going to be a lot of people not getting SNAP benefits. 13,000 households in Amarillo, well, Potter County, receive SNAP benefits. Now, this will lead to a further hunger crisis, and I'm not sure if anybody's ever experienced severe hunger. The mental consequences of that are pretty severe. Rises in depression, anxiety, mental instability, all fun things, really fun, especially when we're in one of the best armed populations in the country. Lots of guns, and when people can no longer get food, they're going to do stuff with their guns. Some will pop themselves, some will go shoot up a school, some will kill their families. Crazy times. Some actually know how to hunt, and they'll be able to go and hunt. Those are, love them. But the problem is funding for our food banks have been cut dramatically, and there's a lack of awareness among the general population who have never had to deal with such things, where the food banks are and all that good stuff, how they can get resources. So I'm calling on this fine council of gentlemen. Use your resources. Reach out to your contacts. See if you can get your billionaire buddies to have an advertisement campaign, put up some billboards or some shit pointing out that we do have food banks. Have your donors donate to the food banks. That'd be great, because they're in a shortfall due to the fact that the federal macro level is Charlie Foxtrot. Fun times. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to say. I hate being here. Don't like it at all. I'm hoping you'll do what you can to mitigate a foreseeable disaster. And for the Fermi thing, that's going to be a disaster either way. Y'all have fun.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I believe we are to our last speaker here for public comment. Sir, if you'll repeat your name when you get to the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name's Josiah West. I live inside Amarillo and have lived in the Panhandle my entire life. I'm here to speak against item 9C. We are on the cusp of a life-altering opportunity for the Panhandle. Become the new Rust Belt at the behest of 5 people, or protect our livelihoods and pursue meaningful opportunities for our neighbors without oligarchs telling us how to behave. We must seriously consider the sustainability of our most important resource in the arid panhandle, our water. Will a temporary cash injection that won't go to most Amarilloans really be worth the risk when this project fails? Are you really going to let Fermi slap us in the face with cash to get their job-stealing data mining surveillance project off the ground? I hope, council members, that you seriously consider what it would mean to be the group of men that destroyed our futures. Every single industry in the Panhandle relies on water. Fermi has lied to us about projected water usage, just like every other data center has done in the U.S. to the detriment of the local populace. Their nuclear, gas, and data center cooling projections are merely speculations they will renege on once they start flying under the radar again, like other data centers. Can we really trust these rich grifters to go against the grain of other data centers and stick to their promises, or are we going to forget and wonder why we're out of water in 15 years instead of 30? Can we turn our industries around in half the time? So far, Fermi has already committed Amarillo to providing them 2.5 million gallons per day for an annual payout of $8 million, and could later upgrade it to 10 million gallons per day for $32 million. I would like to remind my Amarillo neighbors that the wells they are pulling groundwater from are designated for Amarillo when we can't pull from elsewhere. Are you really okay with putting yourselves lower on the ladder than these grifters? I think you've fallen for one of the oldest tricks, council members, in listening to these snake oil salesmen that will rape and pillage the Panhandle for profit. None of my neighbors will be protected from the fallout, nor will you, although something tells me y'all have options that don't involve water shortages lined up already. Please reconsider what it means to be the men that killed the Panhandle.
Thank you, Mr. West. So we've had everyone that has had an opportunity to speak here today. At this time, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. Ma'am, I appreciate you raising your hand, but I believe you spoke earlier.
I did. I just have a question because you asked a lot of questions.
Ma'am,
I just wondered if you could have a dialogue.
no problem. I'm going to grab you as soon as we get into recess here, if you don't mind coming forward. That's Officer Blanco to my right. Thank you guys for your patience. I appreciate everybody's decor and respect for your fellow citizens. We're going to take a 15-minute recess, and we'll be back to conduct the rest of the business. Thank you. Into our meeting. We have successfully completed public comment. We are now moving into our consent agenda. I've been informed, Council, that item 8G is not as comprehensive on the agreement as we need it to be between ourselves and Atmos Energy, and that they've pulled it in order to continue work on that contract, and it'll come back. So item 8G is removed. If I can get a motion for that, and would ask if council has any other items that needs to be removed.
Mayor, real quick, yes, item 8G is no longer needed. Atmos has another avenue to do that. Then item 8O, the Wonderland lease, we've heard back from their team. They're not ready with that just yet, so we'd ask the council to pull that out and take no action on that item as well.
Okay, council would ask if you have anything else on the consent agenda. Okay, would entertain a motion with the removal of 8O and 8G.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the consent agenda. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, we will now move into Section 9 of your agenda packet here, our discussion items. We're going to start with Mr. Chris Quigley coming up here for item 9A, a pilot program. Chris, are you the one running that, or do you have another presenter? Well, we would love to hear from Mike and Alex if you guys would come forward. You're up. Hope you were ready.
I was. I didn't. I just scribbled some stuff down.
Afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. City Councilman. My name is Mike Peters. I'm currently serving as the Executive Director of the Panhandle Regional Planning Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to come speak to you today. For those of you that may not be familiar with the PRPC, we serve as the Regional Council of Governments for the top 26 counties of Texas. Our board is made up of over 20 locally elected officials and community leaders who represent cities and counties across our region, including, of course, Mayor Stanley, who represents Amarillo on our board. Thank you, Mayor. The Plan Commission is fortunate to have strong working relationships with agencies such as TxDOT, the Federal Transit Administration, the Texas Department of Agriculture, and many others. These partnerships enable us to stretch local dollars farther and ensure Panhandle communities remain competitive for statewide and national funding opportunities. Within PRPC, the Local Government Services Department, led by Alex over here, who's joined me, has been the forefront of diversifying how we approach funding and partnerships. Over the past few years, that team has expanded its portfolio well beyond traditional grant administration. They've secured funding for infrastructure, downtown revitalization, park development, safety planning, regional mobility projects. They've also worked to build new collaborations between public agencies and private entities, bringing innovation and efficiency to how we deliver services across the region. Today's discussion is a prime example of the forward-thinking approach. The rideshare voucher pilot program that Alex will discuss in more detail in a moment is a partnership between the City of Amarillo and the City of Amarillo and PRPC, supported by the Federal Transit Administration through the Innovative Coordinated Access and Mobility Program. That's ICAM, I-C-A-M. To put a human face to the program like this, I'd like to discuss an event that happened to me personally at the Panhandle Regional Planning Commission. We had a veteran at about 5:05 p.m. He had his wheelchair battery run out right outside of our building at 5:05. I could not find any way to get this gentleman home. I tried pushing his wheelchair for 2 blocks. That was all my body was capable of. So he did allow me to get the key to go to his house and bring his charger back to where his wheelchair was. And I also had to drag a generator to the street corner and wait for an hour and a half to charge this man's battery to get him home. So there are instances like this that I believe I tried every avenue through the city, and I think we need to come up with some solutions. Obviously, I was the solution of the day, and I hope to be the solution in the future. But hopefully with this ride share voucher program, we can come up with better solutions. So anyway, this encounter struck with me because it illustrates exactly what we mean when we talk about mobility gaps. It's not just about moving people from one point to another. It's about giving people independence, dignity, and access to basic services like health care, groceries, or a job. That's why the program Alex is about to describe is so meaningful. The Rideshare Voucher Pilot Program is a creative and flexible transportation solution developed by PRPC with support from the Federal Transit Administration's, once again, the ICAM program. It's a pilot that will test how on-demand transportation like ride shares or smaller accessible vehicles can fill the gaps left by traditional fixed route systems and expand access to residents who need it most. Rather than getting into any of the details myself, I'm going to turn it over to the guy that's been working on this project for several years, and I'm going to turn it over to Alex Guerrero. He is our Local Government Services Director.
Thank you, Mike. I just want to say thank you, Mayor and council members. Also, city management. I know a lot of members of the city have been involved in this. And so what I want to do is just a great intro from Mike, kind of describing the role of Panhandle Regional Planning Commission, what we do. We serve the entire Panhandle region. My department focuses on community economic development, transportation, water, flood planning, and then city management services as well. So I really just want to touch on what we have here tonight is kind of how we are the lead transportation entity for the region, a bit of a context as to what we're talking about, and give a brief overview of the program, and then some ideal next steps. So I'll run through. So like Mike mentioned, our role in transportation, we serve as the lead transportation entity and so we, through that partnership with the Panhandle Regional Organization to maximize public transportation, that's the Prompt Committee. That committee steers a lot of our initiatives, plans, developments, grant applications, and they were instrumental in developing our 5-year transportation plan. And so specifically looking at the 2022-2026 transportation plan, a lot of the work and descriptions of why we're here and what we're talking about came out of that work. So that's our role. We also provide project management oversight in the ability to track our planning efforts, grants, and a lot of that comes with financial reporting compliance. So as you know, you're tracking expenditures, preparing reports, supporting audits. And what we've been involved in as well in the transportation arena for the region is prioritization of projects. So we're looking at the region as a whole. It's a very big region. We have 26 counties, 62 cities, and we're always looking to address gaps in services there. And so that's where we are looking. And we've been trying to diversify our portfolio to apply for grants for the region in combination with the city of Amarillo. So like I said, the Prompt Committee, this PRPC being the lead transportation entity started in 2006 through House Bill 3588. And so like I mentioned, the committee serves as kind of a sounding board for a lot of the work that we do. And so we bring forth applications, we bring forth planning efforts, and we are actually in a 5-year planning update as we speak. And so that committee is represented in various positions, county judges, veterans, people with disabilities, Medicaid, ACT, Amarillo City Transit, Panhandle Community Services, and the list kind of goes on from there. And so looking at a few years ago, and we're looking back at 2021, we were developing the 2022-2026 regionally coordinated transportation plan, specific goals that were identified to address in those next 5 years. As we could see, reliable access to transportation for low-income and or elderly persons within the region, increasing communication with the public and awareness, improving that coordination for transportation services, and then finding potential uses and potential funding for how do we address that. Ideally, that's really the core goals that we were looking at in the Prompt Committee as well at that time. and then we're looking at the funding source for that rideshare voucher program. So this is taking you back for the end of November in 2021. We applied through the Innovative Coordinated Access and Mobility Program through the Federal Transit Administration for a piloted rideshare voucher program. So this was in partnership, or to be in partnership with the City of Amarillo as that transportation or that transit provider. And so we've obviously had some switches in management and even with our administration at PRPC, but at that time we had received dedicated support to provide through the application and be a direct partner. So PRPC and the City of Amarillo would be a direct partner in that program. And so the Federal Transit Administration selected our application for award, and there was a bit of a time between 2022 and 2024, and I kind of dedicated here for you a little bit of a timetable. During the time period of award and when we became an eligible recipient, we had to go through specific legal requirements to be a direct recipient of the Federal Transit Administration, which we hadn't been before. And so that required us to retain an attorney. We had to go through different documentation, compliance, adopt policies and procedures. And so during the 2023 time period, 2024, we became that direct recipient. Part of the requirement when we were selected for award was that we had to reapply and designate specific deliverables, outcomes, what our partnership looked like with the City of Amarillo, and kind of establish roles and responsibilities. And so we did that late last year, and we were essentially awarded again more officially at that point. And so during that time period, we met with Amarillo City staff to kind of discuss details of that grant, parameters of that funding, what that looked like for maybe eligible recipients. And so I think collaboration and a partnership was kind of made between both parties at that point. And then during the, I'd say, spring, summer months of this year, we were able to kind of draft up what that contract would look like. So that way we're formalizing our relationship between PRPC and the City of Amarillo. And a few specifics of kind of what that roles and responsibility looks like. Part of the program is procuring an ADA accessible vehicle. And so that vehicle would be dedicated use for the program. And then after that program, that would have to be remained as continuous use by the Federal Transit Administration. So there's a bit of that language in there for the Amarillo City Transit to procure that vehicle directly. And then again, like I said, some of the meetings and what we looked at for pilot design and program rollout provided by our staff at PRPC, and then folding in progress reports, ridership reports, what sort of timeline we're looking at, what sort of rollout and marketing we're expected to perform. And then towards the end of any pilot program, we're looking at evaluation criteria, whether or not evaluation of that pilot is successful. So a little bit of a context into what an agreement would look like. So kind of touched a bit on this, but the role and responsibility of PRPC and the City of Amarillo, PRPC's sole role is to dedicate staff to design and pilot that program, develop what that program looks like in collaboration with the city. We would be developing some of the program deliverables, such as developing the eligibility form criteria for those that qualify. And as ACT is procuring the vehicle, some of those costs in the grant would be dedicated to that. And so I know there's been some time since we applied to the grant application in 2021. Some of those numbers have changed due to inflation and kind of cost per vehicle right now. And so we were looking at piloting a rideshare voucher program for 4 to 6 months is kind of that sweet spot. and then providing kind of updates and reimbursement requests to FTA from PRPC. So as PRPC is that direct recipient, and then our subrecipient would be the City of Amarillo. But this would be an Amarillo rideshare voucher pilot program. And so funding for the vouchers itself would be subsidized by a partial payment by the rider, and then taking on partial or full financial responsibility of the program participants. So overall, there is an intake process that would be developed through some of the lens of the program, and it would be limited, of course. And so this is really just a pilot. That way, if we're evaluating the successfulness of what that looks like in the rollout, that would be sustained. And so here are some of the ideal next steps of what Emerald City Transit, city management, and I have been talking and looking at, is really formalizing that partnership through an interlocal cooperation contract. So since PRPC is a political subdivision and the City of Amarillo is a political subdivision, the use of an interlocal contract is encouraged. And I would be meeting directly with Chris to develop those parameters and looking at what the intake forms are, what we're looking at, what the ridership reports may look like, what the marketing may look like at the very beginning, and really subsequent meetings from this point forward. So we're looking at kind of a 4 to 6 month sweet spot of a pilot program, and then Amarillo City Transit procuring an ADA accessible vehicle. And so the goal of this being a sustainable pilot and a sustainable program for the City of Amarillo, whether that be future grant funding or a source of funding mechanisms that are created. So that's a very, very, very brief overview of the program itself. I can touch on any questions you have about more of the context or numbers and figures, but we are looking at vamping this to be ideally for individuals over the age of 65, individuals with disabilities, those that are referred to by social service or medical agencies, and then the ability for the City of Amarillo to incorporate their needs and incorporate their target populations as well. So we are under a grant timeline and under grant parameters. However, I think that given the program context, that this needs to be something that the City of Amarillo can address their gaps and target populations as a need. So,
Alex, we appreciate your work on it. I know you've been working on it for a minute. So, Council, you have questions for Mr. Guerrero?
Yeah. What is the educational piece? Like, how are you going to get that out to the eligible citizens that obviously need this? You said a lot of it will be referral from, institutions or whatever of people that need it. But what's the educational piece, or how are you going to? You said market it. Is it going to be through the Emerald City Transit? Like, what's that look like?
That's ideally what we're looking like is partnering with the Emerald City Transit, and I know we've talked about the marketing department at the city is much larger than our marketing skills, and so we would probably leverage just some assistance there. I would think a pretty extensive marketing campaign on kind of what this looks like would be appropriate, just for educational itself. Yeah.
So, okay. I mean, I guess I would say think through that, figure out. We don't always do a great job of marketing. I mean, no offense to anybody, but it's hard to get that educational piece. There's a lot of things that we do offer at the city, programs and all kinds of things that people just don't know. We do our best to get it out, and that's what I mean. Kristen's doing a great job of trying to figure out, how do we communicate to the citizens, and it is difficult because we have a lot of great resources that just go unused because nobody knows. So I would say I would hope that this is not one of them, and that y'all would have a plan to be able to get it out to the people that actually need it, because I think it's much needed, for sure. So
and I would say too, to that point, is we're developing our transportation plan, and so a huge piece of that is the marketing component and education and survey outreach, really to kind of garner what the needs are. And so These are needs that were developed out of those surveys,
Okay.
and they are kind of reiterated again of just like additional mobility, transit, and coordination. But we would still do that again.
So this would focus on a temporary, or they're disabled, it could be both, right? Isn't that the goal?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
temporary disablement, if they're in a wheelchair for a while
Yep.
due to surgery or broken leg or something, versus someone who's permanently disabled that would need this on the regular.
Yeah, and I think the ADA accessible van is ideally, suited for that targeted population. So, again, there would be an intake process because there is limited capacity and participants in this, and that'll be part of the work that Chris and I kind of develop out of this is how do we strategically meet that? And I know there's going to be some challenges there. But,
yeah, great. Thank you.
Well, and hopefully this will reduce those 911 calls because that's exactly what I did. I said, I've got a guy out here, and they were like, well, we don't do transportation. And I was like, what do I do? And there just wasn't an answer. So I think coordinating with city staff, obviously, healthcare providers of the hospital, trying to get people off the street that are trying to get home, it's a safety issue. So.
Councilman?
A couple of quick questions. The study, the funding needs on the identified 5 goals for the 5 next year, study funding needs and potential uses of funds for transportation services. Ballpark, what do you think this is going to cost?
I'd probably enlist Chris to answer some of that question just because he knows what rides are typically costing, and then he has personnel and staff. And so, through the application, we applied for a specific number that we were requested and recommended to apply for. I don't know exactly what that number looks like, but like I said, I think Chris would have a better idea.
All right.
Yeah.
So are you asking, council member, for specifics as far as how much it would cost to operate this service over the next 6 months from the Amarillo City Transit standpoint?
That would just a ballpark. What is this new program going to cost us?
So for the vehicle itself, we're looking at some different options, but right now, just for that vehicle alone, we're looking at about $140,000 ask for that vehicle. Again, some of that will be reimbursed through Alex and their program. As far as the cost, our trips per hour for our paratransit services run around $32 per trip. That's what the actual cost is, but that's not what we charge. So just charging the cost that we're looking at, it'll be around probably, and I can get you a better number on this for our next presentation, but around $84,000 for the 6 months just to run this.
Okay, so total for the year, $140 for the vehicle and then $84 to run it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many folks will we service?
So right now we have it set up
population
for
look like?
about 352 trips as our target plan, but as we kind of reevaluate the program, we have several programs that's similar to this that we're running right now, and what tends to happen if you don't put controlling mechanisms in place, these programs blow up. So we have a AAA program right now. We, as Councilmember Tipp said, we didn't publicize that program because we weren't sure how it was going to work, and word of mouth kind of took off on that particular program, and we transport a ton of people in that program. It's a very successful program. So we have a standard right now that we kind of put in place for about 352 passengers per month is what we kind of target right now. But again, we want to really reevaluate that with Alex and sit down and come up with those new parameters, because we're probably going to add some additional things in there from a transit perspective for the city of Amarillo that's not in there as of right now as well. So,
And what grants are available?
So they applied for a particular grant for this pilot program, but we have our own internal grants that we use, which is not currently a part of this program. Our goal is to take the data that we collect from this and what Alex and his team needs to actually grow this program out. So what we're looking at, because we have 5310 fundings right now, and we actually have 2 of those grants set aside to grow programs out. So for seniors, disabled, those that's in need, low income, we're looking at several programs. This pilot programs give us an ability to take the additional programs we currently have and get more data from those that are really need and continue to close that gap of the transportation barriers that we have here in the community. So
is it unrealistic to think that we could do this faster than 5 years?
So that's Alex's program. I can't really speak on that, but
Yeah. So our current timeline is we have until October 1st to end and close out the entire grant itself, including the evaluation period.
Next October?
Next October,
Okay.
that's correct. Yep.
Okay.
So we were awarded an extension just a couple weeks ago, actually. So
It sounds like it's a pressing need for human health, so we probably should accelerate it, huh?
It will be once we get moving.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
We appreciate the information. If I could, I want to summarize a little bit on why this is important and why it would be good for the city. So let me summarize. PRPC did all the legwork. So they've gone out and they've been working on this for literally years in order to get it qualified and approved. We get to partner with them. They get to apply for the grant, provide the vehicle. Vehicle then becomes part of our fleet. Correct me if I'm off on any of this, but so we get the benefit of the vehicle. We also get the benefit of the data. So most people won't know unless they hear me say it again, but Chris's department runs on rider counts. And so we now are competing with the largest metropolitan areas that have far greater rider counts. So the state of Texas looks at that and they divvy most of those monies over to large cities. And so we now have suffered a little bit in what we get in state funding. So as we enter into this program, we'll be able to show more rider counts and additional flexibility on ride share and things like that. A quick example of something that I would love to see happen but hadn't got done. Head Start is a program where they provide education and they allow, I think it's even 6 weeks or 8 weeks and older infant care. So you have some young ladies that may go to Amarillo, High, Tascosa, Caprock, whatever, and so their obligation is to get to Head Start so that they can drop their son or daughter off. Then they have to get to their high school. Some of these ladies walk, and they don't have this service. This particular service could hit a segment of our population, not to mention we keep coming back to our seniors of how are we facilitating senior transportation and senior care. So there are gaps in our program for transit. And the good thing about transit is we provide it because it's state funded. And a lot of people don't hear that, right? So right now we are trying to provide transit within our overall working budget. All this program would do is create a new metric and database for us to be able to go out and show, we're a really good return on our investment. Plus, we're 110 square miles. We're not a walkable community as much as everybody wants bike paths and sidewalks everywhere. We drive, and it's cold in the winter. So we appreciate you bringing this and doing the legwork. I, for one, am in favor of kind of riding your coattails for the good of the entire 26 counties, because whatever we do here can then be pushed out and ultimately, affect these other municipalities as well. Not that we're going to provide that service. That's not us, but that's you. And so we want to help you. And it's kind of a win-win. So if I've summarized that, hopefully well, then that's what we're intending to do when you come back in November. Is there anything you want to redirect or be more specific on my summary about?
I would just add that, not only in parts of Texas, but parts of the nation, this type of model exists. So that is a proof of concept that can be similar and duplicated. So there are other concepts like this that happen and are successful, and we can certainly show those out. So, yeah. Just thank you for your time.
Well, we appreciate y'all being here. Any further questions for these gentlemen? Okay. Thank you, guys. We look forward to having you back in November.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, moving on. Yeah, a little applause for some good things in the community. And Mike, you thought no one would ever know about your day getting somebody a veteran back to their home. So,
He drove all the way from downtown to the VA hospital.
On that wheelchair, yeah.
And didn't make it. So, wow.
This is a good cause. Thank you all for your support. Item 9B, our zoo and Wild West Wildlife Rehab Center. So we're going to hand this over to either Donnie Hooper and Kashuba or maybe just Mr. Hooper.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Stephanie Brady is actually here to present this item. She's with the Wild West Wildlife Rehabilitation Center. And following the presentation, should you have any questions, Michael Koshuba would be available to answer any of those on the city's behalf.
Thank you so much. Here's the bear. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Councilman, for having me here today and listening to this proposal. I think we can all agree that the Amarillo Zoo is something that a lot of people feel very passionate about, and we'd all like to see it succeed and do well. And so I have some thoughts on that and how we can, grow it and make it something that we can all be very, very proud of. But I'm going to go to the next slide because some of y'all I know do not, I went the wrong direction here. Some of you guys do not know who I am or why I'm up here speaking. Again, my name is Stephanie Brady. I'm the founder and executive director of Wild West Wildlife Rehabilitation Center. I have 30-plus years in experience in wildlife care and conservation. I've been doing it since I was 15 years old, actually. That kind of tells my age. 25 years as a veterinary technician in internal medicine, emergency medicine, and wildlife medicine in Dallas-Fort Worth. And I also started running veterinary hospitals for a corporation in my 20s. I am appointed by Texas Parks and Wildlife to the Wildlife Rehabilitation Council, where we advise statewide wildlife care and rehabilitation standards that affect the state and all the rehabilitators within them. I currently hold active permits with Texas Parks and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and USDA, and they're all in great standing. Now, a little bit of history so then I can show you the direction as far as moving forward. With Wild West Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, I am not from Amarillo. I moved here 10 years ago. I was a military wife. We were down at Fort Hood for about 17 years. And I've always done wildlife rehabilitation for my home while raising 4 children. And, I would do 200 to 400 animals a year, and I could make that work. However, when I moved up here, I let Texas Parks and Wildlife know, hey, I have all this experience. If you need me, let me know. But I will be honest, it was super flat up here. Y'all didn't have a bunch of trees. And I thought, they don't have very much wildlife up here, I bet. But I was completely wrong. You guys have a lot of wildlife. And unfortunately, most of the wildlife was being euthanized because there wasn't a permitted person that they could go to. Some of the raptors and eagles were going down to South Plains, but everything else was being euthanized. So I went ahead and I met with Richard at the time, who was in charge of animal control, to speak about what we could do as far as not putting down all of our native wildlife because there wasn't a permitted rehabilitator. And through those talks, we were able to get some things changed. And I founded Wild West Wildlife Rehabilitation Center in 2016, where we care now for wildlife in 26 counties, sometimes 50 counties. We'll sometimes help South Plains as well. What started out as 200 animals coming in 5 months at my house in my laundry room with 4 small children. Quickly, the next year was over 700. And then the following year, 1,700. And I was like, Lord, if this is what you want me to do full time, we're going to need a building. And we were donated a building, and through the help of this amazing community, and I do mean amazing community, and Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and church groups and just different organizations coming out, we were able to renovate that building debt-free. It took us about 3 years, but we renovated it so that it can now care for over 3,100 animals a year, which there's no way I could have done that from my home. Our team consists currently of 4 paid employees, one of them being myself, and 6 AmeriCorps members, a part-time veterinarian, and over 30 volunteers. Some of those volunteers, I will say, have been with me for 5+ years, some as much as 9 years, back when I was doing this from my home. We provide education, programs, summer camps to all 26 counties. We even get asked to go every year to the Cannon Air Force Base, to their library, and to Clovis MSD to talk to their kiddos at their school. So we cover a very big area. And I kind of want to go over the partnerships because this has happened over the years. And right now, some of the partnerships that we currently have is with the Texas Tech University School of Veterinary Medicine. We have 4th-year veterinary students that do rotations. They can elect to do that through the Wildlife Center. Myself, as well as Dr. Wolf, teach and train with them during that 4-week rotation. It's been a wonderful experience for both of us. We also teach as guest speakers, sometimes at the companion animal classes at West Texas A&M. We do that every year. We also bring, one of our rehabilitators has some reptiles as well as we have native reptiles, and we go down to the pre-vet program for Vero for the students to be able to do their lab on reptiles. We're a part of the One Health program. We helped with the raccoon roundworm study recently. Well, I'd say within the last year, and we're currently working with them on the Asian longhorn tick study, which is an invasive tick that has come in from Asia through New Jersey, and now it's into Oklahoma. We're trying to see if it's here in our area, and wildlife carry a lot of ticks. We also worked with Princeton University a few years ago on a red wolf study. A lot of people think just that our coyotes in this area are a nuisance. There's a good portion of them that carry red wolf DNA that a lot of people were not aware of. In fact, 2 of them we gave to the Amarillo Zoo, Wiley and Luna. Wiley's almost 40% red wolf. And so that was neat to be a part of that study as well. We work with Phillips 66, provide annual migratory bird response training for them. And we also teach the wildlife conflict class to new officers at Amarillo Animal Management and Welfare. So we teach them on how to handle wildlife situations when they get calls on them. We also work with Pantex. We work with the biologists out there, and we're collaborating on conservation, education, and creating habitats. Prairie dogs are really the only thing that get rid of old world blue stem. And so they're finding that by bringing prairie dogs back into those abandoned prairie dog holes, that they are able to get rid of that invasive grass, and only natural grass returns once they leave. Potter County Sheriff's Office, anytime they call us regarding a wildlife conflict situation, we go out and help them. And last year, we even received a call. There was a cockfighting ring bust. Originally, I was told there was 27 roosters, but when I got there, it was 177. So I was able to call in my team, and one by one, each of us ladies went in there and captured them. Some of them with scalpel blades, and some of them with they're just very, very aggressive birds. That's probably the best way I can put it. And we also are part of WOW. We provide wildlife education programs. In 2024, it was over 3,500 students. We work closely with Texas Parks and Wildlife and the game wardens. They are a wealth of knowledge and help. And every year we do an open house. And in fact, this year they flew in a helicopter from Austin, as well as bringing in the Operation Game Thief trailer to educate the community. Most of our events, when we do events, range about 4,000 to 5,000 people showing up. So it's just great to be able to talk to the public and educate them. And of course, we work with Texas Department of State Health Services on zoonotic diseases because we're on the front lines of things like avian influenza. We see a lot of distemper, and we see a lot of rabies cases that we also submit. And we have AmTech internships as well, and we've had that for the past 6 years. Now, Wild West Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, when we're looking at the finances, I just kind of wanted to say, because I know we're looking at the budget of what the zoo has, I started with $0. I didn't have a big funder behind me. I didn't have somebody saying, I'll give you all this money and you do this. I literally was $0. As a wildlife rehabilitator, whether you're federal and or state, you do not get paid. So my first salary actually was in 2019. I made $12,000 a year. I was so excited to not actually be pulling everything from my pocket at that point. So what we have created, we have done with a zero budget. Wild West is completely debt-free. If we don't have the money for it, we don't buy it. If we don't have the grants for it or the financial backing, we don't buy it. We have grown from $58,059 in 2018 to $1,006,471 in 2024, and that's incomes and assets. That's a 1,634% growth in 7 years, averaging over 200%. And the reason why I wanted to tell you about Wild West Wildlife is so that you kind of understand what is possible with the Amarillo Zoo. Because I know right now the Amarillo Zoo is funded through the city, and there are financial constraints there. And so that's why I am proposing that the Amarillo Zoo become a nonprofit. Because as a nonprofit, you have access to grants, charitable donations, foundations, corporations, and also in-kind donations. We have had so many businesses throughout the Panhandle that have come in when we didn't have the funds to get electricity run through the building that stepped up and said, hey, we'll do it for you. Just put it on your social media, because we have a large social media following of about 250,000 followers on Facebook and over 100,000 on Instagram. And they have been very charitable in helping us get to where we needed to be. Tax-deductible giving, Also the ability to establish memberships and legacy giving, because I know that the Amarillo Zoo, from talking to people, some of you guys even have probably gone there since when you were a little kid. It's 70 years old. And so being able to, see it then and possibly see it now and grow would definitely be meaningful. And I know that, like I said, that there are city financial constraints. And this is a way to help save tax dollars for the taxpayers, even like myself, because I do live here in Amarillo. Operational flexibility. When you're working with a city entity, and I know this because I was a military wife for a long time, there's a lot of bureaucracy in getting things done. If it goes to a nonprofit, we get it done. And we can get it done quickly and accurately. And there's not so much time waiting for things to get approved. And another thing is staffing. It's important to get the right staff in there. I'm not wanting to bring everybody from Wild West. We're not wanting to bring all the animals from Wild West over. The zoo is the zoo, and it has mainly exotic animals and some native. We'd like to work with some of the staff that's there to see if they would like to stay. We'd like some retention. We think that'd be great. Also, by going nonprofit, there's enhanced animal care. We can work with enrichment programs, daily enrichment programs, and posting that, modernize the habitats. I'd like to work with Texas Tech, possibly getting the veterinary students over there as well, and creating a small clinic there where the animals can be treated, because currently they get treated on the spot, but we should have a facility there where we can bring a lion in to be properly anesthetized and worked on. And then again, increased emphasis on wildlife conservation, rescue, and education. And I know that those are current goals that they currently have there as well, and they've worked really hard to talk about that. I think it's just really important that we pour into this zoo because of the fact that it is the only zoo for over 50 counties. And I think it's a blessing that we have children in this community that can actually see things in person and not just on a textbook. And we're missing the boat if we don't steward this zoo the right direction and care for the animals and the community when it comes to that. Lastly, on this last page here, stronger community connection. Of course, we'd have a board of directors representing all the different views regarding running a zoo. We'd like to build some civic pride and ownership. When I look at the Wildlife Center, it wasn't just one person that built it was the community that built it for the community. We go out there and we answer call after call, rescuing animals, helping people, and I think the zoo needs to be similar. We're not going to go out rescuing those type of animals, but let them be a part of its success and it growing. Let them have some feedback in it. And I like to expand the educational programs and partnerships, like I said, with Texas Tech and the veterinary students. That's such a gem to have here. And with West Texas A&M University, you have a beautiful herpetarium, so why not have the bureau programs go there and the pre-vet students go there for those animals when they're looking at their hands-on labs and things like that they've learned. And then, of course, long-term stability with nonprofits through capital campaigns, endowment funds, donations, and just encourage transparency and accountability. And I feel like that's something that we've done really well with Wild West. When we do fundraisers, we let people know where the money is going and they actually get to see where it went. So looking forward at the vision of the zoo, again, we would like to set it up as a nonprofit. It would be separate from Wild West Wildlife. They would be completely two different entities. We'd like to look at changing the name to Amarillo Zoo and Sanctuary. And the reason being for that is because Sanctuary really talks about the story of the animal. A lot of people don't realize the different stories of the animals there. They don't even know their names. And people will get behind that when they understand, oh, this animal's here because it was a part of Tiger King and he declawed it, and that's why it can't be released in the wild. We're not looking at the zoo as let's buy a bunch of animals and throw them in a cage and make a bunch of money. That's not what we stand for. But those animals that are there, and I know they've done a good job with rescuing those foxes that were part of the fur farm, tell those stories. Have a sign out there that lets people know why they're there and what they came from. And I'm very much against purchasing animals. I don't think there's a need to purchase animals for a zoo. There are sanctuaries and other zoos that are always looking for placement. And I think that can be done, as well as law enforcement confiscates animals all the time. I have friends that run the Waco Zoo, the Cameron Park Zoo, which is a wonderful zoo. I took my kids there for years, and recently they took in 5 baby spider monkeys that were confiscated coming across the border. So there's always animals looking for placement. So the vision for the first 12 months would be to expand the admissions booth to include the combined gift shop. So when you first walk in, you've got the admissions. Let's have the gift shop connected to that and make it one space. It also helps with employment costs, because you got one person that can run that. And I've already talked with Dr. McKnight about doing a comprehensive exam on all the zoo animals within the first year, and would like to do that with the Texas Tech veterinary students as well. Create new logo and signage that is going to represent what the zoo currently is. Again, tell the story of the animals. Place animal bios and education signage in front of every enclosure. Install a comprehensive security system that is greatly needed. One-on-one instructor. We've already talked with the Cameron Park Zoo and the animal curator down there, because they are an AZA accredited zoo and they have been for over 30 years, about coming up and doing our training, and they've agreed. There are a couple species there that we haven't worked with. I have worked with some exotics. I've worked with lemurs. We got a call from Randall County about a guy that was evading the police, and he had a monkey loose in his car, and I had to go get that. So I've had different experience with exotics, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you I've worked with a lion and I've worked with a jaguar. But I do know who to call and learn from. So that's something we can definitely do. We'd also like to develop an animal ranger program for emergency responses. Got apex predators out there. If there's a tornado that comes through, we need to know, is there a lion loose? And, do we have the equipment that we need to be able to dart it and keep it from being a safety hazard in the public? Enhanced perimeter. We'd like to enhance the perimeters around the zoo. I've already spoken with a zoological arborologist that's willing to donate his time, and he's very well known on concealing the workspaces and parking areas to make it feel like you're more immersed in nature while you're there, and install some better filtration systems in the spider monkey moat, renovate the fox, badger, porcupine, donkey, camel, and bobcat enclosures, and then repair the bear pond so the upper pool flows into the lower one. Long-term improvements, we'd like to develop on-site examination and surgery suite, which I talked about, a facility there for emergencies and medical procedures. Upgrade all facilities and closures to meet the AZA or ZAA accreditation. From my understanding of the last 70 years, the zoo's never been accredited, so I think it'd be really great if we can get it accredited. Transform the existing gift shop into a combined cafe or concession stand, working with local coffee shops that maybe during prime season can offer their coffee and danishes and things like that. I know, like I said, when I was a young mom, the zoo was the place to go. The days are long and the years are short, and when you got little ones and they got to get extra, got to get that energy out, why not the zoo? Why not our zoo? Instead of everyone traveling to Oklahoma or different zoos, it should be our zoo. And redesign the zoo layout for geographical areas, do a South America section, a North America, and an Asian section. And then sustain funding to cooperate with sponsors, corporate sponsors, donations, grants, and increased attendance, gift shops, social media, and community events with local small businesses and legacy gifts to continue it on. And then lastly, just want to thank you very much for taking time to listen to me. Just want to get the discussion starting on what we can do better for the zoo. This is just an example of one of the logos we came up with, because it's animals we currently have, and we have lots of mesquite. So we'd come up with that. And of course, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer it.
I bet we got a few. Council, who would like to start?
I guess I will.
Okay.
All righty. Thanks for that presentation, Mrs. Brady. Back in the 90s, I was part of the Friends of the Zoo nonprofit that was formed when it was first thought about closing down the zoo. So I commend your presentation. I think the 501c3 is the way to go for the city. But I've spent some time out at the zoo and with the caretakers, and they have a personal relationship with all the animals. And so I was glad to hear in your presentation that there's a plan, hopefully, to keep them on if they're willing to stay. And I
Absolutely.
think that's a concern that they had
Yeah.
as I spoke with them out at the zoo, because animals they're just like our family pets. They know they get called by their names. They come running to the side of the pens or whatever, and they know their keepers.
Yeah.
Do you have a plan, though, if those city employees do not want to continue employment there as a kind of a 2 or 3 month program of keeping them on to train others and to work with them with those animals that they've come to know?
Absolutely, and I would say that the animals routine is really important, and that was one of the biggest things is we want to make it as seamless as possible for the animals, the well-being, because you're right, they're used to certain faces and a certain routine and certain smells and sounds, and so we would love the opportunity to be able to interview the current team and see if anybody is interested in staying on. We won't have the amazing city benefits, but we'll get there. And to be able to have those opportunities. And if they don't, I would like to do a transition period starting in December before all of this, a full transition in January 5th, but to be able to work with the team side by side to learn those things.
Right. And how difficult is it to get to the accreditation, the AZA or the AZZ accreditation?
The AZA book is about this big. It is humongous. It's a lot of work, and that's why I thought when I reached out to the curator and the education curator down at the Waco Zoo, I was like, I'd rather go ahead and start learning it the ways of AZA, so then that way we don't learn it one way, and then we have to learn kind of what they're doing now, but if we learn the AZA ways, it'll be that much closer to being able to get the accreditation. And it being a smaller zoo, I think will be helpful too. We're dealing with approximately around 100 animals that I'm aware of, and instead of something huge like Oklahoma City Zoo or something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman, you want to go next?
Sure.
All right.
So appreciate your passion and your desire. I mean, we definitely need somebody to take that zoo that has a heart for animals, and so really grateful for that. We are at a crossroads of not knowing what to do, and so timing is really good. So we appreciate that. I know your long-term goals, you want the facility to be able to, for the animal care and that type of deal. Do you ever look at expanding the zoo?
Yes, I would like to have the land behind the zoo so that it can expand and expand the front for more parking. Because I know with our events, we run out of parking. We have to get golf carts to go pick people up and bring them back. So we would definitely need more parking and then room to expand towards the back.
Okay, and then with the cafe and the expanded gift shop and that type of deal, just revenue sources for you to be able to function. Yes,
well,
and there's a room.
Yeah, and I think it just makes sense. So when you walk into a zoo, usually the gift shop is right there, because I know I'll be like, oh man, I forgot the sunscreen, or I forgot my sunglasses, or water, and you're able to get those things there. But at the same time, I've got 4 kids; they all want a stuffed animal before we leave. So those are, having a gift shop and things like that is going to help bring the revenue back to the zoo.
Okay, and so you're used to dealing with, the wildlife that's here.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I've echoed that with you meeting with the current staff to see, because again, they love what they do. That's their passion as well. If they choose not to stay, you've got a different type animal, and like you said, who to call. Is that a concern? I mean, that if you're taking the care of some exotics that you're not used to?
Not at all.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. And the reason why I say that is because in Central Texas, we didn't have to deal with porcupines. I didn't have to deal with Canada geese. I didn't have to deal with prairie dogs. I didn't get golden eagles. I got bald eagles. And I've had to learn all of those species while living up here. And I'm not afraid to go to the experts on it or read and find the correct information on that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
A couple questions. Thank you for being here and your interest in this, and I think this is an exciting discussion to have. A couple questions I have is, how do you translate what you do now into operating a zoo? In other words, what's easy in that part of that transition? And then what do you feel like, you need to learn, or you and your staff will need to learn to make a successful transition?
Honestly, I think I see the zoo as an extension of the work we already do. We work with hundreds of species every year. And so we would just be working with a few new species, but a lot of those species that are currently there, we already have worked with. But the ones that we don't, it's going to be training, CE, like I said, working with other zoo partners, whether it be the Cameron Park Zoo and also the Oklahoma City Zoo, just to make sure that we're doing everything right.
And then, obviously you've been successful raising money to support, what you're currently doing. Can you, and there was a little bit in here, but I'd like to hear a little bit more because, to me, the only potential obstacle that can come up in something like this, you know how to do it, you know what you're doing, you're going to have the right people, is perpetually getting the funding to continue operating this. And I just wanted to know a little bit more about kind of, your financial position, the kind of support you think you may already have in the community, and how that we make sure this transition is good and that you'll be able to be successful financially to be able to do this in the long term.
Okay. I worked on a future budget, and we're looking at a earned revenue of about 40% between admissions, memberships, retail, events, and education. We would like the city support for $300,000 the first year, and then the second year $250,000, and then $50,000 less each year going down to where then it no longer costs taxpayers. I feel it's important for the city to invest in the zoo and helping to make it successful. And then through donor and philanthropist support, 32%. I do have a few donors that are stepping up that want to help. I just don't want to reveal their names right now, but with quite a bit of funding.
Good. And a couple questions, and this might be for staff. So the city, if we do this, the city retains ownership of the physical property, or does that become the ownership of
the city would retain ownership. It's park land, so we would retain ownership of the land. We'd be leasing the land out to WWRC.
And that would include the buildings that are already built?
Correct.
And then if any new facilities are built and something changes at some point down the road, those are, the new facilities would be owned by the city as well?
Yeah, typically, language and leases speak to that, where yes, if at some future point WWRC were to get out of the business, the property, those physical facilities would stay with the property. Would become the city's ownership.
Got it. No. Well, it's one thing that you never like to discuss in a contract is worst case scenarios and what happened. But I think it's, and as we put this together, I think that's something that we do want to think about, making it clear what the expectation is. So as a city, what do we expect of your organization to be able to, and I have no doubt you'll be able to run it successfully, but I think it's, to me, better to have those things up front so everybody knows, okay, here's how we want it to be run and that type of thing. And also just, if something unforeseen happens and we've got to unwind this, how does that, does it come back to the city? What happens to the animals, those types of things? So I just think those things, you don't want to talk about those things, but I think we really need to address those so everybody's clear and we're all clear. If this will be successful, I have no doubt, but if something happens that we don't foresee and we have to unwind this for some reason, exactly how is that going to work, and making sure that we've got that clear in the agreement in the contract. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman, you got anything? Ms. Stephanie, thank you. So there's 3 conditions that I think I'm concerned with.
Okay.
Condition of the animals first, which I think can be improved upon, right, with additional funding and improvements in habitat, new animals, all sorts of different ideas. I would probably just say like fresh legs over there will help a lot, right? Condition of the staff, right, and like retention of the staff, and then the facility, like the condition of the facilities. So I think your offer is very reasonable in taking what Mr. Path, am I $600,000 a year in that budget roughly dedicated to the zoo right now?
Yeah, $600,000 with a $300,000 subsidy, yes, included in that.
Yeah, so you're asking for roughly half of what our functional budget is right now. So you're coming to the table bringing something as an offer. Let's talk about, I believe you. I've spent a little time with you. I know your heart for animals. I think you're very well-rounded. You have a lot of good wherewithal, and you're going to learn. I'm not concerned that you're not going to take care of the animals. I think more of what I would hope to hear from you is the condition of the staff and being able to have a vision that there's some really good staff members that undoubtedly are watching this online right now.
Sure.
And I hope that they can hear that you know, your heart for animals is the same as theirs, and they want an improved zoo as much as they would love us to come back to budget and put $1 million in the budget for the zoo that we can't do. I would hope they'd be able to see that you may provide an opportunity for them. So how open are you to working with all of those staff members or the ones that want to, and how do you want to go about engaging them in making that an open door where we transition, if we choose to do this, the best way we can for those staff members?
I have no doubt that the staff there love the animals, and I know they work very, very hard every day. And we're not here to sling any mud or say anything negative about anybody. I would love the opportunity to individually meet with every single one of them and see, so they can hear the vision of what we would like to see happen here, and if it's something that they would like to be a part of.
So we have a little bit of a uniqueness in our next meeting's not till November 18th. So the expectation would be that this would be an actionable item on the 18th. Is that right, or are we not that quick? Okay, and I would assume you probably need to get going as quickly as possible so you can be open and ready for the season when it comes about late spring. Can you engage with as many staff members, and could our staff help facilitate that so that not only do you get, you know, like up close and personal with all the animals and the facilities, but also we're interviewing you right now on whether we want to take this risk on you or make this change and take a risk on changing this, trying a different method. I'd love it if our staff had an opportunity to interview you and your team as well.
I would definitely be open for it.
Mr. Path, any problem with working through Kashuba on that and kind of coordinating?
Sounds great.
Okay. I think for us, like that's probably the sales pitch here today is financially it makes a lot of good sense. You're opening up a lot of opportunities for the rest of the community to engage where it's not tax dollars that we're just trying to reroute. The additional animal expertise that you can bring is going to be an add to. If you can engage with staff and interview them and put forward a better plan, more of a complete transition, I think, back with this council, I think you'd have our full support.
Sounds good.
Council, you got anything else for Mrs. Brady? Okay, great to see you, man. Oh, sorry, don't leave yet.
Yeah, one quick question.
Oh, yes.
How would your financial projections work if we brought over city staff at their current wages, and how would that work with your existing staff? Is that going to be problematic?
It would be a little bit problematic to bring current team members over with what the city offers, because you guys offer amazing benefits. And I will try to keep payroll somewhere between 40 to 42%. And I believe within the budget you guys currently have with the benefits and everything, it's much higher than that percentage-wise. So that would be difficult.
Would they be employees of the city of Amarillo, or would they be employees of the new organization?
They would be employees of the organization.
Okay.
Unless the city did something transitional.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that's a great point. In looking at a potential transition, and then also we want all of the great employees that work for the city of Amarillo to stay here. We don't want to have to go out and hire people that we already have. So if you can use some of them and they have a heart for that and that's where they want to be, but then in categorizing and allowing those opportunities, that's going to give us a good opportunity to look at what else some of these employees may want to do. So I think that's good. If you can come back with that, I think for council, our main concern is for the team.
I do have a couple more questions, follow up on that. How many employees do you think that you'll need to run the zoo?
With volunteers too. Now and let me clarify.
Just the full-time employees.
Okay, full-time, I would say we need about 18.
18.
15 to 18.
We have 6 right now, right? And the rest are volunteers. So
Right.
18 paid?
Yes, but some of them, like for the administrative stuff and retail and all that, we can do that through AmeriCorps because it'd be a nonprofit.
Right. You're still getting funding from AmeriCorps? Even though
we do have employees through AmeriCorps, yes.
Oh, okay, because I thought that program was cut back.
No, it came back.
Oh, they did?
They
Okay.
did, yes.
All righty, thank you.
Very helpful. Ms. Brady, we hope to see you in November.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just like to notate that last time Councilmember Tipp spoke, he received no applause, but Ms. Brady did receive a lot of applause. So, item 9C, not that his ego needs it, so mine does though. We go from a local zoo all the way to global concerns for AI and a race, right, and a potential Cold War, right? So item 9C is the Fermi Project. We just have this listed as Fermi Project. And so Councilman Simpson actually is going to lead, I believe, on this conversation. And so if I can hand this over to you, Councilman, I know that you've got quite a few questions that you've voiced, and we want to do a good job of answering as many questions. And then I know the rest of council wants to contribute to the conversation, so I'll hand the microphone.
Yeah, I did have some additional questions, and I don't know if anybody else has any follow-up questions from the last, so if you do, that could be part of that. If not, I just want to go. And I have some questions that I really don't know if I got answers on, so if I repeat myself from last time, it's either I don't really know if I kind of understood it, and I don't know who from Fermi is going to come speak, but I'll start asking the questions and somebody could jump up then.
We'll take all of us.
Okay. Good.
So let's invite the team up here real quick. And so for anybody that doesn't know, it's the Fermi team. It's not our team. It doesn't have anything to do with the city, but it's important. So Toby Nagebauer, and then it is Noah. Is that
Nate.
right? Nate. I'm sorry. I think I'd heard Nathan, Noah, and Nate. So
I
Nate.
answer to all of the above.
Okay. Well, I want to get it right. And then Charlie Hamilton. And so, do we have anybody else here from Fermi?
No, our nuclear experts are in Switzerland working on
cooling.
Well,
that doesn't require a bunch of water.
Thank you guys for coming back and entertaining further discussion.
Good. And just a couple of things is, what I'm just looking for are answers. I don't need a sales pitch. I just need data and information. But don't go into nuclear again because I don't understand any of that. So I'm just kind of looking for the in-between on some of these answers. And just, and I may ask questions, but I'm just looking for the specifics. So, and I asked this, and I think we started talking about nuclear power and the details of it, but can you give me a breakdown of when this thing is fully operational, what percentage of power comes from solar, what comes from wind, what comes from natural gas, and what comes from nuclear?
As we currently have disclosed to the public, we are at 11 gigawatts, of which 5 is natural gas and 6 is nuclear, of which 4 are the AP1000s, 2 are the upcoming SMRs. I do believe that you will see us add to that total through a significant amount of solar to fund batteries. And this technology is moving so fast. I do see the mix changing, but as we've publicly said today, 5 gas, 6 nuclear, and we really haven't counted the solar into that. But you can rest assured that we're actively engaged in doing a meaningful amount of solar as well.
So but the majority of it's going to be half and half between natural gas and nuclear?
Yes, sir, Councilman.
So, yeah. And so tell me again in layman's terms, where is this technology in the approval process? What still has to be determined, to get to the point where they say, okay, we're ready to let you build this facility on the property?
I think we're really close on the approvals for the gas-fired generation, and I think we will, hopefully have that done by the end of the year. We are actively working with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. After I left you last, it's hard to believe, 2 weeks ago, went fast. They were concerned we were proposing too low of water. I went right back to Washington after leaving here and they concede that these new hybrid cooling technologies are real. They're incredibly viable, and I think this is one of the highest priorities of this administration after these trade deals get done. And I would expect us to be cutting ground on the nuclear in, I know I can't say it well, I don't think any of us from West Texas can. I think we'll be working on cutting ground, and I think you could see a president of the United States with a shovel here in 2026.
Mm-hmm. And what, I mean, I guess without, again, going into, what changed there? So they had some concerns about what you were proposing for the amount of water usage, saying it was too low?
I think it was conjecture, sir. I think it was just the Vogel that was mentioned today. They actually did propose a hybrid cooling originally for that facility. Mm-hmm. And I think you met, our team has been global experts in development of nuclear reactors. And I think once we pointed out to them the examples all over the world where our viewpoint was in action, when I went back there within the first 3 minutes of the meeting, they conceded that the examples that we provided, the most largest nuclear project, council, is in Arizona in the desert. That's Palo Verde. So the viewpoint that nuclear reactors can only be built by streams and oceans is actually the opposite. It's hard to argue we've had success here, and that's what we're here doing our patriotic duty to try to do. But the largest nuclear facility in the United States is Palo Verde. It is in the desert in Arizona.
And what was that kind of final number that you landed on for water usage?
You know, we have not changed our numbers since we last shared those with you. And again, we're in Switzerland tonight, or I guess it's going to be in the morning there soon. And these technologies are even getting better. I normally don't think the French do things well, but they have come up with a reactor, not a reactor, a cooling tower that dramatically even reduces the water less than what I said to you last time, Councilman. I don't want to tell you where that is yet. I know that we're there. I have seen the analysis, but our team is in Switzerland tonight. The bottom line, it's unacceptable to Fermi, it's unacceptable to the world to waste water. And where this technology is headed, it is headed to dramatically reducing the water that is required. And maybe even long-term, it's something that you all have another lot of, is helium. I believe long-term that helium, think about when we make the chips for the AI data centers, all those chips are cooled with helium. So bottom line, Councilman, my family's since 1900 as well been making money off pivots. Sure. In the panhandle of Texas, and we have in the southern part where y'all heard it was getting tougher, so we have no interest in doing this in a negative way. But I do want you to do, is the DOE, when I was here last time, was on me, you're not using enough water. And then I went back, I think literally 36 hours later, and they immediately capitulated that we were right on the examples that we cited for using hybrid cooling, as we discussed with you before. I mean, within like 2 minutes, they had checked our work, and we moved on to the next topic.
When you get this thing built out at your peak operation, how much electricity will you need from Xcel Energy?
You know, I think that Xcel, just even thinking about the first gigawatt, there'll be less than 20%, and long term there'll be 2 or 3% of the total power, and that will be in a reciprocating relationship where it's a win that we'll be exporting potentially excess electricity to them and importing electricity from them. I bet the net number, Councilman, long term, there's a very good chance that we're, especially with our solar ambitions, we're actually a net importer into the Xcel grid. We're not, let me repeat, not, Council. The whole theory behind Fermi is that we've got to get these very, very, very energy-intensive, electron-intensive things off the grid. That's actually the whole point of Fermi America.
No, I appreciate that. Well, and I think that message may be getting a little cross because we didn't hear that much of it today. Although this, I mean, it's a real fear for across America because rates are going up for users when it's a supply and demand thing.
It is absolutely unacceptable for the consumers to subsidize the richest companies on planet Earth. Fermi America is proud our electrons are going to cost a lot because we're going to get rid of the subsidies that these companies were seeking from ratepayers and transmission investments that they were seeking from ratepayers. And if you'll notice on the Fermi America site, we've just got this relatively modest line which connects us with, but it's in no way, shape, or form incapable of delivering more than 200 megawatts on an 11 gigawatt site, and it'll go both ways. So the very theory of Fermi America was you can't have the citizens, the consumers, subsidizing multi-trillion-dollar companies.
Well, and I just want to add to that. Again, we have a real heart for service.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And I think it's really possible that we're going to provide an extra level of redundancy to the grid here. I mean, Pantex has already requested from us to connect to our grid to increase their resiliency, and I would expect Xcel would do the same. So I think for the citizens here in the Panhandle that this is actually a huge plus, strengthening the grid because of the two-way connection with our new line.
I've got a couple of questions, not many questions about water because we did cover that. I mean, just a philosophical question somebody asked me says, if Fermi could get the water elsewhere, why did you come to us first?
Again, I think what we want to do is be a good citizen, Councilman. My son's telling me I'm projecting too much in the microphone. Y'all have to help me out. Is I actually think that this city, shrewdly acquiring from my childhood hero, T. Boone Pickens, who was the most famous person to live here at the time, that water and the return on the investment on this water for this community. I don't know where people are getting these employment numbers from. We're not talking about some random 40 megawatt data center hooked up on the grid in some rural. We're talking about creating the epicenter for AI development in the world here. This isn't like those other things. So yes, we can do it. It wasn't a threat. I know people took my answer to Councilman's press card as a threat. I think it's a win-win. I know there are other water projects that we can do. The first two hires two of the first three hires were obviously Ken Rainwater, who everyone knows is the expert on the aquifer, hire number one, and then I don't want to knock you, but you were hire number three, Zane over at Pantex. Park, excuse me. I know where he works. I've got the invoices to prove I know where he works. I'm teasing you. But the point is, we fully got that the water was going to be issue 1, 2, and 3. And we do think that there is significant synergies for us to work together in enhancing and developing the region's water. And the reason is, Council Simpson, is we can pay more for water than the consumer can, which allows you all capital to be able to reinvest into other water projects, whether it's our Meredith thing or there's a lot of these projects. But because we are creating, and I'm proud to tell you all this, the highest margin product, our customers at Fermi America can pay more for water, which will give you more flexibility in terms of making future capital investments into water, and it will be your decision, Councilman Simpson. I can always, as I said to Councilman Prescott, we can't always go create a great pheasant hunting operation where we don't use near the water, but I think what y'all will ultimately determine is that. But here's what I want to be clear. We're not asking, not expecting any more water than what we are asking for. We can all work together with the collective engineers between our group and your group, and the part that it still is fair is this darn quiet period and all of that. Mistake acknowledged. We're right back. I flew here from Washington, New York, right back here to be here again tonight. Y'all will see my wife's already been back here. We're not going anywhere, and we're going to be here. So what this will be is a collective collaboration on what makes the best sense for you all, and we're happy with whatever decision, Councilman Simpson, you all make. I think what you're going to find is having a customer who can pay way more than what you want to burden your constituents with will actually enhance your water availability issues.
Yeah, if I could put on a bumper sticker, what I would say is, we thought paying 2x the rate was really compelling for the city. We thought, you always hear the word win-win. We thought it was a win-win by us paying 2x and agreeing to add to the city's infrastructure. Again, bolstering the city's infrastructure in water, wells, and in pipelines.
So walk me through, so this request is for 2.5. Walk me through what future requests may look like based on what we know now, and what would be a maximum, do you think?
I think it's going to be, I think we've talked anywhere from 5 to 10, okay. And we're great with whatever decision that you make, and I think you'll have a great relationship with Park Hill. I think it makes perfect sense to evaluate all the sources of water that you have, all of the sources, Councilman, you feel comfortable with. I think the former mayor says that this is the first date, and we're going to procure water, but I do think we're being a good neighbor by partnering with you. I've been frankly surprised, and as you know, my father had the same role just down south, where the aquifer was even a little thinner. We actually thought we were delivering good news, and we're sorry that it has gone that way. You will see us educating, you will see us engaging, but it will be 100% whatever y'all think's a win for you. We absolutely can go acquire water. I implore this council, as a long-term citizen of this panhandle, as y'all know, is we do need to diversify these economies so we can keep these young people here. I've got 2 nephews that would love to stay in Amarillo, and we've got them in school down the road here, and so they want to live in Amarillo. Y'all know them, the Curses, the weatherman's children, and they want to be here, and we want them to have great jobs so that they can stay here. And I'm all my best buddies still live in Lubbock, who I hang out with, and so anything that's happening to that aquifer is absolutely affecting my closest friends. Melissa and I, we do live away, but we haven't moved away.
Let's talk about jobs a little bit, because I'm hearing all kinds of things. So
yeah.
At peak employment for the construction period, so at peak employment, at the peak of the construction period, how many employees do you estimate will be on hand for the construction?
Councilman, I think this is like the next council meeting we need to have. Charlie and our team is we really got to engage in on housing. Councilman, sorry, I've been in Washington. I think I can't see fewer than 5, and I could see as many as 10,000 people here. And I think you need to understand the construction cycle. That to me is like a real problem. I mean, I don't mean to dismiss the water issue, but what we're zoned in right now at Fermi America is how we come back to you all with, okay, where are we going to keep everybody and all of that. But this is an 11-year construction cycle. And I do think it is different than where you see the grid power deals where, I mean, we're building a utility that's twice the size of New York City. So this thing that there's 40 people running a utility twice the size of New York City is just so ridiculous. I don't mean to be diminishing to anybody, but come on, will be an 11 gigawatt. New York City's 5.5 gigawatts. Okay, it takes a lot of people to do this. But the other thing we're doing that's different than data centers in Claude and Pampa, those are plugging in some servers into the grid. What we're talking about is creating the epicenter for artificial intelligence in the United States. We just spent the morning with Palantir, who's on the forefront of our AI compute. That's what we were doing in New York. This isn't a random, let's hook up to the grid somewhere in Pampa because there's some excess power here. We're talking about creating the epicenter for AI development in the country.
And then once it's built out and fully operational, what would be an estimate of the employee count at that time?
So I would think just to run the utility, okay, which again, I would love if SPS was here today. I would think we would need, somewhere between 1,000 plus the nuclear. I mean, these are, again, this is a massive utility. So I would assume that's somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 permanent employees. And then when you roll into the fact that we're not building a box that's an invisible box out in the middle of a random place, we're building the epicenter. I would think somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000 employees involved in the AI development here, because this will be, we're pricing this, and I mean we're not talking to any of the big companies where this wouldn't be their tip of the spear in their AI strategy going forward. We're not talking about being a supplement to any of these. We are looking at talking about this site being their tip of the spear for their race in artificial intelligence.
Then, Councilman Simpson, that's not including the Texas Tech numbers. As a reminder, Texas Tech will have a teaching facility there, a research facility, as a component of this, just like you have the vet school, the veterinary school, and the nursing school here. This will be the center out at the Fermi area where it'd be a teaching facility, and those numbers did not include the Texas Tech numbers.
Well, and why this will be important is you think about Stanford and Harvard and MIT. This site will have the highest concentration of compute chips on the planet. So it's actually going to attract researchers that would be on par with an MIT, that would be on par, frankly, Stanford couldn't even compete with what we're talking about. You all are blessed. It's the same thing. The tech regions are pretty sophisticated in these matters, and it was a pretty bold statement when we said to them, you're blessed to sit on the best place to develop AI compute in America. I just finished with Palantir, which is our nation's tip of the spear in the AI war. They'll be here Thursday. They're coming Thursday because they know this is the place that we must do this. They've looked at every site on the planet. I was at the Department of War yesterday. So anyone who thinks this is some sort of casual conversation about the mission critical aspect of this is just not being truthful.
What type of waste byproducts will this facility generate, and how will those be handled?
Yes, the governor, I'm not laughing in disrespect to your question. I was with the governor Friday, not last Friday, but the Friday before, and he absolutely is completely zoned in. As you know, we do have temporary waste solutions for nuclear material at the site today, but the governor made it clear this need is to go to Nevada. So you can rest assured that the answer is we don't have a great long-term solution for how we're doing nuclear waste in the United States. The governor made it clear that long-term he did not want to see this waste here, even though he's fully aware there is waste there, and he wants it in Nevada. Well, I'll probably do exactly what the governor tells me and the United States of America, but there is no appetite for a bunch of excess waste being deposited here.
What about non-nuclear waste?
Yeah, you know, what's great about, y'all been the hub of U.S.'s natural gas field. I mean, the Hugoton was the largest gas field up until 5 years ago. It's clean burning. We're not going to have a bunch of waste here. And the head of my power guy is a guy named Larry Kellerman. I would call him a liberal Democratic environmentalist. And he worked for the Kennedys for a long period of time in their power businesses. So I tease Larry that he only, when it comes to power and emissions, only eats at Michelin restaurants. And it's very hard for me to convince him. Sometimes, Larry, we have to eat at Chili's when it comes to power. But the leader of our power group is, like I said, worked for the Kennedy family for an extended period of time and is well known as one of the big environmentally conscious, I mean, you can Google him, environmentally conscious power developers in the country.
Somebody earlier today talked about emissions. So tell me what's coming out of these plants? What type of emissions, and how do you make sure that you're protecting the environment?
What's great about our emissions profile, Councilman, is it's basically we're using the exact same equipment as Excel. So, in fact, if you look at probably our emissions profile, especially when you take into account what we're doing with nuclear, that the emissions profile from, and let me be clear, Excel is a very clean operating, y'all know they're closing the coal facility down. They're replacing it with the exact same F-class Siemens units that we're going to install at the facility. So when we rank them, Councilman, compared to the other grids and other utilities in the country, we will have one of the cleanest or the cleanest emissions profile of any large-scale utility in the country.
Can I interject here real quick? We're covering a lot of ground, and I want to make sure I get the rest of council in before we get
and
through.
if I'm talking too loud in the microphone.
No, you're good, but I've seen a couple other, so before we hit every topic, I want to be able to stay focused. These are important topics, and I want council to be able to engage on a few of these. Councilman Prescott.
When we were talking about Palantir and the tip of the spear, will Palantir have an office here? Will they have staff?
You know, what they are is highly engaged. They're coming to Amarillo on Thursday. If anyone would like to meet with them, we would welcome that. So I think it's too early, Councilman, for me to talk about it. But again, this week I've been at the Department of War. I've been at Palantir. And everybody is fully aware how important this site is. And so, again, this isn't some random place where we've put some servers in and we've hooked it up to something. The Fermi campus is designed to be the tip of the spear for any of the companies that choose to operate out of here.
And will they have space there, or will they need space downtown?
We discussed that. I think they've been watching it on satellite. It was very interesting. You know, they probably know more about our site than we do. But those are the conversations that we'll be having when they're here on that, when they come on Thursday, sir.
Do you think NVIDIA will come here as well with the chip?
I think a chip operator will be here. I don't want to dismiss NVIDIA, but there are others who are very interested as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So you're going to be building next to Pantex.
Yes, sir.
And we've heard from our community that there's problems with that as you build. You're in conversation with Pantex. Have they expressed any concerns with what you're trying to do out there?
You've had tons of conversations with them.
Yeah, we've had extensive conversations with those guys, and they have not expressed any concerns at all. As a matter of fact, they see a number of synergistic benefits. For instance, as I explained about the redundancy of the electric, we're in conversations about taking their water effluent. I think they see us as an asset next to them, and we've enjoyed a great relationship with Pantex.
Well, they just Charlie can tell you, they had 20 government agencies that handed over one of the most important military sites, as you all know, in the country, and they did it in 60 days. There's a reason they did that, because they see that this is a very serious opportunity for the country.
So something was said that you were quoted, Mr. Hooper, about the money that we would be getting, the 2X, that would just go to pay for O&M.
Yeah, so the comment that I made was, I think it was Mr. Simpson that asked me if we had done a little research on what that would generate for us and if it would cover the operational expenses. It more than covers the operational expenses. So the answer was yes to that. And if we had run some analysis on what that would, how that would benefit us, just looking at those numbers, just for example, it's somewhere around $170,000 a year per well site for us to have O&M. So you're talking about $340,000 a year for those. Those well sites are about 50 years, or they'll be there as long as the water lasts in that actual site itself. So you're talking about $7.9 million per year, so it more than covers the O&M cost of operating those wells, if that answers your question.
That does. I appreciate that. And just one comment, and I know the last time you were here, you admitted that you got off to a really bad start with the public.
We did.
And I know national projects. I built one of them.
Yeah.
And communication is going to be the most important thing from this point on. And that's the only comment I can make at this point is you have to be upfront with everything that's going on, even if it's something bad.
We're going to be the first ones to tell you bad. That's one of my golden rules, is we deliver the bad news. And again, I got caught between, the public filing and frankly some competitive issues. Councilman, it will not happen again. Again, you're going to see. Then the next week, Nate and Melissa came right back up to the Canyon School District and let everybody ask questions there. And again, I flew immediately. I began in Washington yesterday and New York with Palantir this morning. We're not going anywhere. We're not hiding, and we are apologizing. It was a mistake.
Well, and I'd like to also point out, we heard y'all loud and clear. We have been very busy. We call it operating at Fermi speed. But Councilman Reed, we've hosted, 5 events since we've seen you with well over 1,000 people in attendance. And so we're working very, very hard at reaching out and telling that story. So thank you for that question.
We will do it, when my father was running for Congress down there, we'd have these coffees and all of that. I think you can see us going into the holiday season and into the New Year's doing a lot more events, whether it's Nate or any member of our team, but as well as me as well. Again, this has been where you're going to see us in this community in a very engaged way.
Okay. And I have one more question. Sorry. I know.
That's the left side.
I'm playing you. We heard a comment about putting up sound barriers or some type of wall because of the noise that will be created out there. Is that something that you're thinking of? Or did that comment put a thought into your head that maybe that's
Yeah, so we've been exploring that. Matter of fact, someone just came up and visited with me about a company that does that. So we're evaluating all those options, and and we've been in contact with our neighbors, visiting with them about their concerns and how we can make things even better for them.
The hyperscalers want the sound barriers as well.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Thank you. Just one more.
Just one more. Real quick, real easy. On the Palo Verde project, how are those reactors cooled since they're in the desert?
Wastewater.
It is wastewater.
Yes, sir. Affluent from the city of Phoenix sewer plant.
And how much does it use?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
I did know. If you hadn't asked me, I could have told you.
Somewhere close to, I mean, like what?
I probably think 20.
20 million.
Yeah, but to keep in mind, that's a 1980s cooling strategy.
Right.
Okay, so I don't think it takes that much anymore. But keep in mind, Palo Verde, the construction started in the 80s.
Okay, gotcha.
And the cooling tower technologies dramatically, and the turbines that you make steam, you can do it with significantly less cooling now and still maintain the efficiency. But I just want to be honest with the answer.
Yeah. So in exporting energy, I think the last time we talked, I mean, we talked about the transmission lines. Maybe they don't go both ways. But I guess from today, you're saying that they do. So if there's excess energy, which I would.
We will have periods where we have excess energy.
One question we got yesterday. One question we got yesterday was, in the event of a national emergency, well, we're going to have extra mobile gen units. We're building those for redundancy. Those generation units can be spun up very, very quickly. We're talking about an hour. We're not talking about a day. And so we can give some of those mobile gen units that produce 25 megawatts to crisis areas. If the hospital needs help, we're loading that on a trailer and getting that over very, very quickly.
And I just want to point out the line that we're building has been engineered and designed to go both directions.
It has.
Now, there's some regulatory issues to work through.
Sure.
But it's been engineered to go both directions.
Okay. And would y'all sell that energy?
Well, yes, but I'm not an energy expert there, and there's a lot of things to work out with Excel. But let me just say, we thought ahead to make sure it was engineered to go both directions if necessary.
Okay. And who's the math guy up there?
At Excel?
No, one of you three.
No,
so
no.
you said,
oh my gosh,
ultimately,
you got the dumb ones today. Sorry.
Well,
our other guys are, but yes, I'll try to answer as best I can.
You said the electrical usage ultimately would be about 1.5 to 2%. So what's 1.5 2% of 11 gigawatts?
About 200 megawatts.
200 megawatts.
Okay, which would be the equivalent of. Give me an example. Who?
University of Texas is 110. I use that in Austin. Is 110 megawatts.
Okay.
So my wife and I are Aggies, but I was talking in Austin, and just to put that in context, the University of Texas consumes 110 megawatts.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilman Simpson, you've been patient over there. I know you got a few more questions.
Didn't know we had other questions here. So, given that this project, and I know you said you've been in discussions with Pantex, but given that this project is going to be the largest data center in this country, and it's located next to the most critical component of America's nuclear weapons complex, it's got the potential of attracting some attention from some hostile foreign actors. I've heard people say, people with security experience says, we've been fortunate that we're really not on the radar with Pantex, although maybe we should be, but this is going to put us on the radar. Walk me through construction processes. I mean, what kind of things are going to be put into place? Because I guess if people walk on this land now, they're probably going to be close and get shot. But how are we going to navigate that without
why
releasing
don't you
any
take that?
secrets?
But we're in a multi.
Yeah, I would say, guys, we enjoy a fantastic relationship with Pantex, where we talk to them literally daily. Our employees, the foreign nationals, are all cleared through Pantex. We have a very well-defined process that we go through there. And so I would say that that relationship's been very synergistic, and we work through those. As it relates to long-term, there's going to be very strict security at each one of these hyperscaler campuses, and they're going to have there's going to be an entrance gate and then a secondary and a third entry to get in. And so I would say we're going to have very, very robust security systems around the campus. And the cloud of the Pantex security, I think, further reinforces the security that we're going to have with the hyperscalers.
28 government agencies were involved in the handoff, all around security. Probably something we probably should have a conversation between Jacobo Ortiz and the council, probably something that we shouldn't even have a conversation about. But you can rest assured there's full engagement.
Yeah. Well, and I guess, maybe not, but the construction process is going to, you're going to have 5,000 to 10,000 people out there at any given time.
Yes.
I would think that could present some type of security challenge.
I think this is a great thing. And again, I don't want to be evasive, but Jacobo Ortiz has been working with the respective government agencies. This even goes not just in terms of the people, but even the parts that we select. It's actually a pretty comprehensive thing that is required for this to be successful.
We've also built a massive fence. We've built a massive fence in between us and Pantex, per their specs, per their request, with lots of space, and their perimeter security is well protected.
Okay. What do you believe citizens should maybe understand about Fermi that may not yet be clear from media, other things? I'm going to let you kind of clarify something for us. I mean, maybe outside of water things.
A couple of things is we're from here, and so to say we don't appreciate the aquifer when we're from Lubbock, we're one of the largest investors in Lubbock. Our family has been serving the community in the Panhandle, protecting this water for a long period of time. Councilman Simpson, I admit, that caught us completely off guard that we would be even accused of being flippant or having a disregard for the Ogallala Aquifer. I mean, come on. Our family has served and protected the aquifer for a very long time. So I think that's been lost in the messaging. It's easy to make me a caricature, but I am just a guy from Lubbock, Texas, and still hang out with that. Second, this, again, that probably caught me off guard, Councilman Reed, is this is a love letter to the place we're from. And if we can go do this anywhere, we have the knowledge on energy and power, I cannot be more proud that we get to deliver this treasure to the place where we came from. And what I mean by that is we have got to stop exporting these wonderful people that we raise out here in the Panhandle and ship them off to the rest of the country. And I truly believe that I fully respect, again, my mom's great-grandfather was a row crop farmer with the pivots. My dad's great-grandfather was corn and all of that. But you still have to diversify this economy, and we have to prepare the Panhandle for the future. And you all are wonderfully blessed to have the opportunity to do it in an extraordinary way.
Good. Thank you. One final thing. At the end of the meeting, and we kind of agreed to this at the end, but I just want to reinforce this because I think Fermi was agreeable to this. But I was talking about, and it's great. I mean, we can talk about the things that we're going to do.
Sure.
But I think the actions speak louder than words, and not only doing the things that you say you're going to do, but then, holding yourself accountable and reporting back to the public that you're doing the things that you say you're going to do. Yeah. So one of the things I asked for, and I think we were in agreement on this, is, kind of a community commitment plan that would focus on water usage, responsible energy, transparency, local workforce development, partnership with the city of Amarillo and the Amarillo region. And I hope that's still something that we can provide. And what I would be looking for is, man, the more action items documentable to say, here's what we're going to do. not just that we're going to have lots of meetings, but the more action items and the more documentable that you can report back to us. And to be honest with you, as a community, that you're saying lots of great things. It sounds really good. It's going to be great. But just in ways that, those sitting up here in our community can just hold you accountable and making sure that you're following through. And I'm going to be at your discretion of what you think should be in there. I think council should get to take a look at it. Hopefully it can be in 6 months, but just I think making that commitment and then, making sure that we're upholding those commitments, I think would be important for me.
Councilman, first of all, thank you for that question, and thank you for everybody who came and talked today. I mean, that's the reason we live in such a great country, to have this kind of dialogue. And, there's so many wonderful groups here. And I mean, just in the last couple of weeks, we've already made commitments to, BizTown over at Amtech, which is just so cool. And Toby and I are super supporters of financial literacy at a young age, and the work they're doing there. I mean, their prayer breakfast, we made a commitment to that. We made a commitment to Amtech. I would just, ask you to give us a chance to be generous. I just ask you for a chance to allow us to be generous and not make it a compliant thing. Give us a chance. We're a startup.
Governor
we
Perry,
really want to do great here. Please give us a chance to do that.
Governor Perry, I left him in New York, and he was hyper zoned in on connecting. I guess one of his former staff members is running the Texas Workforce Commission, which Governor Abbott's super fired up about. And so, I mean, Governor Perry this morning was, lecture wasn't the right word, passionately encouraging me. Toby, call over at them. Let's get to the high schools. Don't just go to the Amarillo College. Let's get to those high schools. Let's start teaching them the trades. Let's get this going right now. So it's not just, it's all across our organization in terms of this. Like I said, Governor Perry, he was on fire on workforce training in the high schools this morning in New York.
What do you got, Councilman?
Yeah, just one thing. Just one, left side. Your answer, Charlie said, let us be generous. Well, that's one thing, right? I mean, you've got a lot of money, you can be generous. That's okay, but the currency that you see here in our community is going to be communication, right? So you can give and give and give, and now you just look like a big company with a lot of money, right? Got billionaires in here with a lot of money. So I'd say, and I know maybe that's not what you meant by generous, but just to clarify, yes, that's great. The philanthropy and everything that y'all have done is amazing, right? And that you already set forward, and it's above what was expected, and all that. That's great. But I would say the currency here that everyone's going to weigh you by is the communication.
That's right.
Okay, so
and
not
that's
just
only
the
fair.
events, because I mean y'all came and spoke. Well, Trent did at one of our meetings. I mean, you've done a great job making that done. But you're going to see that the citizens are going to want, and I know y'all can see how ugly it gets in here. And I say ugly messy is a better word. Mess is kind of messy. But until y'all can get in front and answer those hard questions and y'all hear all the misinformation, right? We're sitting up here and we've heard the correct information, and then we hear all this misinformation, and it's hard to address. It's very difficult to address. So I would say the generous part would also be making yourselves, I don't know, y'all, whomever, the ability for the citizens to ask these questions that y'all hear today. Y'all have endured it twice, right? And be able to answer those factually. You know what I'm saying?
While we've been here today, I have seen multiple pretty aggressive emails from my brother demanding milestone reports from all of our team that are meant to be shared publicly. So I can assure you, my brother will kick my butt if we don't get those out pretty soon.
Okay.
That's right. We will do that, and it's been a fast 2 weeks. But you have our commitment. It won't take us 6 months, Councilman Simpson, to get you that. That's something that's days away.
I've been working on all of this. I've been working on all of this since the last meeting. We just want to make sure that we're making commitments, that we're fully prepared. We're not just running a big list for you, sir. We want to make a list that we can actually execute on.
Councilman.
Thank you all for coming twice. Thank you for transparency. Thank you for stepping up like you have for the citizens of this community. You guys are a privately held firm. I understand that, and you've been grossly successful thus far. Thank you, because I think you've really clarified the mission and where we're headed. One thing I did want to point out, if we have an 11-year cycle, those kids are what, 4th, 5th grade right now?
Right.
That's the exact same thing that Bell's telling us on the big build that they have. So we think in 11 years, think about that, when those kids are getting out of college, Amarillo is going to reverse the drain, and there's going to be some extreme opportunities for this part of the world, and I'm proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Governor Perry was bringing up the Bell confluence as well this morning. That's funny that you bring that up.
Councilman Simpson, I know you requested this item, so before I move on with questions, just want to make sure we covered it.
We did. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for coming back and answering the questions. I appreciate it.
We do appreciate you being here. I do have a question for you, well, for the team, but maybe for Charlie. I know you were engaged on the contract negotiations. Is the contract good on your side as drafted and proposed here today? Because that's an action item for us here in a minute. And if we have something, we would want to know now.
Yes, sir. It's in its final form from our side.
Okay, so on your side, it's good, fair agreement. We've driven what we feel like is a hard-nosed water deal.
Y'all traded hard.
Good. Well, it is interesting. Like we thought we were doing what we were supposed to do, drive a good business deal for water. We got questioned. Well, maybe you shouldn't be out there doing good business deals. Like honestly, I'm still a little in between conversations here. Water distribution or water conservation, and the two can coexist, right? They have to. It's a much bigger conversation than what our 2.5 MGD is trying to address.
Your staff here traded us really, really, really hard, but they were fair, and I appreciate that.
The best thing to encourage water conservation, Mayor, is increase the price of water like you've done with us. That makes free market, makes us want to
Appreciate you
conserve
bringing
water.
that up, Toby. I'm going to take you up on that offer when you come back for the 5.5.
Next time.
So I believe it's on record. Thank you guys for being here. I would like to go ahead and excuse us for a recess. We'll come back in here and we'll take up our non-consent agenda. 10 minutes. Thank y'all.
bring up the most important request of the day, I believe, as we push for another marathon meeting. I do enjoy holding records, and I think I'll hold them all for running the longest meetings of all time. Vending machines somewhere in the building, I think that is the next item that needs to be discussed, is for you guys to have some food available somewhere if we're going to continue to hold marathon meetings. So I'm going to call us back to order. It is 7:23. We are moving forward with item 9D. Council, do I have anything requested for a future agenda item? Okay, then we will push forward into November's meeting with another full schedule. It'll be another full meeting, as it'll be our only meeting in the month of November. We also will have one meeting in the month of December, correct, Mr. Pat? So they'll be longer as well, but we will be efficient and effective.
And just to clarify, the meeting, or one meeting in November will be on November 18th?
Correct, 18th.
Okay.
Do you have the December meeting yet?
That one's the 9th, okay. December 9th.
December 9th.
Yeah.
So November 18th, standard time, 3 p.m., December 9th. And then, of course, we are still trying to, and we'll make everybody aware once they finalize the town hall meeting for, tiers and some of the items that are on tiers is still important. We're thinking that's November 6th. With no future request items, I'm going to open up our non-consent agenda here. So item 10A is Mrs. Storrs. She has our financial policy back with a draft form and recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. So in your packets, you have two different versions of our financial policies. As a reminder, back on September 9th, we did the first reading of our financial policies, and there was some good discussion. A couple of items, just real quick of note, that had changed in it is a calculation related to our reserves. We also added in a section related to sales tax and kind of steps to take if sales tax are trailing behind what our budgeted amounts are. And then the one that we focused on the 9th and have a change in the financial policy. It's on page 15 of the policy, and it is related to the city manager's ability to transfer appropriation balances from one expenditure account to another. In your packet, there was a marked up page 15. And so the language, the proposed language, or I'm sorry, the approved language from the first reading of this resolution said that the city manager could do this within a department or fund up to $50,000. And so what that basically would mean is that anything above $50,000, even within a department, would have to go through for a formal budget amendment. We've met, I think, with every single one of you separately and kind of talked through information related to this and got feedback from all of you on it separately. Really do appreciate that. Based on some of that feedback, there is a second copy of our financial policies that were included in your packet, and it has some proposed language from our city manager to kind of address some of the feedback that we got from mayor and council members. And so that language does not reference anything related to restrictions up to, or I'm sorry, flexibility up to 50,000 or restrictions over 50,000, but instead what it states is that the city manager will inform the city council if any department in the general fund, enterprise funds, or internal service funds is over their adopted budget in total. This notification will include the reasons for the overage and the proposed plan to address or mitigate it. So essentially what that would allow is the city manager to execute the city business within the total budget of a fund. But within each fund, not each fund, but most funds, we have departments. So the general fund has a police department, a parks department, a fire department, a library department, and so on and so forth. And so if one of those individual departments went over their budget in total, the city manager would notify mayor and city council of what the overage is, why, and any anticipated action that we need to take in order to handle that. At that point in time, mayor and council could recommend that this is brought forward in a public meeting or through a budget amendment or any further action that they decided. From the financial end of things, we feel this is a very good, well-written recommendation from our city manager to facilitate what we heard from all of you all and still getting the information to you to make sure that y'all are in the know and understand what's going on with the budget, not just at a fund level, but even down to a department level if one is running over budget. So with that, are there any questions that I can answer or any feedback?
Ms. Storrs, thank you for that. Can we go ahead and put that up on the screen? I know that it's not in the general packet, like the presentation packet. I'm in possession of a written copy, but I don't know that the rest of council is.
It's in the, well, if you got the electronic, it's in there.
Johnny, it's in the backup of the agenda. There were two, if you'll pull up the one that says city manager.
And I do also appreciate you guys doing that for those that are watching online as well as still here so they can see it all. Council, I have a few things, but I don't have to go first. If you guys have anything you'd like to ask for, or I can start asking questions.
I'd like to just, I wasn't at the first meeting when we voted on this. Is this going to, with the changes in the discussions with all members of council and the mayor, will this allow us to operate? We'll continue to operate. We're not going to be held back by having to have meetings or readings. We will be able to be operational.
That is correct. Yes, this will allow us to continue operating efficiently and to still, I think, meet the needs of what council is requesting to have more information even on a department level. So for instance, if a department is, yes, thank you. Page 15 on that, Johnny, please.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. And still make sure that we're getting good, accurate information to city council. And then if you all want to take further action at that point in time, we can certainly do that. So yes, this would help us to continue to efficiently operate the city and not be held up on certain operations pending maybe a 2-reading budget amendment by city council.
Okay, and that is the red line on item 4.
Yes, that is correct. Right there in the middle of that top of the page there.
And Laura, the red line item, it did have the 50,000, correct?
So the one that was approved by council for first reading did have the 50,000. This one that has our city manager's recommendation does not have a dollar amount on it. And honestly, we are, from the financial end, we're good either way on that. So I don't know if Grayson wants to weigh in, but we're good either way, because even if a budget's going over by a small amount, it's not real common, but we could certainly get pretty good information over to.
So operationally, like David just asked, I mean, is that not a problem if they go over, I mean, $10, $100, $5,000? Do we really want to discuss that, or you fix it? I mean, do we operationally? I just think that that's a mess.
Well, we would be providing just very basic information. It wouldn't be very in-depth, especially for a dollar amount of that size. It might just be, hey, our office supply contract went over budget this year or something like that. Where other larger amounts, you're going to have a much more detailed explanation about what happened and how we are planning to cover it.
But there's no definition of what that amount is. I mean, then it becomes pretty arbitrary of like, well, I didn't think 30 grand was that much to talk about. I feel like if it's not written out, I mean, there's a lot of, it's ambiguous.
Right now, the existing draft before you right now is any time that the department budget itself goes over, I'd be notifying you. If it's $1 million budget and it goes over by $1 or $1,000, $100,000, I'd be notifying you all.
And you feel like that's okay?
Yes, I think, again, as Laura stated, this is not that common of occurrence. And again, the prior version was line item, and so that would be a very common thing.
I don't want the line item.
Yes, and
I
so
mean,
I agree.
I don't know where council is on it, but I mean, when you notify us, what are you gonna do? Send us an email? Just say, hey, we're over this much?
Yeah, I would contact you via email. I'd talk to you all one-on-one, and then the council can decide, we want to talk about this publicly or take it from there.
And you don't feel like that's a problem? Like operationally, that does not create a hindrance in you?
No, I think the version you have in front of you is much it's much better for operations than the prior version we had that the council approved at the last meeting.
So nobody wants to put a dollar amount, just leave it as is?
I would be more inclined to have a higher amount, like 25 or 50 or 100, whatever this. I think when I was listening to this earlier, there was $100,000 that the state requires, right? That was what's the recommendation?
That's for procurement.
For procurement, okay.
No, sure, yeah, if the council wishes to add a higher threshold than the budget amount, if you'd like to say budget plus 50, then certainly there'd be fewer instances of that happening to bring to the council.
But I think if staff is comfortable with this and it's not going to stop operational efficiency, then let's see how it goes. And if it becomes problematic for us, then at that point we would add some language to elevate that.
And that's a great point. This is something that we're planning to bring back to you all every year. But if something's not working on y'all's end or on our end, we can always bring it back and modify it mid-year as well.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? So let me paint a picture here real quick from where we were, because Councilman Prescott wasn't there. We in what I felt like we ended up with did not end up with a line item budget request. Council ended up with a department budget request. And so let me say it this way. There's three things we could be looking at. A true line item budget, meaning you get a line item. You're not allowed to go over that particular line item regardless of how you're doing in the overall department without notifying council, bringing it back for an approval, getting an approval. Nobody was asking for a line item budget request for the financial policy. I was asking for a departmental budget request because we had identified department or fund. So if you'll scroll, actually, you know what? Right there, just right above the red letters, if you see that, the city manager may transfer appropriation balances from one expenditure account to another within a department or fund. And so that was the word that I was taking issue with. Within a department, I think is fine, but the or fund part, I had asked if you guys would strike that, because what we just did was we talked about, like, we don't want to be on a line item budget. You know, we got a box of paper clips here. You want us to really bring that to council? No. We also don't want to be on a fund budget either, where the entire general fund is the overall goal of communication. No, we would hope to have a departmental fund communication. This particular financial policy speaks and assumes to only a cost overrun. In the event that you're over budget, now you communicate to us, which would mean that you would have the ability to transfer funds within departments from department to department anytime you had savings or you were not over budget. So you don't even have to have a budget override at that point to alter the budget according to the policy. So like if we just removed fund, what we would be communicating very well is an expectation for the city manager to communicate to the council in the event that he needed to transfer money from a department budget to another department budget. Therefore, isolating everything as per the budget presentation. We are getting budget presentations that we're approving that are not funded in the overall general fund. Here's our goal. We are getting breakdowns of department by department by department. And then we have accountabilities that go back through to the staff. How are you running your budget within your department? So my request would be, I still don't see the benefit in allowing the document to read, may transfer balances within a department or fund. Why not just limit that to department?
And as I mentioned when we discussed this before, there's certain transactions that we have to facilitate from a governmental accounting standpoint. So for instance, if the police department budgets to purchase a new police car, we put it in the police budget. That's the place you put it. Well, when we buy the police car, we have to buy it out of our fleet department. And so we transfer the budget money out of the police department. We transfer the budget money into our general fund transfers department, and then the money gets moved over to our fleet. So all those those type of transactions that y'all already approved in your budget, we would have to bring back for another round of budget approvals after the fact, just to facilitate the governmental accounting entries associated with it. Now, if council did not want to, or wanted to exclude those type transactions that were already considered through the overall budget process, we do have some proposed language that could accommodate that, Mayor, if you want to take a look at that.
Yeah, I think if you'd
Okay.
show us that, that'd be great.
Sure. So I'll have Johnny pull that up here in just a second. Johnny, that's the email I sent to you earlier. And if you'll go to page 15 of it.
While she's getting there, explain a little bit more because it's hard to understand. General fund transfers account. So you move money from a department or an account into a general fund transfer account, and then you
Yes, sir.
transact it outside of that.
That's
so,
correct.
So rather than just paying one department to the other one directly, you have a general fund transfer department.
That's correct, because you don't pay money from one department to another inside the general fund. It's really just one fund, one giant pot of money, essentially. But you were moving budget from one department to the other.
So could you compare it to almost like a journal entry? Like, well, it's within the same company, so we made a journal entry here. So you have a step there in a general fund transfer that acknowledges that the money went from this department over to that department, but it got transacted for X item.
So, yes, we do journal entries on a transaction like that, but the journal entry is only for the actual money movement. So the journal entry would be from the general fund transfers department to the fleet department, moving money from fund to fund. On the other side, we're doing what's called a budget entry, and we're moving budget from police department to general fund transfers department. So if we just move the money out of general fund transfers through a journal entry, then general fund transfers would be over budget, and then police would appear to have more budget than they really should, because that police car budget would still be sitting inside their department
No,
budget.
that's complicated, but she just explained it in a really good way, right? Like she needs to record this because of the governmental style of transactions that she's making. So, but the twist there is if we remove the word fund and we don't just isolate ourselves to the department, it triggers something for you to have to bring it back to council for a secondary approval. And I don't understand why that would be if it was already approved by council. And maybe this one red
Yes.
line speaks to that.
So what we tried to accommodate that request from you there by striking the word "or fund" and then saying transfers between expenditure accounts within a fund shall be permitted only when necessary to execute accounting entries required to facilitate transactions approved in the annual budget.
That's great. So it's already approved in the budget.
It's already
Keeps
approved
you
in the
from
budget.
needing
Yes.
to come back. And
Yes.
it allows for a better communication and expectation between city manager and council of anytime we're over budget, he's going to notify us now
Yes.
within the department.
Yes. Now, we wouldn't be notifying you all again when we buy the police car, you all have to approve the purchase of the police car. So you're seeing it on the actual spend side. But behind the scenes, we are moving budget money from the police department to general fund transfers and then paying the money out to fleet. So you wouldn't see that side if this policy was worded this way.
As
So-
per the pre-approved or the already
Yes,
approved
absolutely.
budget. I think that's great.
Okay. All right.
Let me ask one other thing here. The difference in appropriation versus fund balance calculation. If you go to page 16, let me ask you a question. How do you calculate those different? It says not all of the fund balance is available for appropriation. A portion of the fund balance may be in inventories or prepaid expenses. Is that not already?
So that's, okay, so when we are determining how much money is available for you all to appropriate or to budget for, right, we have to go through a complicated calculation. So we can't just say all money on hand at end of year, y'all can spend all of it. Because some of it's already due to other places and in accounts payable, so we have to back that out. Some of it's already been earmarked for capital projects, so we have to back that out. So the fund balance, even though those amounts may be sitting in the fund balance, capital projects are a great one. You know, so we have the cash on hand or the bond proceeds on hand, but we've committed those dollars to certain projects. Well, we may not have a bill due yet, so it's not sitting in accounts payable. So you have cash. The offset of that is fund balance, but you can't spend that fund balance because you've already committed that cash to go to capital projects. So what we're saying is anything that there's certain portions of fund balance that cannot be available for appropriation. You can't commit those capital dollars to spend twice, or we're going to run into big issues.
So I like that point, just because, council, I want to drive this home. I think this is important, not just for me, but for future councils. If you could go back up, Johnny, to that red line where you've got the additional wording in there. Communication in a policy is very, very important, that it doesn't rely on, well, this is the intent or this is what we've always done. It really needs to rely on what does it say. And so this says it very well, especially when you have to go and calculate fund balance availability, because there are things that are appropriated and may be spent within the next year or could be pulled forward. Inventories. Well, could we not account for that inventory? We could. So in setting up a city manager well with future councils, it gives real good clarification on how he's to move money within a department, but not within a fund without council knowing it. Just following the given budget that you guys work real hard on producing. We've digested and put to work with the employees. So tell me, Mrs. Storrs, what's the problem if I was to advocate for this up on the screen? So transfers between expenditure accounts already approved, that takes care of that. And we're communicating, city manager may transfer appropriation balances from one expenditure account to another within a department.
So as it's written on the
Yeah, I just want to know, like, what is that causing a problem for staff in? Because I love the way it's worded. Y'all worked on it. We're not in a line item request. I'm not trying to do a line item budget. We're isolating it to a department, but we're taking out the let's just say my worry of, like, we just have this huge fund that has 20 different departments in it, and money's just moving back and forth, and I can't see it. I can't be held accountable because I can't follow you. Right? My citizens want to know. So I like your hard work here. I just want to know if it's something we can agree to.
From my standpoint, and again, I would have to walk through an entire year with a policy like this to tell you the pitfalls on it, okay, and the positives on it. But I think this is something that we could be comfortable with, that I don't think will be a huge amount of excess work for the financial team and bringing a whole lot of extra things to you all that you wouldn't necessarily want to see. But I can't guarantee that. I mean, these were just the things that I could think through at the time, because taking the word or fund out puts a whole lot more restriction on it, which is fine. State law looks at everything from a fund level. So now you all are telling our city manager, okay, state law says keep it in budget from a fund level, but we want this extra level from you. And so, you know, what it's going to do is, if there was ever any need to move money from one department to another, we would have to bring it back for a formal budget amendment. So, and at this point, I don't see any huge issues with that. You know, if it's an emergency type thing, I think we'll be trying to pull the emergency procurement part of the statute and have to do a budget amendment potentially after the fact. You know, so I think we could work through those things. I think we can live with the policy written.
That's great. I appreciate the hard work, Council.
Mr. Mayor, what are you looking for here? I'm not tracking with you.
So what I'm looking for is 3 different levels of expectation. So you run successful businesses, and you understand how difficult it can be if your employee feels like they have to bring you every request that's not within a line item. So, you know, you budgeted $50 for gasoline. It was $53.26. So they took your time away from what you were doing for them to get a $3.26 overrun. Like, you don't want that. You also understand how difficult it can be at the end of a year when you're running $500+ million, or at least 270 in one fund, to track all that and be held accountable for it, if you can move money from department to department within that overall fund. So keeping it isolated really allows for council to get kind of a check-in. So it's a checks and balances. We approve it by the department. We issue it, we're getting it back by the department, and then we'd have a formal amendment to that budget if needed, which we're saying may not ever happen, but like in the event that it does, you don't feel like it's often or likely.
I would hope not. I mean, looking back over the last several years, I wouldn't anticipate it.
So does this satisfy that?
Yes, sir. I think this is very well written.
Well, then I would make I would move to adopt resolution number 090925-1 as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
And so your motion is with the final draft of the language that we just showed on the screen? Yes, ma'am. Okay, is that sufficient?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, let me
Johnny,
ask.
you sufficient with that? Okay.
And let me ask legal, do we have that listed as a different 0909-25? It's listed the same.
Yeah.
We just specify the additional wording in red. Perfect. Motion and a second. Any further discussion on item 10A? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10B. We have Mr. Path listed on this one. So what do you need to contribute, Mr. Path, in the way of this contract and your satisfaction that our legal department has done a good job in executing this?
So the city council has the water supply agreement for Fermi for 2.5 MGD. It does, as you've seen, it has outlined for 2 times the rate. It specifies that Fermi would be responsible for all the improvements that are necessary to provide this water. There'll be 2 wells, as well as the existing, as well as backup generation and piping to connect those wells to our system in Carson County. We have other terms here that are normal to our water supply agreements. So with this, City Council, we're ready to approve this if you are. But at the same time, this is still a draft. And so the City Council wishes to edit it or so forth. That's your purview. And so, again, we can do that here. You can do an executive session. But otherwise, this thing is ready to go if you're ready for it.
I would like to make a,
Well, no, I'm seeing some discussion here, so
Okay.
I'll let you start.
Well, I just want to say, I'm optimistic about the prospect of economic development that Fermi will bring to our area, and I hope and have every confidence that they'll be successful. What concerns me is that these negotiations have really been rushed, and as a result, we're giving our most valuable resource for too little money. It was actually brought up today several times. Let me be clear. I support Fermi and I support selling them water, but my job is to negotiate for the taxpayers and the ratepayers. And with all due respect, I don't think we've negotiated hard enough. Let me explain, and I want to throw a slide up here if the city secretary's out. So on the October 14th meeting, this is what I heard from Fermi. And Toby said here, Texas Tech sees it as maybe the unfair thing that all the wealth for A&M and the University of Texas comes from the old District 35A. And Texas Tech has not historically benefited from that wealth. Think of it as a royalty based on the revenues and values of what will be built on the site. And when Texas Techs look at it, though I can't speak for them, we're not talking about $10 million a year fully built out. This is a hundreds, plural, of millions of dollars a year opportunity, which I think is great. I don't begrudge Texas Tech for that. But Texas Tech didn't sell their land. They're leasing it. And at the end of 99 years, Texas Tech still owns every acre of it. Amarillo, on the other hand, is selling a declining and irreplaceable asset. And Amarillo's water, once pumped, is gone. Every gallon we sell today is somewhat less water for the next generation. And the nuclear reactors are in our backyard. Amarillo has some skin in this game. Now, I just want to kind of look at the numbers when we talk about the benefit of that Texas Tech, and I don't begrudge them for this. But if you go to the next slide, I mean, at a minimum, the benefit out of this was for Texas Tech is $100 million a year for use for their land. And that's what they're telling us eventually to that. So the next slide is, so what are Amarillo citizens receiving for their water? And if you'll bump to the next slide. So at the two, I don't think this is right. Bump it just one more. So at the 2.5, you see on the top line, $7.9 million a year. We get $3.9 million a year. And in 10 years, we get $39,540,000. This is the 5 million gallon a day days. We get 15 million. The additional revenue, which I'm going to call profit, is about $8 million. And in 10 years, we get roughly $80 million. If we go to the next slide, this runs it out to 7.5 million gallons per day. A total annual payment of $23 million, 11.9, nearly $12 million is additional revenue. That's that second times. And we get $119 million over that 10-year period. If you go to the next slide, this is, at the top is 10 million gallons per day. The total annual payment at the two times will be $31 million. That additional revenue, which is half of that, is 15.9. And we get $159 million additional dollars over that 10-year period. So if you go to the next slide, you're looking at the return on investment for Tex land. Potentially $100 million a year is $1 billion. But for our water, which I think is an equal resource, we're looking at a benefit of $159 million over that period of time. And I think we just heard from them saying, one good thing is maybe we need to be charging more for the water. Well, I think we should in this case. If you go to the next slide, when you look at the return on investment, the potential return on investment, at our highest level of 10,000 of the 10 million a day, that still gets us, for every dollar Texas Tech is getting for the land, we're getting 16 cents. I think our water is more valuable. The land is a permanent asset. The water is a temporary access. And I think we need to take a closer look at this. I don't think this deal values the water the way that it deserves and determine a rate that equals the value of our water.
Council, I know you may have questions. The investment that was assessed at $1 billion for Texas Tech, I'm not clear on where that number came from. So the $1 billion, where does that come from?
You'd have to ask Toby or Fermi, because when I asked that question, and I've asked for the agreement with Texas Tech. I never received a copy of it. But I'm just going on that when this thing is fully developed out, that there's a potential of hundreds of millions of dollars to benefit Texas Tech, and that was from the co-founder of Fermi.
Okay.
And I think Texas Tech, and I think shareholders and people who invest in the stock, I'm all for people making money. I don't have anything against that, but I think our water is more valuable, and our citizens.
I want to work with you through this deal, and I want to work on behalf of our citizens as well. Go back through a couple of your slides there to the 32 million. So, I understand if we ramp up to 10 MGD, that's a legitimate ask. We are still in discussions, and lots of conversation about how much water is too much water. Some people in here voiced, 1 gallon is too much. Don't sell a gallon. Other people are in support and feel like, the ag pull on that aquifer far outweighs what this is. But let me propose it this way. You have a deal in front of you. You could sell it and project it at $32 million a year. It's not a $15 million a year additional revenue. It's a $32 million a year additional revenue, because you're going to walk away from the deal. So at least zero that out, and then
Well, not necessarily, because there's still a fixed cost to a gallon of water that you're paying no matter what.
I understand that. And
that's the regular rate that we pay everybody to maintain the existing system.
Sure, but we could argue that Texas Tech has a burden of managing the lease and the property, and that they have risk as well. I don't think what we're trying to do is equate land ownership to water value. It is always more important to own real estate and land than it is to have a commodity that you're selling, right? But then it's a value, it's an asset. You feel like we've under negotiated by how much?
I don't know. That's probably what we need to discuss.
Is there a better time to discuss it than now?
Go right ahead. I'm willing to listen.
Okay.
Just for, if you go to the next slide, I think it's on the next slide, or there's 2 more slides. I just put together a ballpark, and we're at 2. Just for looking at it at a 10 times rate for 10 years for this same amount of water, that incremental goes from 159 to 1.4 billion. So that just gives you an idea of what we're talking about. And I think looking at this as, and I appreciate that Fermi wants to give to our charitable organizations, and I'm sure they will, and they want to commit to the community. But not everybody's going to get a job at Fermi. Not everyone is going to benefit directly. There would be no better way, I think, than all of the citizens, all the water users, to be able to benefit directly from this, particularly when we're looking at the cost of $159 million may go a little ways in building a wastewater treatment plant. $1 billion will go a long way in it.
Well, I'll definitely let council chime in, but I've said the whole time that, I've communicated very well with staff and others that the 2.5 is the original deal, and that, things should escalate from there. We want to drive a harder bargain as we go. We're not trying to do the full total deal on the front end, and I think as a stakeholder in performing well contractually, you walk into a deal with somebody. I felt like 2X was 50% higher than what they were originally asked to give. We went from 1.5 to 2X. We've now told them here in a public meeting, we want to raise that rate as we walk this out. It may be 3 or 4 or 5 years before we get to the 5 MGD. It may only be a year or 2 years. I don't know. But that's the time to, I'd say after the capital is invested, to drive that next step of the negotiation. Councilman Simpson, it looks like you want to project 10 years and negotiate everything on the front end and just be done today. Is that right? You want to name your price today, or you want to name your price 5 years from now?
I'm just saying that we've undervalued the water. This is really, I don't think it came to me until I just kind of looked at the potential that for the land. I don't know if you'd say the land is more valuable, least valuable. There will be 100% of that land left at the end of this lease agreement. At the end of 100 years, we'll have a third less of the aquifer. Nobody's debating that. I'm just saying I think there's a lot more value to our water, and it was even mentioned today by Fermi. But I just think right now where we are on the water rate, and really today is the first day that this wasn't even brought to council until the last meeting when we were still trying to get answers, and there were more answers today. So I'm just saying I think in haste we kind of rushed this. We as a council really didn't have a chance to give any feedback because we couldn't. We can't one-on-one go and negotiate this out because 5 people would probably have 5 different opinions. I just think there's a lot more value for our water than this.
Okay, council?
I would defer to Donnie. This is a great deal, right? At 2 times?
I don't think our answer is whether it's a great deal or not. It's just doing the math and figuring out if it's covering our O&M cost and what the extra is on top of that, which we've done. And, as I mentioned earlier to Councilman Reed, we ran those numbers. Even at a higher, in order to figure out what it costs you to operate a well, you have to look at the initial investment of it. First of all, they're probably $7 or $8 million they're putting into these 2 pieces of infrastructure, along with the chlorination system, everything that goes along with constructing a well, permitting it, the transmission line that's coming from that and connecting to our existing well field. There's a lot to that. So we don't even know what that number is, but we're somewhere between 6 and 8 million is what we're guessing on the initial investment on the capital dollars. So that is a win for us because we're not investing the money on that as far as staff is concerned. And then when we start looking at the rate itself at the 2 times rate, we've figured that out over the life of a well. You have to figure out what and we don't know what these wells are going to, we don't know how many GPMs they're going to be. We think we have a pretty good idea of what that portion of the well field generates. But, you have to figure out what your head is, what your, you know, your pumping costs, your electrical costs, and all that. So we ran some rough numbers on that just to see what that maintenance would be over a year. And as I mentioned earlier, it's about $170,000 a year per well. You take that, you put I think we did a 3% increase over 50 years, because that's usually the life of a well. As long as that water's there, it'll continue to pump it, with replacements of your pump every 20 years, replacements of your motor every 10 years, calculate it all out. You take a $398 million number over that 50 years versus the $40 million it would take to maintain that with O&M, and that was the delta that we saw. So yeah, it pays for itself, and it does well. So that's the math we ran. I don't want to have an opinion on that. It's just we get requests like this all the time, and that's what we do, is we look at it and see if it's going to cover our operational costs. Plus, you have to remember that entire well field has other infrastructure that's been there since the 60s. So we know that we're going to have other costs that come up along the way to maintain that entire well field, to deliver the product not only to where that delivery point is, that meter, but also to our system as well. So we want to make sure that we have enough money in there too to take care of some of those things when we're looking at this rate. So
what rate are we charging producer-owned beef?
We 1.5.
1.5. Can we go back to the slides where it did?
Let me let Floyd answer it. He was the one who negotiated that deal. I wasn't. So
POB under their 380 agreement gets the same rate as Tyson, which is on the path to be inside the city rate in 5 years and 1.5 after 10 years.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And less than 1x. Can we go back to the slide that showed back one more? Yeah, that one there. How are we getting from 31 to 15? I don't understand. The annual payment is 31.8, and then we have an annual additional revenue. How are we doing that?
Past the one times. He's saying that's the additional. It's
So
the double rate.
31.8 would be their total bill, but if we charge them the regular one, so the 15.9 is that additional X that we're getting. So that's.
But we're still, at the end of the day, we're still.
You just divide by
32
2
million, right?
You're getting a check, but remember, our water users are paying to support the water system. So everybody's paying one rate. We're not making, I guess, profit off of that per se. I mean, I guess we're using that, but the additional revenue we're getting out of this is 15.9.
It is my opinion that we talk about transparency, we talk about authenticity, we talk about being a good neighbor. I don't think we come in at the last minute and change it. I respect the comments and the thought. I think that if we feel that we're short in value, we do that at the 5.5. We have further discussions. But I would think that if we charge 10 times, I think that the opportunity is going to walk out the door.
I don't agree with you. I know you feel that way. I think they came to us because they need this water and they need it fast. And there's lots of people that are riding on it, so I appreciate that. But I just think, and I would have loved to have brought this up sooner, but this is the first time. I mean, I guess, but maybe I should have brought it up the last meeting, but I said, wait a minute, they're getting $100 million and we're getting cents on the dollar for that. I just think, and this is new, this is different, to me, this is not POB or Tyson. This is something new or different. And they self-admit this is the highest profit margins in the world, and they need our waters to do it. I think our taxpayers and citizens should get an equal benefit out of it.
Councilman?
Yeah, I mean, I would say in your figures, I mean, if you're going to look at this, we've got to look at you think about $8 million for the infrastructure and the 2 wells. Is that what you're saying, roughly?
Yeah, this is in phase 1, and we've looked at all 3 of these phases to kind of get an idea of what we're looking at. But yeah, we're saying anywhere between 6 and 8 if you take the 2 wells, the construction of those, the permitting, chemicals, everything.
Okay. So, I mean, if you look at this, you've got to throw another $8 million on this, because that is an asset that we are going to have, even like you said, less if they walk away, whatever. It's like the land with tech. I mean, we're still going to have that. Now, it's aging, and, there may be, it requires service and that type of deal. But in that first, and we don't know when the $5.5 million is going to be asked. From what they were telling us, it's fairly soon, because by January 27, they've got to be producing 1 gigawatt. Is that right? By January 27? Is that just in my brain? But if that's the case, the ask is going to go to 5.5, and I think that's when we renegotiate. I agree with you. I think we need all we can get. I think absolutely we do. But I agree with Prescott to say, this last minute thing, maybe it should have been
Yeah,
brought up
but
last
it's
time.
not my fault that this is last minute.
No, but I'm not saying it's your fault, but-
So I can't just say, well, wait a minute, I think I'm not going to root for the taxpayers because it was the last minute.
Still rooting for the taxpayers.
And this is, and we're hashing this out in public, which is where
Right,
it should be done.
but we had a meeting 2 weeks ago that we were talking about this very same thing, or no, more than 2 weeks
Well,
ago.
yeah, but then when I see, wait a minute, Tech is getting $100 million or
But we
hundreds
knew
of millions.
that.
So I didn't know that. I didn't know that until, and I still don't know it for sure because I can't get a copy of the agreement that shows that. I'm just basing on what was been said.
So, Councilman, you had the wherewithal 2 weeks ago to ask for a laundry list of things that you needed for them to come in with a commitment of make this commitment, commit to do this. It looked to be very professional, and you looked prepared. I didn't feel like I was running a quick meeting at all. This has been in front of you for months now.
No, well, it's not been in front of this council for months.
No, it's being discussed.
And we can't go around negotiating individually that
But
has to be brought to the council.
I agree totally with Prescott's assessment in transparency, authenticity, genuineness. I can't help but go back to, every decision made in the stock market is made on one of two things, greed or fear, right? That's because it's not relational. It's the stock market. When we enter into this kind of a relationship, we're trying to ask them to enter into the community as a stakeholder. We're giving them a laundry list of things that they need to commit to do so that our expectations are right. Now we want to treat it like a stock deal?
I'm not trying to treat it like a stock deal. I'm just saying I think what is a fair price for our water? And in this case, I think it is. I think it's more.
Councilman, I saw you down there but haven't heard from you.
So, I kind of agree with Les on this. But we're in a tight situation, not by our doing, right? And so, in our agreement, we decided that we were going to do this in phases. The first phase is kind of a goodwill offering from both sides. We need this, and we're willing to give it to them, knowing that there are going to be further negotiations as we go into the next level. And so I have less of a heartache with it right now, but if we're looking at these same numbers as we go down the line, I think that's where we start negotiating, because as they grow, they're going to need more water, and it becomes more valuable to us.
And yes, sir, Councilman.
Grayson, we have first right of refusal in the agreement, correct?
First right of refusal for...
That Fermi will come to us, is that in the agreement, first right of refusal, that they'll come to us?
We don't have language like that in our agreement, no.
Okay, it wasn't in there.
Are you talking about purchasing wells versus coming to the city?
Right.
No, we don't have that kind of language in the agreement.
We have a 20-year agreement, though. The time is 20 years.
It's a 20-year agreement with two 10-year options.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilman Reed. Tell me again how you agreed with Les, because I didn't hear it. You were talking about a negotiation over.
Our water is valuable.
So maybe but what I heard you say was that this was a first step in a longer walk, and that you were comfortable in a continued negotiation moving forward. You didn't necessarily want to hold the deal up, and I'm not feeling that you've been pressured or you feel rushed.
I think as a good faith negotiation, this is what we agreed to. That's what has been discussed, and we all knew that. And to come out now, and I get what Les is saying, our water is valuable. We can negotiate that down the road when we go into phase 2 and phase 3. But I'm not looking to hold this up because I want to come up with another negotiation in 4 weeks.
Okay.
I support that 100%.
Because you also have, as Councilman Tips said, there's an infrastructure that they're going to be building that's going to cost millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
That's all part of that the taxpayer is not going to have to carry. That's not going to be a burden on the taxpayer. That becomes a benefit to us.
Yeah, and I don't mean to do this to you, and I know you won't give me the number, but like I'm in a different position than I expected to be in this conversation here tonight. So Gentlemen, before you sits the debt and the burden on your ratepayers that sit here and are telling you to run the city like a business as soon as you go up on their rate for wastewater treatment. I promise you, the same people that have been in here telling you like to treat this as a as a water conservation topic will be right back in here if you double their rate to go pay for the wastewater treatment plant. You got a treatment plant that hasn't had the TLC that it's needed and deserved for 2 decades almost. And these gentlemen over here are working diligently to come up with a plan that's in the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of phases. And we are looking at an option here where you're going to revenue an extra $32 million in for water sales, and it won't materially impact the pumpage out of the upper 26. You cannot say that 0.32 of 1% materially impacts the pumpage for the 1.1 trillion that was used back in 2023. Now, I know there's other AI concerns, but just looking at this deal, how are you going to pay for the wastewater treatment plant that could run $15, $20 million in debt service? How much is the debt service on this annually?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me that. I'm so happy about that.
I know you really wanted to get that question.
We're still working through those numbers right now. We're trying, as we told you in the last conversation we had about wastewater, you know, the original conversations we had with those wild estimates that were up there in the $2 and $3 billion range. We know that we're trying to target to get those back down to around $1 billion, but it's going to take a lot to service that debt. That's all I can say at this point in time. We do have a presentation coming up in the November meeting, though, where we'll be able to give you a little bit of better information.
What I want to say safely is this negotiation is with the intention of our ratepayer and our citizens that are going to have to pay for this system. You realize this is a system. This is not a Facebook topic that you can just pick one side and you don't have to worry about the other consequences. This is a full functioning system, and what pulls on one side pushes on the other. If we choose not to sell our water anymore, and we choose to be a no-growth town that tells people we don't need you coming to Amarillo, like this is the way you do it. I mean, a pretty good example if you move this direction. And then what we're going to have is that same dilapidated wastewater treatment plant that we're all going to pay for. And then you know who's going to be to blame? These same 5 people that didn't have leadership skills enough to act when we had an opportunity to balance the overall system. This is a good deal. It's not a bad deal unless you believe that the water is in such a finite resource that you shouldn't pump 1 gallon of it. And if that's the case, it's a different conversation.
It's not an extreme. It's not like we're going to dry it or I mean, if we go into these extremes, that's not where we live in the middle. And all I'm saying is, I think, and this deserves a further conversation down the road. But I just think we've got water. I have no problem with the amount of water that Fermi wants to take, even if it's up to 10 million gallons a day. I said that in the grand scheme of things now, that's a lot of hot water. So we've got to deal with that. And I appreciate that they're going to pay for building it, but they're building something that maybe we wouldn't have, and I don't know how much you're going to divide, how much benefit they get out of the wells versus everybody else, or if all that water is going to them. All I'm saying is, when I look at this and the value of a natural resource that we have and what another natural resource is getting paid for, I think there's some discrepancy in the value.
I think it's my opinion that as we move forward, and I agree with you, Les, that and I think Fermi should expect this from us as we go in. They're a startup. We heard that earlier. They're a startup that is trying to get a lot of things going. And so if they're planning in their financials right now at 2 times, they should realistically think that it might be a 3 to 4 on a 5.5, that it could be a 6 times on a 7.5. It could be an 8 times on a 10, but it at least gives them the opportunity to come to the table at that point. And I do believe that the water is very valuable. What really gives me heartburn on this is that we're ready to go forward. We've asked them to do everything that we wanted them to do. And to me, it's like we're buying a car and we've agreed to a price, and I'm in the room signing up, and no, it's an extra $25,000 for that car, and it just doesn't sit right with me. I'm sorry.
Well, I would just say one thing. Obviously, conversations with Texas Tech went on way earlier this year. I mean, We got it later in the year. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not having a overwhelming sense of guilt on the timing of this. I mean, it's a perfect storm, and I understand it. I'm just saying that I think we're at a place here, and we'll see how council feels about it. But I just think that we have a resource and something to look at to be able to be a benefit for our taxpayers and ratepayers, where this project can tangibly benefit every citizen, every water user, property owners, renters, businesses, everybody that's using it, by being able to have this type of supplement from a company that's really going to, to me, Fermi is going to rise on the backs of Amarillans. And people will live here. It'll be our employees. It'll be that. I think, being able to figure out a way to do something like this to benefit every citizen would be a great way to show, the community that it's a good partnership.
I move to adopt resolution number 101425-2 as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have further discussion?
Yeah, just a comment. I mean, there's the art of negotiation, Les. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I think we need to get all we can get. Mayor, you were saying $32 million, at the end of that. That's it. That's at 2 times the rate. We know we're not going to be there whenever that next ask comes. We're not going to be at 2 times. We know we're not. So, there's 2 parties in the negotiation. And I agree with Prescott that, we push too far, and they say, you know what, we can get $2.5 million somewhere else. We might not be able to get 5.5, but we can get 2.5. So to Mayor's point, then somebody walks away, now there's no deal. And again, what message does that send? I think there's a lot of things to look at other than the price. I agree. We should get all we can get. But I feel like we've moved forward enough that they've made some commitments. At the 2 times. We know that the ask is coming pretty short. I mean, shorter than I originally thought when Toby was up here talking about it. I think that's when we renegotiate and we get everything we can get. We get the infrastructure done. We get the wells. And at $2.5 million, we're ankle deep. We're not diving into this thing saying, hey, we're going to stay at the 2 times the rate for the 5.5 or the 10. So, I mean, I think that has to be looked at. I mean, because we can push back. But then if they walk away and say, well, we can handle 2.5, we can buy enough cornfields and we can do it. Right now, their time is all messed up and that type of deal. But then are we being a good partner? And are we a good partner for business? I think that those are some things that we have to look at. And I think it's interesting, too, that the people in here that don't want to sell the water, but as soon as we talk about 10 times the rate, they're clapping. Like either you want to sell the water or you don't want to sell the water. And if you don't want to sell the water, I mean, you just showed me that there's a certain price that you would. That would make sense to me. I mean, I'm just making a comment. I mean, we're catching flack up here going, oh, you're going to sell our natural resource, but then we talk about, selling at whatever rate, and you're all happy about that. So, I mean, that doesn't make sense to me either, but I just think we have to be careful with what we're doing here. And I mean, I think this is probably the shortest ask or the shortest of this contract that we're going to see. I think the bump to 5.5 is going to be sooner than what we realize. And I think at that point, we negotiate. It's just my opinion.
Well, and I look forward to that. I mean, my hope was maybe we could lower the floor a little bit more, and then maybe have more room to work up even that. But if this passes today at this rate, I just hope that we can. Then, if we do look at a second negotiation, I just think there is there's a fair way, not fair. But let's all share in the wealth with everybody, including the citizens of Amarillo. And I hope they're wildly successful. I hope Tech gets all the NIL money that they need to win the national championship. I hope all that happens. But also I hope Amarillo citizens can see not only the benefits of the jobs and the charity, but something like this where they're helping pay for a crucial part of our infrastructure would benefit every citizen.
Did you have anything further? My last remark would just be, we don't just have one product here in the city. Our people are a huge value and an asset. They're making their decision on a lot of different things. We are upskilled and we are hardworking, and we're going to step up to the challenge for all the housing next. These conversations are going to be built around community building. Right now, we should be having one of the easiest conversations that I've been taken back that it's been this difficult. We have so many challenges in front of us. And for us to feel very myopic about like just one thing that we are going to pull one lever and that's it, we're going to sell the effluent water to these guys, and that's another step. and we're going to protect the water to Lake Tanglewood and to Excel. And then we have so many concerns with security, policing, growth in a community. You add 15 to 18,000 people in this community within a few months when construction ramps up, and we need to start working together. I'm fairly disappointed in the way that this has gone. I still am very optimistic that we'll make the right choice here.
Well,
And
maybe
so-
if we'd all been brought in the conversation a lot earlier, we could have had the conversation. I'm not apologizing for what I've done. I've stood it up for the taxpayers and the ratepayers of this community. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it. I'm fine. I'm going to lose the vote. That's fine. That's fine. But, when I'm coming up to step up, sorry you're disappointed. I'll try to make it up. But I'm firmly believing that we're undervaluing our water.
Man, I appreciate that. And I think that you're a strong asset in moving this thing forward. And we're going to need to do it together. So I have a motion. I have yet to get a second.
You motion?
Second.
Second.
I have a motion from place 3, correct? I have a second from place 2. Any other discussion? All in favor of this item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Item passes with a 4-1 vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on to item 10C. Second and final reading on a donation policy. Mr. Path, can you run this one for us?
Yes, City Council reviewed a City of Amarillo Public Monument and Artwork donation policy at your last council meeting. So you have this. This is our second reading for this, and so if the council is pleased with this, we can move forward today. If there's any edits, we can make those as well. So I'll just turn back over to the council.
I move to adopt resolution number 10-14-25-4.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on that item. I was previously expecting some discussion on this one from you, Mr. Path. Do we have anything further from you? You're good as is on the draft.
Yes, I'm good. I've talked to
This is your
council.
original draft?
Yes, this is the original draft. Nothing's changed. I know there's some members we've talked one-on-one. There were some ideas, but I think we've worked those through.
Okay, I just didn't want to move past anyone here. Item 10C, I have a motion and a second with no further discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 10D, Texas Water Development Board, very fitting. So, Mr. Hartman, can you talk to this one for us on maybe what some of our representatives that are working hard for this community are driving?
Sure, Mayor. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to present these items. Both item 10D and 10E have some similarities, so I'm going to cover parts of both of them. And Mayor, if you want to proceed or let me finish on 10E as well. But so this first one, 10D, is a resolution. And I want to note that we've asked for these to be one readings due to the deadline for both of these being early in November prior to the next scheduled meeting. Based off your earlier this year policy change to 2 readings. So I just wanted to make that note very up front. Both of these are related to the Hollywood Road design, the next steps in the process for Hollywood Road, and where we're going with funding related to those. Mayor, you touched on it, so I'll go ahead and touch on that. This $20 million is a grant, and this is an amazing opportunity that I've never seen in my career related to the state of Texas and funding an infrastructure facility in a city this size. But Representative Fairley sponsored this for us, and it was included in Senate Bill 1 for a direct funding of $20 million in the recent legislative session. This is a major win for Amarillo and the region, as funding that is essential for the much-needed improvements at Hollywood Road wastewater plant. Direct funding as they directed out of the legislature, was to be administered by the Texas Water Development Board. This reflects the strong commitment of all the West Texas elected officials in unity in getting funding back to our region from the state of Texas. This is just an amazing accomplishment on all levels. But who benefits the most from this is the City of Amarillo ratepayers, because they don't have to fund this $20 million. It directly reduces the ratepayers' cost in Amarillo, Texas. Are there any questions about that component? And I'll move on. Okay. So as a resolution, again, this is a resolution with the Texas Water Development Board General Revenue Grant supporting the plan of a wastewater treatment facility. So why this is important is that this funding is just like your general fund or your water and sewer funds, where you make the decisions of what the restrictions are. This has limited restrictions that you would typically see from state funding. This is them handing money to you and you managing that. The restriction here is it's going to be spent on the project. Okay? This resolution provides for, just like the second one, for that application to be turned in. Excuse me. That application process is due by early November. And this tells the state that it's city council and the city's intention to move forward with the project and spend these funds on this project. Basically, that's what this resolution does. It identifies the limited amount of requirements that are do that, but it also identifies in Section 2, construction, improving, equipping, gives parameters, but that constructing includes design and the planning component. So with that one, are there any questions on the resolution 10D, the $20 million grant? Oh, I did want to cover a couple of things. So where we're at on the Hollywood Road project is we're finishing up. We're coming towards the end of the preliminary engineering studies and assessments. That's a typical process in these funding processes with the state. You'll see in their guidance documents that they have planning and design and construction criteria for loans. Well, preliminary engineering studies and assessments are legitimate, necessary, and subject to, in this case, the review by their engineer. Texas Water Development Board has an engineering department that reviews the plans, reviews our processes, and reviews our applications. They also have a finance division that reviews it from the finance laws and rules and regulations. And they also have a legal department, just like we do, that reviews it. So it's reviewed at multiple levels. If there are anything in that application and or our processes that is inappropriate, they will catch that and it will be rejected. Okay? So we, step by step, work hand in hand with state agency on those processes. But the essential piece is these preliminary engineering evaluations and reports and studies that are going on is the first step. That matches our time frame in this procurement of funding. Both of these will take, at minimum, about 4 to 6 months to get to closing. In other words, you could anticipate, this resolution goes into a package that's due by early November. They start their review. All three of those divisions start their review down at the state. And then we work back and forth with this to make sure that, number one, we meet the program requirements, and number two, we meet all federal and state laws, and that everything is on the up and up in relation to the projects. Once that occurs, their staff will recommend it to the Texas Water Development Board for approval. There will be a public comment period at that Texas Water Development Board meeting, just like your public comment, where written comments verbal comments or any other method of comments can be made, and people who oppose or have different views of it have the opportunity to let the Texas Water Development Board know directly if they have concerns. So those are the steps on both of them, okay? So, but we would anticipate is that it take about 6 to 9 months realistically for all of that to occur to get to a closing and finally close this loan, basically. That would bring another action in front of you that you've done before, when just similar to any action when you issue debt. So there'll be another opportunity here for public comment and public input before it's finalized and the loan is actually placed on a calendar to be closed. That would be after the Texas Water Development Board votes to approve it. So that's kind of the steps. But I want to reiterate, it's a review on their end to make sure that everything is legal and complies with state, federal requirements and our local requirements. Questions there on 10D? I'll stop there on 10D.
I move to accept resolution 102825-1.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, you got a dinner appointment, Prescott, or what's going on here?
I gave up eating on Tuesdays, Les, and we don't get to eat on Tuesdays.
Today is our day of fasting, yes.
We're working on his figure for him. I would like to make a comment here. Thoroughly impressed in this action with all of our representatives, Fairley, Smithy, as well as Sparks. We all know none of this happens without teamwork. However, Representative Fairley is a young lady, and she is super smart, and she's a strong leader. And she put herself down there right in the middle of it, and she's delivered as the lead on this. So it's a heartfelt gratitude and thank you to her and her office and her team. I'm sure she's got a team. But we are the recipient of $25 million here, and I know that there's been a lot of hard work for many years that produced less, but this happened to produce this much. And so I just want to make sure that the gratitude goes in step with this. This item, item 10D, has a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10E up for consideration.
Okay.
Did you have something
further?
further?
Things to add. So 10E is the typical route of a clean water state revolving fund application. Fancy words, intended use plan is how they dedicate these fundings. So there is a submission across the state for projects to be included in the intended use plan. Here's a copy, hard copy of the intended use plan. 197 projects across the state. Only a few of them get funded. This is an opportunity by invitation from the Texas Water Development Board based off a prioritization of this intended use plan projects for us to apply for these funds. Not everyone gets it. Very few get it. In fact, they've described us, we're the last one. This yellow tab is ours, and you can see it's about 5 pages in. So very few of the projects that are requested across the state are invited to apply for these funds. This does not totally commit you. This tells the state that the City of Amarillo and the mayor and council are on board with the application and moving forward to that same process, such that you'll see a Texas Water Development Board meeting action sometime probably right after the first of the year that would approve that application. And you would have a commitment of the loan come before you on the same time frame. But I wanted you to be aware that this is a competitive process, that staff and people involved have done tremendous work. This is a team effort. There's 10 to 12 staff members that have worked on this to get this to a point where we get the invitation for this award. Again, it's listed in there, but this will take more. They limit it now to $60 million per cycle, which is per year. And so the 66 includes additional costs such as loan origination fees are eligible for the loan and other fees that are related to procuring this. So you will see as the Hollywood Road project progresses, this and/or other funding sources will be brought back to you for additional funding sources.
Floyd, we appreciate your team and you shedding that light on it, and we know there's a lot of hard work in this. So on behalf of the citizens, we're all grateful. Item 10E is before you guys.
I move to adopt Resolution 10-2825-2. Second. As presented.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10F, and I believe that's our last one for the evening. Say again? Dang it, I know you wanted to stay. Mr. Freeman, take us into a quick presentation, please.
Yes, I will try and go as quick as possible. So today's item is a Chapter 380 agreement proposed with Herring Hotel Partners, LLC. This is not to be confused with the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 1 Developer Agreement. There are two separate documents. The Tiers Number 1 is still going through their review process and has requested another meeting to discuss it with the public. But this Chapter 380 agreement is solely under the purview of the City Council. So here's the project location. Everybody knows where the Herring is. We own the west side of the block, and Herring Hotel Partners owns the east side of the block. Here was the site layout that Todd shared last meeting. Shows the layout of the parking proposed on the north side, southwest corner of an outdoor pool amenity, and then the hotel itself. Here's just a quick rendering of what the complete project would look like on the right, and the view from the top where they have a proposed rooftop bar amenity and other food and beverage amenities. As far as the project requirements, there is a minimum of $90 million capital investment, at least 200 guest rooms, and those additional amenities discussed on the screen there. 100 full-time jobs, $4 million annual payroll. This would be a historic preservation project, full-service hotel with a soft brand boutique brand. And there are deadlines for construction start, substantial completion, and certificate of occupancy. What we'd be looking at is 15 months to start from the effective date of the approval and execution of the Chapter 380 agreement, and a certificate of occupancy by December 31st, 2029. These are very extensive projects to design and go through the historic review process before you can even get to beginning construction. I did want to touch on the goals that are being met by this agreement. It is part of the Tiers Number 1 zone, which does have its own final project and financing plan. One of the main goals is hotel development, so we've been advertising and requesting hotels to be developed for the last almost 20 years. With an overall goal of 1,200 rooms within walking distance of the city center. We're currently at 448 rooms, or 37% of that goal. There's also another goal of just general office, commercial, retail development, 1.6 million square feet. We're currently at 21% of that goal. This project, while it is hospitality, it does include the second floor would be completely used basically for event space. It would have a restaurant. The basement would have food and beverage. The rooftop, of course, food and beverage. So those also qualify as commercial retail development. And then there at the bottom, I just had a couple of quotes from the Tiers Number 1 plan that talks about stabilizing the area, causing occupancies and property values to stabilize and increase, and also that these investments and related public improvements would not occur without a series of public-private partnerships facilitated by the tiers and other related economic development strategies like this Chapter 380 agreement. Now, we also have a downtown strategic action plan. This was a community-driven planning process with multiple volunteers on different committees, hundreds of participants among 5 different meetings I read through today. Also survey process, so your typical planning process with many participants that developed this plan, adopted in 2008, was updated in 2019. These are some of the goals I pulled from it as far as developing additional commercial space, continued efforts to rehab historic buildings with the use of historic tax incentives, and then also the importance of enhancing the feasibility of adaptive reuse of historic preservation through use of TIF funds, historic tax credits, facade easements, hotel occupancy tax, and related incentives as feasible. And then more particular, it pointed out the Herring Plaza specifically as far as working to redevelop key vacant and underutilized buildings, and it would take equally creative ideas and financing to accomplish that goal. As far as the details in the Chapter 380 agreement, I do want to start off by saying these are all based on collections from the hotel once it opens. It's not collecting from It's not using any hot tax that are provided or paid for by any other hotels in town. This is strictly performance-based from the proposal in front of you. So it has local hotel occupancy tax, which is our 7% rate, would be 100% annually for 5 years, and then it would step down to 50% annually for the next 5 years. Included in this agreement is a partnership to go for the state hotel taxes, which is a 6% rate. That would be 100% annually for 10 years. That's based on state law. It's very specific that it's 100% annually for 10 years. Same goes for the sales tax at the 6.25% rate rebate, 100% annually for 10 years. In order to qualify for these incentives, it does require the city to be a participant, basically own the land that it sits on. So within the agreement, it does propose city lease ownership structure to qualify for those state incentives, and then at the completion of the agreement, it would be deeded back to the LLC. The incentive period is for 10 years, but the way the Chapter 380 agreement is worded and the future real estate lease transactions, since it is a historic tax credit project, they are required to have a minimum of 39 years in the lease, because that is a requirement to keep the building to that standard, and they have to meet that criteria and have inspections to make sure they're keeping up on their end of the bargain as far as getting those tax credits. It has to be developed historically and maintained at that level. But the city and the developer both have options at that 11-year mark related to property ownership. So while it does say 39 to 50 years, our intent is not to be owning the land past the incentive period. There's also a $200,000 cap on the building permit fee, and then a 4-year option period on the city-owned block south of the Herring for a future development project. I did want to touch on where this incentive structure comes from. It comes from Texas Tax Code Chapter 351, adopted by the state, allows for these projects, hotel and convention center projects. It allows cities to receive rebates of state, hot, and state sales related to the businesses of the facility within a given development. It also allows for the rebate of those local hot taxes. Cities can also consider local sales and use tax, local mixed beverage tax in these period. The rebate period is typically 10 years from the day both the hotel and the convention center open to the public, per state law. As far as the criteria, this is just one section that we qualify for. There's another that's very similar, but basically the hotel has to be owned or located on land owned by the municipality, has to be within 1,000 feet of a convention center, and then the revenue has to be used to either acquire, lease, construct, or equip a hotel and ancillary facilities such as entertainment, restaurants, retail, infrastructure, and parking, all within 1,000 feet of the convention center. This applies to the section that I just shared with you as far as that criteria. This is a list of projects that have received state revenue through fiscal year 2024. So on this slide and the next slide, there are 12 agreements. The first one was back in 2008 in San Antonio, and then there's really been quite a few in the most recent years and then the late teens. But so far, through fiscal year 2024, the state has rebated back almost $150 million in revenue to these 12 projects. So this is a state-supported initiative that I'll touch on here on this slide. This is the new section 351-156. It was adopted in 2019. Added a second qualifier, so we actually, City of Amarillo now applies to 2 different sections of Chapter 351, but you can see the first was actually adopted in 1987. So this is something they've encouraged since that time. There has been multiple amendments over the years. At the start, it was just maybe the major cities in the state, and it's been opened up to more like Amarillo, Lubbock, Abilene to qualify for this particular structure. As far as the details on the Chapter 380 and what really equates to, it's all performance-based, so there's no upfront payments. Rebates only begin when the hotel's in operation. Developer only receives the rebates based on revenues the hotel generates. So someone has to spend money staying in the hotel, buying something in the hotel, eating at the restaurant in order to generate that revenue that then would be rebated back to the developer. As far as the local hot tax, approximately $6.1 million would be rebated over 10 years, and then the city would receive approximately $2.5 million during the last 5 years when it drops down to that 50% rebate. To put that in perspective, year 6 we'll start collecting $500,000 a year in new revenue. That's 5.2% increase over our current revenues of $9.6 million in HOT that we expect to collect this year. And then year 11, the city would project $1 million a year, or a 10.4% increase to our current revenue projections in local HOT. State hotel occupancy tax is approximately $7.3 million rebate over 10 years, and then the state sales tax is approximately $4.3 million over 10 years. The city, once it opens, would automatically be receiving the sales tax locally, so the 1.5% that goes to the general fund would be approximately $100,000 a year, or $1 million over 10 years. So the overall incentive package in the 380 comes out to an estimate of around $17.7 million, based completely on performance. So it depends on what they charge for the rooms, how much service they do in the hotel is what they receive. This equals to about less than 20% of their $90 million project. With that said, happy to answer any questions. We also have Mr. Harmon here if you have any specific questions for him as well.
Questions, council?
So when you started the presentation, you said this doesn't have anything in relation to the tiers.
No, sir. This agreement does not. They've got a separate developer agreement that they're considering that only ties to property tax rebate or TIF dollars that they have in their funds.
Okay. But by us doing this, are we putting the cart before the horse, before what they do?
No, you will still have to consider theirs as it goes through the process, but this is really in a separate incentive package. This is around $17 million of the ask compared to about $4 million for tiers.
Does this project not happen if you don't get either one?
I would say it wouldn't happen if you don't get this one. Todd would have to speak to the property tax, but it was specifically asked for both. But speaking with Todd, he did feel comfortable bringing this one forward for the discussion and possible consideration. But it would ultimately, if Tiers ends up deciding not to move forward their agreement, it would be a benefit analysis that he would have to do to see if he could move forward with the project just based on the 380.
And we have no upfront risk?
No, sir.
Okay.
Councilman?
The funds that we would allocate on this, does that come out of a reserve that we can't put them on other projects? I mean, if the funds are allocated to this project, are they locked in at that from, am I saying this correctly?
So we would only be rebating back hotel occupancy taxes that we collect from the hotel.
Upon completion?
Upon completion. So it has to be CO, certificate of occupancy, start renting out rooms and collecting hot tax, and then on the back end, we would rebate those dollars. And ours, it's spent, in the agreement, it's actually a payment once a year. So it would actually be held until we make that payment annually.
Okay, so this is not going to use any of our dollars that we have for additional development downtown, and this is coming from state monies, right?
State and local hot. So one piece of it is local hotel occupancy, the other is state hot tax and sales tax.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilman?
So so nothing is paid out until there's a building with a certificate of occupancy and it's up and running?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then of this, the majority of this funding is actually state money, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which is money we would never see that would leave Amarillo never to return.
Correct.
And we're using, I guess you said, 7.3 of the state hot tax and
4.3
of the state sales tax. So that's 11.6 million that we would never. All our money goes to Austin, in case everybody hadn't figured that out, including the majority of the sales tax. So this is money that we would never see anyway, that we're now at least able to keep in our community to help do this project and rehabilitate the building.
Yes, sir.
And I know the answer to this, but right now we're not generating any of these out of that building, correct?
No, sir.
And we won't until there's, and I guess if we tear it down and build a parking lot, we're not generating any hot tax or sales tax out of that. We're just having a parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
With this proposed hotel, do we have the completion? Do we have a hotel like this in the city?
No, this hotel would be a unique one, basically at or higher level in the bar field, but a larger hotel, more conference space, an outdoor pool, rooftop bar. So it has amenities that we don't have in Amarillo.
Okay, which hopefully the goal is to generate overnight stays and really more than one.
Yes, sir.
That's the whole goal. We can get into deeper economic impact on that deal. And again, these incentives, I know originally they came to us, we changed them quite a bit. Like, we made them metrics based. We made them to where we weren't up fronting any money, like he just.
Correct. And it was longer term, because like the Embassy Suites Hotel was a 20-year local hot. That was a non-starter for us. We actually started 10 years, was going to be 100% annually for 10 years. We got it to where it was 100% for 5 and then 50% for 5. So the city starts revenuing much sooner in the process.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Just a few things. So consideration of all of the hoteliers, right? Because that hot tax is driven from their industry. How would these hot taxes find their way to the other hoteliers? Because that's kind of the way it's been proposed is like, well, if you're giving, this one hotelier a rebate of his own hot tax, is there a form or a mechanism somehow where, like, if we said no, his hot tax could 100% be revenued, and then it goes to the other hoteliers in town?
No, the hot tax has to be used for very specific purposes. If it's not rebated for construction like this, it can be used for operating the convention center, it can be used for CVB to try and generate business, or it can be used for events or a number of things that qualify to get people to stay in hotels.
So it goes to subsidize Hodgetown and
hot tax
sod
debt.
poodles,
Yes.
and it pays for civic center upgrades?
Yes. Debt service on Hodgetown, debt service on the parking garage.
Okay, so not necessarily a fact that, like, if we choose to, take his hot tax that he's revenuing every year and rebate it back to him for the incentive because of the size of the project and the risk, there's nothing truthful about that's being withheld from benefiting the other hoteliers, other than maybe in advertising through CVB,
Yes, sir.
which CVB is doing really good, by the way.
Yes, sir.
We have a convention center, or we have a civic center?
It qualifies as a convention center.
Okay.
Per state law.
So everything's due diligence is done. There's nothing that's left undone on figuring this out. I kind of want to go to, before I go to Councilman Reed's cart and horse here, because I think that is relevant in hearing people and trying to work through things. I know the criticism that I've heard when looking at a deal for an individual, or when just looking at any kind of incentive package. I can't believe y'all are giving them money, or you're gonna put the city at risk. You're gonna go give them millions of dollars, and then they're gonna run off out of town and not perform. So this deal, I don't know if we've said it well enough, but like, we will give Mr. Harmon no money. Like, we will not write him a check for any funds in this deal. Now, the Tiers group has a different $910,000.
Theirs was going to be the same way.
And that
property
payment,
tax and cash grant were all going to be after
that's
performance.
at the CO issuance, ringing the cash register, turning the key for the. So he has to invest $90 million in order to.
And then he has to pay his hot tax 1 year and then get paid a few months later. So it would still be delayed.
So either deal, Tiers or this deal, is all. You eat what you kill. So if you don't go out and kill anything, you don't eat dinner that night, right? Now, we are somewhat in the business of saying, well, we like incentives, we don't like incentives. We've been told to work within incentive packages and to follow criteria. I think it's a very valid conversation to sit down and say, do we need 1,200 hotel rooms downtown? Is that a good vision? Should we tighten that up? Maybe this deal puts us in the place where we have plenty of good-looking downtown hotels, and we need to drive that money somewhere else. But we're still collecting all those hot taxes. We're still collecting all those property taxes. And so Tiers is still functioning. Tell me what happens to Tiers if maybe council or Tiers or somebody just says, you know what, we don't like incentives anymore. Well, where does that money go? What kind of debt is on the Tiers books?
Yeah, so the money would still have to stay there until they pay off their debt, which there is one CO that was issued for Streetscape, and then we do have multiple deals that go through 2036. So we'd have to calculate revenue, and it'd probably have to survive multiple years to pay off all its obligations.
So even if we turn the faucet off and we say, we're not going to keep money downtown because downtown's doing fine on its own. Everybody's straight capitalism at this time. There's no shared incentive package. We're going to have a period of years before we be able to access those funds?
Yes, and then you'd have to go through the process of terminating the zone. And it was extended for 20 years at half the participation rate. That would start in 2037. But
Okay, so let me make my last point here. Winners and losers. Man, you are picking winners and losers. So I guess if I was going to pick a guy that I didn't like and saddle him with a project, I'd probably saddle him with the Herring Hotel. As a contractor, man, that thing could be the biggest loser. Golly, that thing is a monster. I mean, it is it 30 plus floors, 31 floors? 14? God, it looks taller than that.
It's a lot.
So I know the cost of construction on that looks high, and the price per key. But I also know construction well enough in today's market to know that you're working up high. You've got elevators. You've got a historic build. I mean, I don't know that I'd even want to bid it. I definitely wouldn't. It's such a challenge, right? So if you pick this, I'm glad you picked it and we didn't pick you, because it's a huge challenge for you. Here is one thing that I'll wrap up with, because I know it's real early in the evening and nobody's got anywhere to go. Prescott's so done with me talking right now. He's like, oh.
I think he's playing Candy Crush over here.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up.
I'm not. Just serving
Candy
from
Crush
Facebook, it's not Candy Crush.
I don't know how you stand against this when you have an incentive package that somebody comes and they qualify for, and you refuse them all the money, you make them go perform, whether you love them or hate them, like them, dislike them, they've got good credit, bad credit, whatever, the capabilities to go and do the project really rests on them. So in saying that, there's a lot of safety in tabling this. Now, I'm not saying we have to. We can take action on it. But I think for the good of Mr. Harmon, and they've called a town meeting. They want to have a town hall. They want to be able to talk about this. He's already taken some arrows here today. He's going to take more. But he's just getting started, and nobody's going to get in front of him. He's got a long way to go. I see the cart and the horse here being the one thing that if I was critical, I'd criticize that we did push it through on a late evening without really looking at tiers as an overall. So, I just don't see the risk. Mr. Harmon, I mean, I'm going to give you my commitment from up here. If I was going to vote against this, I would have already told you by now. I think that it's as tight of a deal. It is not like the embassy at all. And I wouldn't do it for you. I'd do it for anybody. I'd do it for Al if he was buying the hotel. And I'll do it in tiers 3 or in tiers 2 until I'm told not to, right? Until we close those off, because I-40 East is another opportunity, and there's another package over there. So because of this, I would like to see the town hall. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like you would like action on this tonight? If so, I think we call it. But if not, if you want to let the citizens talk about it, yeah, come on up. Then we go through the November 6th meeting. We put this back on the 18th.
And I would say we still don't have that confirmed yet. It's going to be a challenge to get quorum since Tiers number 1 doesn't usually meet at night. So we are still trying to pin that down.
We would table this for the 18th, give them an opportunity to have their meeting. But if they don't get it done, then we would still be in a position where we would move forward.
My only concern is just about we're getting to near the holiday season. We're going to have one meeting in November. We're going to have one meeting in December. And, it is that axiom of time is money. So I had a general contractor, most of their firm, in town today for a site visit because we're really trying to coordinate laser scans, environmental reports, starting of demo, and the costs associated with that bid process. Because it's a historic property, we have to go through there and do a full inventory, as John Campo said, of what is historic fabric, and then have a demo plan that specifies what cannot be touched, what needs to be removed, and then do it within one of the things, like the Barfield took 12 months for demo because of that. So delays and timing issues are something that I'm sensitive to, not only for the money that's already been invested in this, but getting the rest of the potential institutional investors interested and be able to identify a general contractor and start that negotiation. One thing I will tell you is I went ahead, I've been waiting for the last 3 months on executing an agreement with IHG Kempton. I did that this week so that the flag's identified to reduce more variable points in this deal. So you can take that off the board as far as has to be a certain brand. It's going to be a 5-star Kempton hotel. So, I want to defer to, I think this is a great council. If I can move forward with this piece, I have no problem having a city, a town hall in regards to, because most of the tiers issues seem to be specific to the tiers board. And a lot of that, I think, is actually just basic education as to the functionality of Tiers 1 and its ability to create incentive for downtown development. And so I have no problem being as open kimono as possible. I hope that I've demonstrated that in communication here and with the city staff. I just want to be able to know what things are laid before me so I can actually move on in an expedited manner, because the whole point is about delivery. This whole deal is about delivery. If I don't do this, I'm the one in the hole by several tens of millions of dollars. So it's having the right contractor, having the right design team, having the right engineering, and then being able to deliver from a subcontractor package. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I have to, that's very important, is the sooner I can get out of the gate, the sooner I don't have to worry about Fermi or anything else pulling subs out from underneath me. You know how that works. Mm-hmm. A big job comes to town at Pantex, next thing you know, you can't get electricians for 3 months. So
you got a couple questions?
I do. Is this strictly a hotel, or are there some apartments in this?
No, it's strictly a 226-room key hotel.
Okay, so there's not, it's strictly, it's not an apartment or property sold or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And Andrew, is this program is open to everyone, right?
Yes.
Anybody can do this. So this is not restricted just to Mr. Harmon or anybody. So any existing hotel.
As far as hot tax incentives proposed here.
And the Chapter 380 and all
so
of that.
Chapter 380s are open for anyone to submit a project to be considered. Doesn't mean council will agree to it. Depends on the scope of the project, what's being built, where it's being built. This one in particular for the state incentives has to be within 1,000 feet of the convention center. So the state piece would not qualify. And then this would be the second hot tax project considered by council.
Now, if somebody wanted to buy some land and build one of these, and it was within 1,000 feet, they would have the option, and at that point.
For state, yes, it would qualify as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
How long has this building been vacant?
50 years.
And my 2+ years on city council, incentives are to help something happen that's not going to happen naturally. I can't think of a single other project that cries incentive more than this.
I said at the Tiers meeting that this is the poster child for a Tiers.
I would agree, and I think we're fortunate to have this, and I would make a motion that we approve the Chapter 380 Economic Development Program Agreement as presented.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second on item 10F tonight. We've discussed it. Do we have any other discussion?
I still think we're putting the cart before the horse. And I love the project. And I'm going to abstain from this vote at this point. So I am interested in tabling it, I think, because it's good for everybody. However, I also understand the deal that's here, and I know where I stand on it. And so, I mean, I know my decision on it. I've listened to a lot of people, and then I made up my own mind here. And I don't know you. I've been in the room with you twice now, right. And I'm not basing my decision on a guy or a reputation. I'm just basing my decision on the deal here on the herring, what the herring is and what it's going to take to get it up. So I have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the vote because we have an individual abstaining. Mr. City Attorney, do we need anything on that his abstain?
No.
Okay. Do you want to verify that if you remain seated, it counts as a no vote because you were here even though you abstained? But if he chooses to leave the room with no objection, is that fine? If he wanted to, I'm not asking him for a reason that he's abstaining.
If he's present, it's a no vote.
Do you understand that? Okay.
Well, I would say, I mean, if any further discussion, I realize a second, I mean, I guess I see the point. He's saying the cart and the horse, they're not really related.
It's really two different horses,
Two
two different
different,
carts.
they have no bearing on each other, zero. This is our decision, Tiers has their own decision. Neither one is dependent on the other. If
They're somewhat mutually exclusive.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the tabling it, I don't know, for optics, I mean, if you said you already know where you stand on it, you already know where you're voting on it, it just for optics, I mean, in my opinion, I mean, what it looks like to me, it's already a done deal. So for optics, I mean, we're just kind of doing this something, and we're putting a contractor that's willing to take a risk with no risk on our part, no funding, no money, no anything. But to your point, being a contractor, you understand what's coming and could be potentially harmful to his project. I guess, and again, with the holidays coming up, we don't know what's going to happen, between now and November 18th or on November 18th. If that doesn't happen, now we're pushed back. It's only one meeting for the month. Now we're pushed back to December. In my opinion, I just don't think it's worth tabling or pushing back.
I understand. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes with a 4-0 vote. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, you're adjourned. Thank you guys for staying.